Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Valorant division. It's me and, well, my duo, Kaza. I'm Cairo, the token Europeans. You know, we've been the token Europeans for the past couple of weeks. I mean, I don't think there's anybody else. Kaza, can you think of anybody else that's European?
I don't know. Let's not get into the
Yeah,
details. These
yeah,
are the two people that we're focusing on right now. Obviously, we're on the NECC broadcast emergence yellow bracket. We've got two best of threes that we're going to be going through
yeah.
this evening. At least me and Cairo. I think we have one more afterwards.
Yep.
We have two more actually. That Vincent Orbital Fellow and Neon Black will bring you through. But you're with us for the first half of this evening on Valentine's, of course. I'm here with my lovely hot date. So we're looking to get into some hot Valorant action.
I think that's the first time I've ever been called hot when it's not been like a temperature or a fever, so I'll take it. Well, the two teams that we are watching tonight has a NGCU Gothic Knights versus the ESU Warriors. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Two very different weeks. Last week has a one
Mm,
was able to relax, chill out, got a nice little bye. I mean, you can't complain with that. I mean, you get to see the rest of
mm.
the opponents go at it, and then the other one, ESU Warriors, they were able to go out on a win.
Yeah, no, I mean, ending on a win is always great, and just getting that record in basically,
Yeah.
and having those rounds on the board. I mean, you've always got to look for something to build from. So getting
Yes.
that first win on the board will do huge amounts for the confidence on that team, and they'll be looking to replicate their efforts this week as well.
Yep, unfortunately, we don't get to know what maps they played, Hazza, but it was a reverse sweep for the ESU Warriors. So, obviously, a little bit of mental fortitude for this team. We know exactly that they may have something about them to actually start to come back in a best of three. We don't know what the maps were, we don't know what the picks were, but that's what we are going to quickly send to our map bands, though, Hazza, so we can see exactly where we are going to go.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean, the map veto, it's always an interesting one. In a best of three series, of course, teams will have the maps that they favour and the ones that they're not going to want to play so much, and we'll see those through the bans. We've got a couple of bans
Yeah.
coming in for both teams, no Haven or Split, Fracture or Breeze, which leaves us with Ascent, Bind, and Icebox as the decider. Some fairly standard picks here, nothing really too crazy, sort of deviating from the standard trend of what we would expect to see here. Ascent, of course, being that first map, a map that lots of teams I think are very comfortable with. So we'll have to see how this is going to benefit the Gothic Knights, or whether it might play against them in that regard. Then Bind, an interesting choice as well, maybe one that people aren't too comfortable on. Obviously, it has been in the game for a very, very long time. Similarly to Ascent, Ascent came in with version 1.0, Bind obviously being in since the beta. A few
Yeah.
changes to the map towards short A and stuff, but for the most part, yeah, these are maps that all of these teams should be fairly well rounded on. Nothing that's going to try and catch them off guard too much. So we'll have to see how those picks are going to favour both sides.
Yep, certainly. I mean, see, the thing is, though, nobody really talks about Bind being that kind of 50-50. It's always that kind of defender-sided map. I mean,
Mm,
when we were doing our kind of analysis last week, as we were talking about Ascent and how the fact that with that map, it's almost a kind of coin flip. You're kind of leaving a lot up to kind of how good you can actually be, due to the fact that, well, everybody knows how to play Ascent. It's that kind of
mm,
bog standard map, but as you said, everybody knows how to play Bind. That's been on since the
mm.
beta. That can easily be an upset on either of those maps if we don't even get to Icebox.
Yeah, I think also we've got to stray away from getting into that sort of style of thinking where really you put it down to it being more favored on one side than another. Both of these teams will try and bring different comps which will be better suited to different styles of play. So it's sometimes one team that will be beating, the top five teams and whatever, will lose to a team that are maybe lower down the pecking order simply because those stylistic clashes that we see between the two maybe
Yeah.
favor one more than another. So it can be hard to tell whether one team is coming into this with the advantage or not. It is yet to be seen, really, because obviously there was a buy on the side of Gothic Knights in the first match that they had last week. So it's yet to be seen. Otherwise, the final map that we could potentially be seeing, the decider in the best of three, Icebox.
Icebox is a really chilly map. You need to be chilly with the aim. You need to be frosty hazard because there's so many angles that you need to check. I mean, you talk about vertical. You talk about the little like kind of rat spots that you can actually find players in, especially when I'm thinking towards that I think it's the A side. But we'll not talk about any
Hmm.
of that. We'll not talk about Icebox. We'll talk about Ascent and what looks to
Hmm.
be a KO pick And something that I found out, Hazza, something that's really interesting. I never knew this. KO had one of the lowest picks at Champions, but do you know something? The team who picked him the highest amount, the team that actually won. So there you go. There's a little one for you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's the sort of thing where if you pick up a KO, then you've got to know what you're doing if you're wanting
Yeah.
to introduce them to the lineup. And we'll see if that rings true or not. They're going to be starting out on the defense side, so that 0 point knife can be used to maybe try and collect some information early on. Chamber going to get picked up on the other side, and well, it's interesting here. We can see that maybe they might be looking to play a Chamber and a Killjoy. So two sort of sentinel positions, one being a little bit more aggressive than the other. But there's no Jet as well. So is that the sort of trade-off that you go for here? Not being able to have that tailwind to get in and out of fights, but still having that rendezvous on the Chamber? Is it sort of a like-for-like trade that we're seeing here? Obviously,
Select your
some
agent.
standard picks across the board as well with a couple of Sovas in the mix. And, well, Viper is the sole smoker on this attacking lineup.
Interesting. Here we are seeing the kind of two meta smokers coming out as Viper versus Astra in that sense, Hazza. And I mean, I'm going to ask you, in your humble opinion, when do you use a Viper and when do you use an Astra?
Well, I mean, I feel like right now, what the setup that we're seeing is probably like most of the one that makes sense really on paper. Popper armor on the Astra on the defending side, and I feel like her utility is sometimes just better for keeping sites locked down. Right, it's so versatile. You have those gravity wells, nova pulses to stun and pull your enemies,
Yeah.
whereas the Viper on attack, maybe the hindrance there is that you're not able to be as versatile. You have to go straight for that execute. But the fact of the matter is, her utility is very, very strong once you're able to consolidate those different parts of the map. So it's yet to be seen. But on this first pistol round, it looks like the Gothic Knights aren't going to be setting up for anywhere straight away. That toxic screen yet to be deployed, and it will just be a sort of default round, looking for that first pick and taking some really strong mid control, which I think is really, really important on Ascent.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's a nice kind of bog standard mid. It's probably the most standard in the whole of Valorant when you think about it. Maybe you could argue Breeze is the only mid that's like kind of standard as well. Don't know if there's been a little bit of a pause here due to some technical issues, but I mean, it really is important for one denying information for the whatever team controls it. Say, for instance, the defenders that control it, they can gain information on maybe rotate. So players that are kind of playing up towards top mid, or maybe players moving down that catwalk position, and also got to think about maybe deny and rotate. Say, for instance, you want to get from B to A quickly. Sometimes you might nip in through market, and if there's one player just lurking in mid, maybe catch a freebie. So I mean, mid so important.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like you said, those long sight lines, something which can be a little bit harder to dictate, especially when you're on the when you're on the pistol round, right? Because you don't
Yeah.
have that same kind of potency that you would get on an operator, a marshal, even, which I wouldn't be surprised if we saw forced up on one of these following rounds. I think there is a little bit of a dispute right now, actually, just to clarify for the viewers, with an agent pick. So one of the players, I think, maybe has believes that they've selected the wrong agent and is requesting a restart for the lobby. Whether that will happen or not is yet to be seen. I'm just going to have to open up the rule book and see how deep that goes and what changes have to be made there. It'll be interesting to see, if one of these teams think that they've selected a wrong agent, which one it would be, because I think it is interesting to look at both of these compositions. Maybe it is that pick on the side of the Gothic Knights with both of those Sentinels, but I would love to see
Yeah.
how that plays, especially paired with the Viper. There's a lot of stopping power there when it comes to the defender's side too. So just to see what they can get done on this attackers to start off with, if they carry enough momentum from this side, I would love to see the potential that they have to sort of work with there, because it's a comp that I don't think we've really seen too much.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is though, if NGCU actually go on towards their kind of defender side, I mean double sentinel. Think of the information, or think of the lockdown on one specific site that they could have. I mean, A or B could really be a hellhole to try and get into, but no, it's not to be. A nice little lineup all the way through mid to deny that information we were talking about earlier, and already again the default style has begun.
It looks like we are just going to be getting underway into this one. A couple of players up towards A main, and well, this first duel between
Ooh.
Swahili and Psycho, and just like you said, oh, he's gonna get dropped. A headshot takes him out, and well, now Poporama's got to contend with these two players towards the side. The gravity well pulls Greedy Vikers back almost as if they have wheels in their shoes, just slipping into a back heel there, but does manage to find that player. Rotate coming through from the Warriors' side. Aldrone will force Dark to retreat a little bit, but no, they do hold steadfast for this point in time. And it looks like they are just going to try and contend for that A control once again and get that spike planted.
Oh, nice info, Dark, to actually identify where the jet had moved to. The spike being initiated and finally planted. The chamber could easily be picked up, but no, it's a Sova on Heaven that's going to get picked up. Dark is going to move up. And look, that's the cages actually coming in from behind. Infrared shot has a. That could be absolutely huge if they could maybe get away with it, but no, they have to break the door, which will give away their information. That's so unlucky here, and it looks as if this is all but over. A lovely shot there from Swahili. They have absolutely popped off. It's up to Rafi, and they're going to get dropped just like that. A lovely round there by the attackers, Hazard, you must say.
Yeah, Swahili really just opening things up for their team. That's one of those rounds that can really go both ways. It's a 1 versus 1 on that cat position. If you lose it out, that's a lot of control that you've surrendered. There was no one there to refrag that player on mid whatsoever, but it goes their way. They get that territory towards Garden. They're able to exploit it a little bit more at that trade onto Poporama on the site. Not quite good for 2, unfortunately, for them. And the pistol round will go the way of the NJCU Gothic Knights. And it's interesting to note, actually, we have just had confirmation that it was them who had requested to change the lineup, but they were able to get it done either way, and it looks like we're just going to be continuing on with things how they are in their current state.
I don't know if you remember, Hazard, there was a little bit of a cheesy play last week when we were casting. There was Sova darts and lots of sheriffs to spam through the wall. There's nothing of that this week. Still, again, NGCU are really, I was about to say playing with the time, but that nice shot, I mean, kind of maybe trying to prompt a rotate here, which may be coming from mid from the jet all the way up to Heaven.
Yeah, right now, the attackers just keeping themselves spread out across the map, trying to maybe maximize the ultimate orbs that they're able to collect. Demiurge will get that spike on down with only the 1 casualty going against ESU at this point in time. There is a flank coming in once again, as we can see from that Killjoy player, although you feel like it may be too little too late. 3 stacked up towards the short position, and well, they will reap the rewards. Picks go their way, and now an almost impossible situation for these players to try and find anything out of the round. Aldrone invested even, so extra abilities being tossed into this round, but well, hope not looking too good.
Nope, and just as you said, no hope to be gained from that round. Hazard, maybe a little bit of waste of abilities there, but at the same time, anything can happen. I mean, maybe there's a good reason for that. We can't just kind of jump straight into it and just assume that it was a bad decision. But this time, though, ESU, they'd finally have the upper hand when it comes to the economy. The NGCU, they're going to just take a kind of bonus round to regen the eco so they can get moved on to rifles, etc., to contest the next round. But right now, all eyes on ESU to see what they'll do and how they'll contest this one.
Yeah, pivotal round for them to keep themselves in this matchup before things get a little bit too dicey. The spike this time has planted itself towards tiles, and well, Psycho on the other side of the map's getting really aggressive here. Could yet spot out a player, but Greedy Vikers able to rendezvous away just before they get their head taken clean off. Almost enticing a rotate from these players on the other side of the map, but they'll hold their position true for the time being. And well, it looks like the Gothic Knights right now just trying to punish an overstep, and that's exactly what we see. Justin finds it, and a potential opportunity for them to exploit towards the B side of the map. With that being said, space lost towards mid once again.
Certainly is, and the upgrade has been gained by the Rain, and maybe not an agent you really want to see get that upgrade. A nice info dart will gain information on where this push may potentially be coming from. Nobody has really stepped out again from the defenders and not want to make that mistake, Hazard. They're still keeping that 1 player in towards mid. B was potentially open for that 3 players moving through, but Psycho, oh no, Hazard, he can move out at any moment. Do they know that he's here? They don't have the utility to check the corner, but a nice little trade there to get rid of that KO.
And now Justin's going storming on in with that Phantom that they previously scalped. Won't have it for much longer though. Poporama able to just pop off and find two. Demiurge does trade it to make it the 1 versus 2 situation, but Dark will put an end to their hopes of picking up that round. ESU Warriors able to get that key one on the board just so that it wasn't slipping out of their grasps early on in this matchup. However, it wasn't the cleanest. Not going to have the most resources to invest into this round. Looking at ult economy now that they're starting to come online, not really too close for the defenders. They're not able to call upon a Bladestorm or anything like that to just give them a little bit more breathing room. So it will be that limited weaponry here for Raffi, who went walkabouts on the previous round and nearly got punished, or the team was nearly punished for those actions.
Yep, I was just going to say, Hazza, it's really interesting to see that Demiurge, the Viper, has actually not got a rifle for this round. Reduced to a Sheriff, so I don't know if they maybe bought up last. I don't know, but the kind of tour de force has came online, so I imagine they will have a rifle maybe from that chamber. On all right now, things again slowing down, taking their time, which is something I wanted to talk about, Hazza, with the fact that ultimates just came online. Ascent, really interesting, because the ultimates orbs are actually kind of put in an aggressive position for the attackers to go and collect. Mostly, you'd favour the attackers to pick them up, which puts the defenders in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah, the only real ultimate orb, out of the two, of course, that you would be able to contend for would be the one towards A main. And, well, we're going to see Demiurge pick that one up right now. And, like you said, you have to get aggressive. And the way that Gothic Knights are playing this is so patient. They're looking for that overstep every single time. They're able to find it on the previous round on Raffi there on the Killjoy. And he nearly completely, opened things up for them entirely. And right now they've repositioned the tour de force, just peeking out to try and find them. And, well, they're the first one to drop once again. Only 30 seconds left on the clock for that Spike, itching to try and move towards the A site.
Yep, it really is. They really want to get this execute done and dusted, but no, almost there. Greedy Vikes could have got picked up by the Jet. It's just to his left. Dark getting ready to peek, but no, look at this. They're going towards the B execute, and they don't know the Sova's there.
Oh, Savget's playing in towards the site, breaks out the leer, gives away their position. Now Demiurge forced to cross through defenders spawn, but actually it's Greedy Vicus with a triple in that support role, just navigating the murky waters for them ever so easily. And Gothic Knights, they have another round on the board. Not only that, ESU Warriors back on a pots and pans buy, just struggling to get a foothold in this matchup at this point in time.
Just so unfortunate there. I mean, the thing is, though, you can't really doubt it. NGCU seem like an absolute titan when they're on the attack right now. The way that they're playing so slow, it seems as if ESU do not have the answer just yet, but maybe this aggression could find something. A couple of bits of spam with the bullets, but nothing to be found again. NGCU walking with trepidation, not want to make a mistake. And I mean, to be honest, I don't think there has been a mistake made just yet.
No, there certainly hasn't, and they're just starting to stack up these ults as well. We see the lockdown now available, and I think actually the KO on the side of ESU Warriors is just playing for that fragment grenade to see if they can't pick it off, if it is going to be invested towards the B site. But no, Sasha finds Savgets there on that short position, or pizza position, should I say. And there's just so much control for the Knights right now. They're just storming in. They're the leaders of the round table, if you will, just dictating the way that the discussions are flowing right now and really setting the pace in this matchup.
Yeah, they really are dictating the pace. The two players left on towards the heaven position. Maybe the KJ will move in towards Garden instead and try and offer some diversity, but there's no diversity to be had here. Hazard, they're not even allowing them a frag. 4 rounds they've got, flawless on that last one there as we move through and towards round 6. I mean, right now, if you're ESU, where do you even come back into this one?
Well, you got to start somewhere, right? And I think that this round will be the perfect opportunity for them to do so. Only one away from a Bladestorm, a Lockdown, and that Null command from Psycho. Both of those last 2 ultimates could be the real difference maker in these rounds. If you're able to just shut down any kind of ults that Gothic Knights could maybe use to try and push in towards the site, the Viper's Pit, especially in the post plant, could be a huge one there as well. But well, Psycho's actually just going to run out and get that null command online straight away. The players line up, and that is going to be the perfect way to start this round out for their team.
I mean, this is it, Hazam. This is the aggression that we're talking about, that we wanted to see from the Warriors, and finally we have it. But right now, the 3 players are still alive, and well, any of them could easily pop off. Nice little bit of Astra Util to deny the lines of sight. It looks as if the Reyna's actually getting ready to push through. Uses the Leer to actually protect themselves, but no, Paparama, they're going to be able to pick up Justin. Psycho, he's ready and waiting. Maybe a flawless round to answer a flawless round. 0 Point Knife just went out, only has 1 to suppress. Oh, nice from Sasha to pop out and pick up the KO just before they were able to ingress on towards the main area. Finally, we see 1 more player on towards Jenny. The owl drone to confirm, but it's the flank that maybe may come through from the Sova in mid.
I mean, there's always the possibility of the flank, and it looks like it's creeping ever closer, but currently it's just a war of attrition at this choke point. Utility invested by both sides in heaps and bounds, and well, it's the lockdown that will be coming through actually that gives an opportunity for Gothic Knights to make their way onto the site. Sasha peeks out but gets taken down. Unfortunately for her, Dark will finish things off on that round. ESU Warriors, they managed to halve the deficit now, get themselves back into this a little bit, and well, it has to be Psycho that you point out on that round in particular. A real nice bit of aggression on that short position we saw, looking all the way back to the first round. If we cast our heads all the way back to that point in time, it was the 1v1 versus Swahili, which really could have shifted the balance either way. But on this occasion, they come out on top. Not only are they good for 1, they're good for 2. They have enough space to fall back, reset, get that null command online, and just like that, ESU Warriors back in with a chance and another bye round.
Well, let's see how this Byron goes. Oh, the Sova has been peeked out though. He doesn't realise the Reyna is that close. Just bounces the dart too wide. And he's trying to get aggressive. It's going to pop off for him. Psycho's going to pick up 1. Look at this. It's just a flurry of kills, but it's all fell in favour of these defenders. 2 attackers remain, and it seems as if the winning formula has been found for the Warriors, Hazza.
Yeah, just a hint of aggression here and there. It seems to be all that they needed to get themselves back into this one. But Greedy Vicus picks off Paparama and makes things look a lot more doable for their team. That rendezvous, very, very nice to just reposition outside of B-Link. And well, I don't think that the ESU Warriors are going to be expecting the rotate to have come in so quickly. Rafi left isolated all alone from this position to try and defend the site. Has a swarm grenade to try and use, but it's going to have been invested just a fraction too early. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like the Warriors still want to try and commit here. The rotate has come through. They've got to navigate through the tumultuous lane to get in towards the site, and well, they just can't do it. Savgets, Rafi Pafi combine to shut that one down, and the defenders get another on the board.
That was a nice round there. I was worried for a second, Hazza, because I did see, I think it was Savgets was put down to about 5 HP. I mean, 1 spray could have maybe picked up 2, depending on how it went. With that being said, though, 4 ultimates apiece for either side. Only the KO isn't available for the defenders, and I believe the lockdown for the attackers. Yes, you can see it on your screen. Funnily enough, though, interestingly enough, I should say, Demi George has actually decided to go for a judge, which may mean a Viper's Pit to push onto one of these sites.
I think that is probably the most likely outcome that we can expect to see. Speaking of ultimates, Tour de Force invested once again. Greedy Vicus will actually get that shut down by the 0 Point Knife of Psycho, who's moved their way over towards A, and well, there's quite a few players over here. Toxic Screen goes up as well. I feel like we haven't seen too many crazy Viper walls early on here, Cairo, as the operator shots just fail to connect in that mid position. And, well, this could be Viper's round. A lot weighs on the shoulders, but what are they able to do? Paparama gets the first. Demiurge will rush in with that utility to try and slow things down, but there's a defender Killjoy there to completely quash any opportunity to do so. And just like that, Gothic Knights will have to rebuild in this round.
It just seems to have all fallen apart for some reason for the Gothic Knights. They can't seem to somehow clamber it back. Greedy Vikes all the way down to 30 HP, and 2 players still remain out of A main. And Rafi Paf, who's just trying to jump out there from short, and that's obviously the Sova to kind of create that crossfire
30
somewhat.
seconds left.
The Jet doesn't know where to go, but I think they've realised that the final execution will be on towards a nice little Astro utility to deny the lines of sight. They don't know where Paparama is, and they've popped off with 4 potential ace on the board here as Swahili is dropped all the way down in towards Wine. They're waiting to see if anyone will pop out, but with 10 seconds remaining, nobody wants to give anything away. A nice little round there, and to keep all those rifles on the board that they've picked up maybe from the ground or that they already had in pocket is just great.
Yeah, and I mean, when you saw Dark with those knives left, you somewhat felt you knew what was coming, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after the changes to the way that Bladestorm works, that right click is always going to be great to just finish off a round as well. They would have lost out on it anyway, so might as well have just gone for it. It's going to be one less weapon that the Gothic Knights are able to hold into this next round. Doesn't really matter too much. They have the finances available to buy up anyway. A couple of Spectres actually picked up. Justin could have opted for a rifle if they wanted to, but maybe just using that increased fire rate on the Empress to find a way through on this round. Viper's Pit obviously still available. Hunter's Furies for both sides, not really getting too carried away with this early on, but speaking of getting carried away, it looks like these players might just be charging straight in. And well, actually, that Toxic Screen has already got the Reyna player all the way into spawn. Justin, so much space already.
So unfortunate there. Was muted for that first little bit of play-by-play, but no, the play still continues. Plenty of frags either way, and look, upgrades have came through. Looks as if the Viper has been able to pick up that Vandal just there. Raffy Paffy stuck all the way in Boathouse. And the Astro Utility just blocking that line of sight onto those 2 players and right next to lane. The Astro just staying out in towards that spawn for the defenders. Looks as if there's actually going to be a rotate here, but is it going to be a fake? Both defenders are split up, so whatever way this goes, the attackers will have the advantage, Hazza.
Yeah, really smart play from them to isolate these fights. As long as they move together as a 2, they should be finding those 1v1s, but no, it's Paparama that takes out Demiurge, has that Astral start for that default plant towards Jenny, so Swahili's going to go hunting, see if they can find anything towards the dive position. They line up! It's a triple to seal the round, a huge clutch from Swahili, and the Warriors are felled. Sword through the chest of both players, and just like that, Gothic Knights get another on the board.
That was mad. That was absolutely mad. Arguably undeserved. I'm going to say that because of the way that gunfight went on towards the kind of shot/garden area. But at the same time, though, when you can pop off with 2 kills like that, I mean, the defenders need to be doing better there, Hazza. That's one thing I'll say. But at the end of the day, so well played there by Swahili to actually manage to clutch that up for NGCU. And well, look at this. The operator raining off with its screams of warning.
Yeah, I mean, just the forward thinking there for them, for Swahili to try and go for that one, and well, they're just going for this one as well. Manages to tag out 2 players actually, and it's Raffy Paffy in the back lines that gets dropped by the Hunter's Fury on that occasion. Ultimate coming in through the null command from Psycho, a little bit too late to deny the Viper's Pit, but Dark picks out Greedy Vipers on that occasion, and now the advantage starts to look like it's sitting with ESU Warriors. Low HP on the Astro of Paparama, able to find Swahili regardless. That core yet to be stabilized, and well, actually the Snakebite is perfectly placed to stop that from coming on through. Now the 3 versus 2 confirmed. Dark just trying to look for a way into this ultimate, but Sasha and Demiurge are working so well around it, doesn't matter. The Sharks, they circle in on their prey, and they get that defuse over the board. 5-5, the scoreline tied up. I mean, Gothic Knights, we thought that their performance had maybe dipped just a little bit, but ESU Warriors, this isn't the most respectable scoreline at 5 apiece. As long as that status quo is maintained, Gothic Knights are going to be pretty happy with the way that they've played this half, especially after our comments in the pre-game, looking at the fact they have those 2 Sentinels and the Viper to contend with on the defender's side.
I mean, the thing is, though, Hazza, realistically, right now, what you'd be thinking is, for the defenders of the attackers of NGCU right now, I mean, we said that, like, kind of the fact that we're probably expecting the double Sentinel to be benefiting those when they go into the defense. That's probably when we'll see them do so well. And right now, I mean, they're really putting up a fight. Arguably at the start of the half, as we were saying that, I mean, ESU don't even look as if they've got a chance in this. A little bit of early chip damage towards Sasha there. That's unfortunate. They're going to lose about 50 HP, which will not be good for the later gunfights.
Yeah. No, I absolutely love that fragment grenade there. I think it lands on a little notch outside of the wall. And the thing with KO's grenade is the closer you are to the center, the more damage it will do. So that crux of the nade there, finding its way onto the ultimate orb and doing big damage early on. So obviously with no armor, there's not too much you can do. And while Swahili takes a shot to the head, not much you can do there either. ESU Warriors looking very comfortable in this round. Psycho just spotting out Justin on the Sheriff as well. Not wanting to overstep any more than is necessary. On those kinds of rounds, you don't want to fight against the Sheriffs. It's never a favourable matchup, especially after you've already peaked that headshot angle once. So right now, all of the control just sitting with Warriors, and well, they're not going to want to throw away a gun or anything. So Demiurge, Rafi's going to have to be very careful here to not walk into a burst of any kind.
Yeah, you don't really want to give anything away while they're on the equal. I mean, right now it seems as if they want to take the gunfights, and Poporama wants to do it as well, and they're more successful. 3 on the round. Rafi Pafi just helping out there, flawless for those defenders. And right now, if we're looking towards ESU Warriors, they'd be absolutely gunning, absolutely bursting with excitement to maybe get that 7-5.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a great opportunity to do so. Operator goes into the hands of Dark for, you know, not the first time this game, but it feels as if maybe their impact could have been a little bit more than what we've seen already. So the perfect opportunity for them to do so. Only 1 away from the lockdown as well. Not too many opportunities here for the attackers' side to get any ultimates going. They have a lockdown of their own soon, potentially, but there we have it. Dark making a great impact early on by finding out that first pick onto Greedy Vikas and giving that potential opportunity to find that more favourable 7-5 scoreline.
I mean, the thing is, though, as I was saying, we're talking about ESU Warriors, we also need to talk about NGCU. I mean, if they go into this next half 6-6, I'd probably favour them going into the next half. But, I mean, at the same time, still plenty of time to go before we get to that stage. There's still 1 minute and 10. Weirdly enough, Justin... I was about to say Justin Arena has the spike. Should it not be on someone like Sasha? But not when you can see Dark just popping out from absolutely nowhere and picking up a nice little frag through mid. This is where that Viper Scream would be so important.
Yeah, Dark bringing some real light to this round for their team. Now only a couple away. If they can, yeah, like I said, 7-5. The difference between that and 6-6, not too great, but it can mean that if you aren't winning out the pistol round, you have a little bit more of a buffer to try and sit with. The scoreline either way will likely be favouring that Gothic Knight's side, but not if Poporama keeps playing as they have been. Just a swarm of kills there, and it's a simple cleanup, just like that for ESU to get that one over the line. And well, like we predicted, 7-5 will read the score. Looking at the players' individual scores on the board here, what's really standing out to you? For me, I mean, yeah, like I said, Poporama doing big work now, almost deadlifting their entire team with twice as many as anyone else. Dark, actually, it's important to note, had gone from bottom to second just like that. So a few quick kills can really turn the tide for any of these players at this point in time.
Well, Hazza, this is it. This is the moment that we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that NGCU probably have a more defender-favoured comp. I mean, the way that they can set up the kind of chamber traps for that information, the way they can use the Killjoy utility to kind of lock down a full site. It's going to be really interesting, but the one that I'm interested to find out is where they've put their Viper smoking already. We're seeing it's almost kind of trailing off from mid all the way on towards short there. That's going to kind of deny, but Justin's pushed right out. Could he maybe get 1? Could he be good for maybe even 2? Not even good for any. Has a drop before you even know it.
That's a really hard angle to try and contend with sometimes because the players can just move out so swiftly, and while Greedy Vikas caught in a very tough spot. That recon bolt making it almost impossible for them to navigate around with the shorty. Good for 1, maybe in your wildest dreams on the shorty anyway, but in that situation, no chance whatsoever. Aldrone coming through, gets a ping, looking for a spam here, these players. ESU Warriors on the attack, and well, proving exactly why that's the case, being oh so potent and just holding on to the space that they've already created. will get leveled out a little bit more though. Gothic Knight's able to find one through Demiurge, and now that retake has got to come through. Got to isolate those fights on the site, and Swahili finds the first.
Oh, just unfortunate. They're down to the 2 versus 2, make it 2 versus 1. Swahili, good enough on their own, and they're going to prove it right here, right now in the 1 versus 1, but maybe the time's too long. Maybe it's just going to take too much. Dark's going to peek out, waste too much time. Swahili gets dropped. Well played from Dark and that post plant to just get out the site, just deny that kind of plant. Sorry, the defuse, I should say, on that spike. It was so well played all in all. 8-5, the scoreline has a...
Time already conceded there. I don't think there was any chance that Swahili was able to get the diffuse unless they had found that headshot swiftly after connecting with Poporama. Dark plays it nicely in the post plant. And now we find ourselves in a tough situation for NJCU. I mean, they're on the back foot in terms of rounds, and it's just going to depend whether they succumb to that mental loss as well, and whether that's something that they're going to struggle with, really, because they are on the back foot, but they have the more preferential side, I think, is what we were trying to argue earlier. And, well, not only that, they aren't going to be able to force here either. They didn't get the spike plant, which is why Warriors are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. So it's just going to be about damage at this point in time, as it's looking like their default is a little bit more towards B.
Yep, it really is. Another thing that we could say, Hazard, we're saying about NGCU's comp being a little bit more defender-sided. Maybe you could argue ESU Warriors is more attacker-sided with a double initiator there.
Yeah.
Lots of information, and oh, they've not got the right information for the player in towards market. Good for one, Hazard, and TP'd out with the rendezvous. Absolutely perfect from the chamber, and that's going to be an upgrade for one of those players.
That's really, really good chip. And well, actually, there's a loaded chip from Sasha as well. She's jumping up and down with a classic, and those bursts are doing a lot of damage. Dark collects a headshot of their own, and just like that, it puts them on tipping point. Vicus has finished them off. Demiurge with the snake bite. Just like that, a round which we didn't really even conceptualize was even a possibility here for the Gothic Knights. They've managed to claw it out the bag. Not only that, 3 players left to come and scalp those Spectres off of the corpses of those Warriors players. A magnificent turnaround, and will do bounds for their confidence early on.
Not only just confidence, I think of the economy as well. They're going to save up 3 Spectres, which, let's be honest, on any day can really, contend with rifles. And sometimes, when you're going up against pistols, you really favour yourself. Even Swahili's picked up an Odin, and this is the kind of spam tactics that we were talking about earlier. Oh, I really am looking forward to this one to see if anybody falls prey to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It doesn't look like anyone is queuing up towards B at the moment, except for Dark, who is well aware of the recon bolt there, so not looking to get involved early on. This owl drone, though, could yet ping them, and, well, it's not going to hit this time around. Just goes past one of their toes, keeps them on their feet, and it just looks like ESU Warriors are slowing things down a little bit, trying to play Gothic Knights at their own game, the way that they were so patient looking for that opening, because when you've only got those sheriffs, you're going to be just looking for those headshot angles, those oversteps that you can punish. You turn one gun into a few more frags, and it's a great opportunity to get something on the board. Right now, it is sort of that bonus, you know? They don't have too much money to work with. They're just going to have to see if they can find anything, and it's going to be towards short that they'll first go hunting.
It really is. Oh, that's perfect. That snakebite just to deny the area, not allow players to move through, because if they're all vulnerable, has a one Spectre, it'd be like a hot knife through butter. Right now, nothing has gone through anybody. A nice shot dart to just clear out that short corner. Another snakebite to make people vulnerable, but oh, look at the gravity well. That's really put the Viper in a bad position. Seems to be a trade somewhat of numbers. Seems to be gunfights happening elsewhere.
Oh yeah, and well, Dark actually managed to find Swahili, who'd pushed up towards B there. So now there is a weapon in the hands of those players, and they're looking to shift the spike towards the site, but I don't think there's enough time, Cairo. I do not think there is enough time to get that plant down, and Greedy Vicus makes sure that that is especially the case. Dark gets dropped, no opportunity for them to try and do anything. Psycho pushes out to get damage done late in the round. Sasha will collect one from a turret as well for a quick double on the crescendo of that one. And now the score reads 8-7. Weaponry fairly even across both teams. Greedy Vikings actually buying up an operator. So this is going to be an interesting one to contend with. Ultimates have sort of been few and far between in this game as a whole, I feel like. No one really trying to play for those ults or ultimate orbs too often. But Sasha only one away from the lockdown, and that could really be a difference maker here. With that being said, on the other side, lockdown already in pocket.
That spam coming through, but gains absolutely nout there. Hazard making a nice little, somewhat of a smiley face question mark. I don't know. I'm really bad with making artistry and all that nonsense. A couple of shot darts for Chip here. Hazard. They're trying to see if they can maybe get the lockdown. Oh, just unfortunately not able to do so. They're gonna have to drop all the way back into Boathouse. Will they get out? No, they won't actually detain. But the operator looking in towards CT will start to rain off. It's Reign of Terror. They're gonna get a freebie all the way in. Boathouse, Raffy, Paffy picking that off. But look at the defenders. They're absolutely rampant as a... Just like that, they're picking them up. Absolute freebies. We find ourselves all the way to 8-8.
Yeah, it looked like things were maybe getting a little bit tough in the site. Swahili got detained round the back. It was a freebie, but just as those attackers, the warriors, start to charge on in, the cavalry come along for the knights, the trusty steeds carry them through defenders spawn, and just like that, it's a clean up duty for them. And well, Sasha manages to get a few more as well towards B. She's been doing really, really well just keeping that B site under lock and key. The setups sort of changing in their variations round by round, which is so important to keep the opposition guessing as to what they're trying to run into. And it'll be interesting to see how they try and contend with it this time around. Greedy Vikings pushed up towards short. We'll maybe see the shoulder there of Psycho. Actually is going to invest the rendezvous all the way to just rotate out of that one. And right now, Warriors just trying to use that Blade Storm as maybe an avenue to find something from this round.
Well, they're all stuck in an avenue right now, and as I say, that Dark makes the entry with the knives, and well, it does so well, picking up Justin. Going to go straight towards Heaven. They know where the operator is. They know where Greedy Vicus is now after they picked up one. Traded out right now. Lockdown available for the retake, and as well as that, the Tour de Force and maybe even a Cosmic Divide for this round. Right now, they're just trying to gain information, and the only information they're getting is the information of where the death is calling, and it just seems to continue right now. It's all up to Dark. They bring out the rifle. They'll drop the AWP, but not for long, as Demiurge will be able to pick up Dark there. 9-8. The defenders rallying round with this momentum right now, Hazard.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost seems like the Warriors right now are relying on the work of Dark as that sole duelist to try and make space for their team. They've been a bit quiet on the defenders' side, but have really come into their element now. For the attackers. Unfortunately, that hard work just isn't quite enough to get them over the board. And, well, once again, we're going to see a variation come through. Sasha's moved her utility towards A this time, and there's plenty of teammates there to set up as well. That operator towards B, combined with a recon bolt, loads of space taken on the other side of the map. So these defenders have got to be aware of where the attackers are coming from. With that being said, Justin oversteps just a little bit, and the sole duelist of that side loses out.
Look at this, Hazard. They've actually entered in through the smoke. I was going to talk about how the Viper screen had actually been able to deny lines of sight, but look at this. They don't even know where the Viper is, and they popped off. Absolutely huge. A shutdown, though, Hazard. And it's down to a 2 versus 2. With the stabilising core coming through, Hazard's down to a 3 versus 2, which will be huge for these attackers. The plant being initiated and confirmed, which means the retake needs to come through soon.
The retake will start to come through. Greedy Vicus finds the first one onto Ruffy Paffy. That shock dart not quite finding anyone there, trying to thread the needle as Greedy Vicus using that utility again to just try and make their way out, but they don't. Psycho trades it out, and now it's the 1 versus 1. Hell versus Heaven. What can be done to try and navigate this battle? Psycho just holding the sightlines, waiting for the drop. It comes through. The spam through the side of the box. Not quite enough. Psycho finishes things off. The scoreline still ever so tight. 9-9 it reads. And Warriors, they're able to... well, they struggled to get that one over the board, actually. Oh, no, they do. The Warriors do. I'm sorry, it was the colour of the text. Fantastic.
Has a 9-9 the scoreline. A nice little bit of drama to start off our night here. And this is it. This is where it all begins. Right on a cent. I mean, both teams are absolutely brawling for this, just as a map point. Remember, there's still another 2 maps to go potentially, depending on how Bind goes and depending. Well, I mean, we've got Icebox to contend with from that point. I think that was a tour de force being procced there by the Gothic Knights, which is going to be great here. Only see if Greedy Vicus maybe chomps off a bit more than they can chew. As we just see, it's more default play, more info gain here, and well, oh my god, he's actually been able to pick up one, has he?
Dark will get a trade onto Demiurge, who'd been playing like a demigod of sorts on previous rounds. Poporama will find that one with the Spectre, and well, these are just upgrades for the attacking players. Every pick that they're able to find will go their way, even if it is traded out, because of the way that they're set up into this round. Dark still holding on that operator, just trying to see what they're able to find. Adamant that someone might overstep, and well, we've seen it happen so many times. The sort of aggressive nature of these defending players, even though they have those 2 sentinels to try and sit back on. They could get cozy, you know, pull up a chair. It's Valentine's Day, you know, eat some chocolates or whatever, right? But no, they're always just looking to try and create as much space as they possibly can, and it gets punished on that occasion. Now they're shifting their focus over towards A. Will we see that KO knife come through? Because they were able to do it so greatly on the previous round. It completely shut down the way that Sasha was playing. And, well, it won't be able to on this occasion. The Killjoy ult comes through. If that spike is going to go down, it's going to have to happen very quickly.
Yeah, it really is. It is going to get confirmed, but it will get many. Only the one stuck on towards Jenny. I think that is actually just going to be denied just with the Cosmic Divide and the way that they're playing. Yes, it is. The player is back up and ready to go with a rifle. They do know where he is. Justin going to dismiss out of there. Sasha picking up another. It's down to a 3 versus 2 Hazard. Do they... No, they're not even going to be able to. Poporama just picked up easy as that. So well played. That place, that Cosmic Divide Hazard almost won them the round.
Yeah, it was actually really, really nicely done by ESU as well. I like the use of the Cosmic Divide, like you said, to just cut off those sight lines, make it so easy for them to try and get into the site. But then Psycho didn't really do themselves any favors. I love the Astro utility from Poporama. They used the Nebula smokes to give them cover while they were detained, to just buy them a little bit of extra space to try and work with. But right off the back of that, they overstepped, got caught in the Owl Drone. That Recon Bolt pinged them. From that point onwards, there's not too much that you can do. The round is lost, and Gothic Knights start to charge into the lead for the first time.
Not only that, Hazel, you think towards the kind of the way that the players are kind of popping off. It's Poporama that's been a real highlight here for ESU Warriors. And I'm not saying like your kind of smoke players can't pop off, but what I'm trying to say is you should really be expecting your initiators to be doing more, helping out. I mean, you should really be expecting Dart to be the one right up there. I mean, at their second frag, but I mean, we want to see them first frag because they're the entry, they're the duelist. And well, already has a, it seems as if the duels are not going to go their ways. Greedy Vicus picks up 2.
Just walking into the crosshairs and getting put into an absolute bloodbath. Justin finds 2 of their own, Greedy Vicus with a couple on the operator, and just like that, they find themselves within touching distance now of collecting that match point and securing at least an overtime on what is their map pick. So Gothic Knights looking really, really strong here early on, despite the fact that they didn't have the agent selection that maybe they would have wanted. We're seeing Sasha playing towards A once again, where it looks like that push is going to come in from. This defense has been very, very fluid at times. The way that they've set up once again, I mean, we're seeing Greedy Vicus move that operator towards top mid this time. Are they able to find anything? Doesn't look like it. Nebula Smoke will shut them down for the time being, but the way that they've set up, the fact that they have so much utility to try and contend with, they can always be fluid in the way that they set it up. And well, even now, Raffy Paffy with that lockdown has a Hunter's Fury to maybe contend with, so not just going to be a surefire push for them.
There's also the Viper's Pit that they could lock down a site at any moment in time if they really wanted to, if they really decided that's the best option. If maybe Eco gets a bit bad by Judge up and looks if they're going to actually bait with a lockdown, interestingly enough, Hazard.
Oh.
That's going to be huge.
Yeah, so they know that the Hunter's Fury is in pocket, and well, actually, it doesn't look like they're even going to bother using it. And well, the footsteps will have been heard here by Justin as well, actually, towards B. It's caused a rotate. Justin's good for one by themselves anyway. Recon Dart is huge to just pick out the position of Dark towards Market. The spike dropped right in the choke point of the site, and well, Warriors, they're lacking direction. They don't have the sight lines. They're caught in a really tough spot. They have to find some kind of a frag to bail them out, and Savgets will try and find that first one.
It's going to be a huge first frag. There we go. The information has been gained on Justin's positioning. Dark is gained on the Sova. He's going to pick up Justin. That's huge. Cuts open the sight. Sasha picked up in towards the spawn. What looked like a hopeless round was finally rescued. A nice idea at the start, Hazza, but maybe not the best execution.
That one has just collapsed in the hands of the Gothic Knights. It surely should have been their opportunity at reaching match point there, but they needed that pick. They needed that pick so badly to get them out of market. And well, Savgets was the one who was getting that one, and it was just instrumental in opening things up. That inch of space becomes a meter to a mile, and just like that, it's another one on the board. Now only one away between the two teams. And still, things just looking like they could shift at any point in time. Swahili investing that Hunter's Fury early on, now that they know the lockdown is no longer in play. Maybe a waste, as it's yet to find anything.
Wasn't even kind of any premonition of information there. I don't know why. It just seemed like a bit of a waste. Psycho, he's not wasting any bullets, anything at the moment in time. Nice little hand flash there to go through. Pop flash almost. Psycho with the second of the round. Can he pick up another? The Viper stuck in towards shot here. Who's locked in with who at this moment in time? Just the spray to come through. Finally, Psycho picks up the Viper. There is still Sasha there, the player in towards Heaven. Can they pick up the KG? They look away at the wrong time, which may mean a potential freebie there. No, Psycho. He's turning out to be a bit of a psycho as he's picked up 4 on this round. Swahili, the last player remaining on towards Heaven.
And Psycho's gunning for the ace here as well. The absolute maniac won't be able to get it on this occasion. Swahili shuts them down, being a star performer for the Gothic Knights in their own right. Can they get any more? No, they cannot. Raffy Paffy shuts them down and levels things up at 11-11. Cairo, I don't think this is where we saw this half going. I mean, even saying that, looking at the scoreboard, it's been all of the Knights right now. NJCU having the majority of the rounds. This is the only time that the Warriors have been able to string more than one together. It really is just off the back of that first half that you somewhat feel at this point in time. It's so hard to judge, really. Both teams being quite level, but having patches where they're more dominant than others.
Yeah, it really is. Not frustrating, not it's exciting, but it's just like we see moments of brilliance and then they just seem to fade and disappear, and you're like, where did it go? Maybe there is sometimes a little bit of an equal round sometimes, and that's that could potentially be what it is. But other times it just worries me.
I mean, there are certainly questions to be asked, and well, questions that will be answered surely as we see this series progress. This being only the first map of the 3, but it's certainly delivered thus far. An eco round for the defenders to try and make work. We've seen them do it before. It was a great eco round on the second of the half that was able to chain them a successive 4 in a row, and well, they're only going to need 2 here if they can pick it up. Psycho putting some utility in early on, and just like that, Demiurge is an easy pickup for them. Lots of utility in towards the side. Vicus good for 1, but that's going to be it for the time being. Justin playing around that generator box with the Vandal, but not going to be able to do much for long. The flank is perfectly timed by Rafi. So much space taken, and now Swahili has to worry about that short player as well. The door has to be broken, the window has to be broken. Their position is all but given away at this point in time. A 3 versus 1, looking at match point. Do they have it in them?
I mean, this is it, Hazza. Do they have it in them? Got to find 3. Will they even find one? The KO knife giving away all the information. Time just ticks away. We're going to pick up that Bulldog. Not even going to get anything with it. Has a 12-11 here. Maybe we are cursed, Hazza. Maybe we are cursed with overtime with every series that we play, or every series that we cast, I should say, sorry. We're not playing. Because this is potentially what's on the cards is NJCU opt now to finally get those rifles online. We'll see how that kind of interaction. It's weird because we're talking about how NGCU, after that first half, well, potentially they could be the ones to move forward. They could be the ones to really take things. And I mean, with a comp that wasn't really theirs, I mean, can they make it work, kind of thing? And now has it's totally flipped on their head.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, well, we said before about an ultimate maybe being invested to just try and bail them out of a hard spot, and well, the Gothic Knights backs against the wall, match point not in their favour. That Viper's Pit will be committed towards A main. However, the push is coming in on the complete opposite side. I'm not sure how much the Warriors have read into this, but it looks to be playing into their hands for the time being. With that being said, the trademark towards short, there's a lot of space towards A, but for a very, very short man count. So the stack is actually quite good for these players on the Warriors side. Dark has a Cloudburst, which they could use to try and navigate the trap. As it does get spotted out, the information is there. The rotate comes through, but so does the null command, and they're starting to head in towards the B site. Only Swahili to defend it from the back. The rest of those players locked out from CT.
Right, well, it seems as if the information has been gained on Swahili and they'll absolutely execute on top of him. They're going to get that spike planted, but look at this, Hazza. That's a great denial of entry in towards the site, using that Hunter's Fury to gain information on top of that. The spam to come through the wall to see if they can pick up Justin, but not to be. Finally, it is to be. Sasha stuck out with the Cosmic Divide. This looks as if this is already over. 2 versus 5 here. It's all up to the 2 remaining players.
5 versus 2 situation. Sasha just tossing that turret into the void. The Cosmic Divide swallows it up as those players will destroy it instantly. Recon Dark just trying to see what they can make work here. Psycho on the charge, as they always are, hungry for more. Manages to find Demiurge, and the trade comes through. Warriors, they beat Gothic Knights on their map pick. And as we head over towards Bind, they look in control at this point in time. With that being said, Cairo, it was a very, very close matchup. I don't think that at any point it really seemed like either team were in the driver's seat or really just looking to get it over the line. The sort of balance shifted back and forth constantly, but it is ESU that come away with that first victory.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we really couldn't pick up who was going to win that one. Back and forth again, as you've already said. I mean, we're talking about comps. We're trying to predict exactly what was going to happen, but we really couldn't. I mean, we've got a wonderful producer here. He'll be able to kind of throw up those map bands in a second, Hazard, so we can remind ourselves whose map pick that was. But I mean, throughout that full map, I mean, you would think that both teams, it was their map pick, but no, look at this, Hazard. It was actually NGCU.
Yeah.
The Knights that was their pick, and the other ones ended up losing.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying a little bit in the pregame, right? So we saw that this was going to be Knights map pick going into Ascent, it being that map who you would really say is anyone's game. It's so open. We spoke about the way that both teams control mid. I think it's interesting to note, right? The way that those mid fights went, that wasn't really where most of the action was being contended. I think for the most part, the teams that had the most success were playing a lot of control over the map. The reason why I like the Knights comp coming into this, having the Killjoy and the Chamber, was that when they were on the attack, they could just post up so much utility to have that control and then just wait for those pushes to come through. And well, that's how they managed to exploit so much space. ESU, though, just a little bit more clinical, I suppose, when it came round to it. They didn't have the best defender side at the start, but like you said, that double initiator comp proving to be very, very valuable on that attack.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, on top of that, I mean, the executes that were coming through, I mean, the fact that we saw Dark just get right in, get down and dirty. I mean, the duelist entries were absolutely, I'm not going to say perfect because sometimes they kind of fell apart. But at the same time, though, others, it was really, really confident. The fact that they had the information to aid that in such a competent duelist in the end, I mean, I wasn't kind of giving them, I was just kind of criticising, saying, well, I kind of wanted to see more. And eventually we did see more from Dark
Mm.
towards those last couple of rounds.
Yeah. And, well, there's plenty more to see. I think we're going to be going to a short break before we get over to the second map of Bind. ESU Warriors currently holding that lead 1-0. 13-11, that first map of Ascent being NCSU's map pick, of course. So we will see you after a very short break where it is ESU that hold the lead. But is there still a chance for them to get back into it? We'll see. Hello,
Holy.
everyone, and welcome back to NECC Emergence Yellow. I was fully expecting Cairo to be doing the intro there, but what would it be
Oh,
without a
mate.
little Valentine's Day blunder between the two of us? Lovebirds, obviously, just staring at each other, too infatuated to say anything. But yeah, welcome back. We've just seen that first matchup between ESU and NJCU there, and well, ESU they managed to win out their map pick or win out the map pick of the Gothic Knights. Sorry. So that means they currently hold the advantage going into Bind, which was their choice. We spoke about this one before. You know, the map's been in the game for a while. It's been in since
Yeah.
the beta. Teams should feel comfortable on it, but if they can really pull the strings with those rotates and the teleporters, could pose a lot of problems here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing though, Hazza. Bind's a weird map because you always talk about good teams and bad teams on Bind. Sometimes people just can't crack the code on the execution heavy. The fact that you can use the teleporters, play those mind games, kind of similar to Haven and the kind of IGL's dream. So we'll need to see how good the IGLs on either team are on calling those rotates and playing those mind games, and well, even playing on those executes. I'm gonna maybe say I fancy ESU here because they were actually so good on using their double initiators.
Yeah, so if we go into, I think we'll be shortly going into agent select to see what kind of agents we're going to be seeing on this match between the two teams. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what we get on Biden. I think we're more likely to maybe see a Raze or Viper like we saw before. If maybe Demi will be trying to play that agent again, it could have a lot of control for their team really in sort of dictating across the map as well, not only on those executes on the attack, but then also through the teleporter giving good coverage towards B as well.
I was actually, by the way, just so you know, like the stream could hear me, but you couldn't. So that's
Yeah,
a really interesting dynamic that we've just had there.
yeah.
We will be. I think we are getting to get ready almost to get into those agent selects, Hazard. But the thing I was just kind of saying that you couldn't hear was the fact that
Yeah,
I fancy ESU more because of the double initiator combo that we were using in towards
yeah.
Ascent. I fancy that more on Bind because it's more execute heavy. That's what we saw from ESU. So I'm really interested to see how that one's gonna go.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the thing with Bind as well is it doesn't have like an open mid, sort of de
Mhm.
facto mid
Yeah.
area. So, I mean, teams can just get away with playing like a chamber by themselves to get that control. You can go put one of those trademarks in towards the market area, and that will be just enough to give you plenty of coverage. So, looking at the agents that we're going to be seeing here, we can see that Dark sort of teasing that raise, and it will get locked in. Being a better choice on this map, I think, maybe than Jet. Jet obviously still being a very omnipresent power across the metagame currently, but just the amount of utility that Raze brings in terms of damage, pure raw damage. The blast packs, maybe a little bit more for movement, but those paint shells specifically, and the showstopper, maybe if you want to use it as well, big damage. Not only that, the boombot even great at clearing corners, and something that we want to see a little bit more, as it looks like they are moving away from that double initiator. Actually, that is the sort of trade-off that you get. But having that boombot, it's more angles that you're able to take on board, the same way that owl drone does that job.
Interesting they've went for double smokes there, Hazza. A Viper and an
Mm.
Astra. Pardon me, sorry. Just something that you don't usually see. I mean, obviously, it'll help to kind of deny the lines of sight, stop that execution heavy focus. I'm really interested to see how this one's going to work out
Mm.
on ESU Warriors, but at the same time, though, we'll need to see exactly how the kind of Gothic Knights work with theirs. Double duelist. I mean, that's a really aggressive comp, but they start on the defense first, which will be an interesting kind of
Mm.
narrative to bring out moving forward into our first half.
Mm. Yeah, the double controller comp for ESU is one that which isn't actually too uncommon on this map. I think Astra and Viper is a great combination to have here. And I'm sure that can do them plenty of good in the post plant. I mean, even with the nano swarms and the shock bolts, there's so much that you have to contend with when you're playing retake. So if the Warriors play this correctly, they could be posing some real problems, even when they have lower buy rounds. As long as that utility is in pocket, it's an issue that will be constantly on the minds of the Gothic Knights players. So, starting out on this pistol round, we're going to see Vikas maybe opting for the shorty, which could be a fun little play here with that posted up towards Hookah. But for the time being, we're just going to have to see what happens. That sort of flank control, maybe not as strong with Sasha's Killjoy here as it would be with a chamber. And actually, it's not actually going to be a chamber for either side. Raffy Paffy will have to contend with the same kind of utility to try and sort that out.
Already? Oh no, I'm just waiting for this. Greedy Vicus
Yeah.
has got a shorty. We all know what's going to happen here.
Oh no!
Oh!
The timing just almost so bad. Pulls out the protractor, maybe just measuring up the angles there. Greedy Vicus almost getting caught off guard, and I mean, it's just a matter of moments as to whether this gunfight will come through. Surely Dark isn't just going to back up, and no, Greedy Vicus is the one to take the space this time and catches them with their pants down. That'll be a ghost that they can pick up to try and use here if they want, but it's the shorty that's going to be kept firmly in their hands for the time being. The jump peak comes out. Oh no, actually Psycho manages to connect a huge burst. And the Gothic Knights lose yet another player, one towards A and one towards B, where it's only Sasha here left to try and defend things. The Recon Dart will spot out their position, and now the players come storming in to try and take them down.
Yep, I mean, Hazard, that was so unfortunate, but so much chip damage done by the shorty. And look at this, all the frags are coming out now. Seems if the frenzy is on a little bit of a rampage. Justin trying to peek out from elbow. We'll see the Sova look towards Garden. Can they get the transfer? Can they pick up the last remaining player? Yes! What a nice little clutch there from NGCU. Justin in a 2 versus 1 situation. It looked all but over. The Sova looks the wrong way. And just like that, the Astra peeked out. But Haza wasn't able to land the shots. So well played by the Rays.
That was really, really nicely done from Justin. Just sort of having that presence of mind on the different angles and gets a really, really good timing onto Sav there to take them down. The 180 and that first headshot onto Poporama puts them at a real disadvantage in terms of HP early on. And that mental knock that they took meant that they weren't able to see that one out. Nice gunplay there to finish off the round. Well, something I want to highlight there as well is Sasha was able to survive in the site for the entirety of that time before the spike even got planted. They didn't try and flush them out even after the Recon Dart went there, and it was just a little bit more space the defenders had to try and work with. Greedy Vicus gets that first pick and, well, might look greedy for a few more here. Finds a second onto Poporama, the third onto Sav, and maybe even a fourth onto Rafi here as well, if they can find it. Just pushing up in past the turret, gets the next one onto Psycho, and it's an ace already. A flawless round as Greedy Vicus collects every single player on the ESU side, and the Gothic Knights, they're looking well up for this one.
Greedy Vicus, he looks absolutely raging, Hazza. He looks ready, he looks hungry after that one. My God, what a lovely ace that was. And NGCU send a resounding message to ESU that they are here and they're ready to play, especially on Bind. A hero rifle coming out for Greedy Vicus here at Hazza, which will be an interesting one. I don't know if I like that, but we'll need to see how the round plays out.
Demio is just going to be on the Marshal instead. And, well, it's one of those things where the Marshal just pairs so nicely with Jet because you're able to sort of dash in and out if you have to. Not taking too many fights where unnecessary. And, well, with it being one to the head, very, very easy to just pick those players off if the aim is right. Justin caught inside the gravity well. Will make it out and won't get made vulnerable from it either. Lots of players towards the short position, all 5 even. The charge led by Psycho, just trying to find out that first pick. Justin can't quite spot it out, so Lamp's control is expended. U-Haul now in a firm grip of those ESU players. This is the round you expect them to pick up, and they're looking to find those first few picks already. Advantage sitting firmly with them.
Really is. There is somewhat of a flank coming through who has. I want to see how much dividends that will pay up, as it's all up to Demiers and, well, the KJ to come in through the back. That is Sasha. Seems as if all control of shot and the spike site is firmly in favour of these attackers, and you can see why. Psycho picks up Swahili, Sasha gets dropped, only 1 player remaining. It's all up to the controller, it's all up to the Viper, but how good are their fangs? We're able to get 1 here. That's at least 1 to kind of fell to that, but no, just like that, Psycho will pick up their opposing number. The attackers win their first round. 2-1 is the score, and that's, I mean, a fairly respectable score considering that they only lost 1 rifle in that last round.
Yeah, I think the real issue there for the Gothic Knights is that it's a real lack of team play and coordination there on that round. I don't think there was a single pick which was refragged whatsoever. I think, the only pick of the round in the end was that one from Demiurge at the very crescendo. So, yeah, not playing off of each other, which is something that you certainly want to be seeing, especially on those sort of lower gun rounds where you need that coordination to make the most out of what you've got going for you. And early on, we're going to see an orb picked up and a Bladestorm invested to just try and bolster the arsenal of these players early on, as Justin looks to try and find the head of Psycho and will find it convincingly. A Boombot through the TP as well to collect some extra information as that spike looks to converge towards the B site.
Seems as if a nice little bit of information actually from Swahili to identify the players on towards long. So the spike stuck in Hookah means that it will have to be a B execute right now, and they're just doing the key work here to find out where players are. There's already an entry, and it is from the KG. It's from a Sentinel, not someone you'd usually link with a spike initiated to rotate coming through. It's a 4 versus 4 fight on this site for a retake.
And that lockdown is available, so if Rafi was able to find the space and make their way back to long, they could really try and stretch this round out as much as possible. Players looking to push through that poison cloud in CT. Greedy Vicus has them pinned in towards the tube, and Demiurge will find both as Vicus makes their way over towards the site with the dash. I mean, just look at it. The picks come all the way through for every single one of those players. And it's cleanup duty once again. NJCU get on the board. They shut things down off the back of that bonus round and look much more cohesive as a unit.
They really do look like a cohesive unit. That's probably the great bit of vocabulary for them right now, Hazza. But the thing is, though, right, if you're an ESU Warriors fan and you're sitting there maybe shaking a little bit thinking, oh no, don't let Gothic Knights get back into this one, maybe finish this up 2-0, come on. But, I mean, realistically, Hazza, Bind is a defender-sided map. Or it's something that we kind of expect. I mean, fair enough, we're seeing some great plays and some nice flashy stuff. But right now, all in all, I mean, don't count ESU out just yet. It's only 3-1.
Yeah, well, not only that, ESU, their comp, we spoke before, it's that double controller with the Killjoy as well. So plenty that they've got to try and work from, a good base, a foundation, if you will, to present themselves on this round. Rome wasn't built in a day, but it looks like Greedy Vicus is just going straight for the foundations as they rip it all down. A triple for them. Demiurge finds one as well. A double, sorry. A triple between those two players, which have combined so greatly. It eventually is towards the Showers position. Now all left on Psycho. I mean, you can talk as much as you want about it going to the second half, but the team that are leading the charge on this side of things right now is NJCU.
I mean, the charge is, probably the best way to describe it. That's what it is. It's an assault into the attacker's spawn, straight through Showers. Nobody was able to survive there. It was just constant gunfights. We were asking the last match about aggression and maybe the defenders needing to take a step foot forward and take the gunfights to the opposing team. But Hazza, my God, talk about taking gunfights. It just seems as if we should probably be asking them to maybe take a step back because they'll eventually get picked up.
Lots of utility going towards that corner there, maybe combined with a gravity well to stop these players from having Showers control. But, I mean, it's a lot of utility expended early on, and it's no extra territory gained for ESU. So they're just throwing things into the void right now. And like you said, it's those gun duels which you either completely ignore it and you give up so much space, which is extra information in the hands of NJCU, or you take those fights and you lose out. So what they've got to try and do right now is get those picks. And, well, they've found one elsewhere towards that short position as Greedy Vicus pushes up and kneecaps Psycho on the low HP. That turret will spot them out if they decide to go any further. But for the time being, they've got a good off-angle posted up. And it looks like these Seekers will confirm that the rotate has definitely come through towards B.
Right, it seems as if the Seekers are going to gain great information as to where this execution is coming from. It's going to be B, but Hazard, they're going up long, which is, let's be honest, very capable to kind of go through the teleporter and find a way on A, which is why one player, the Viper, no, he's actually not been left on A, Hazard. And look at this, with that being that notification, the rotate comes through.
Yeah, that's actually a completely free opportunity for them to get the spike down here. And with the time ticking low, it's going to have to get planted. The fact of the matter was, you thought, maybe there was a chance that they would get away with not getting the plant down simply based on the fact they had nothing to build upon. But they will get that, so at least that is in the pocket for the time being. And not only that, it's a 2 versus 2. Weapons picked up and a great position as that Cosmic Divide gets dropped as the spike is on the triple box. A Viper's Pit also placed on towards the site, and a lockdown even. Lots of ultimates invested into this round. Much importance placed by ESU, and they're going to have to go chasing. The Nano Swarms will stop the defuse for the time being, but they could still get caught out here. Raffy Paffy able to find one, and Greedy Vikas will get detained, but I'm not too sure about the time. Is there enough? They're crawling towards the spike to try and get it over the line, but there is not enough. Greedy Vikas shot down by the work of Raffy Paffy. And so much importance placed, so many ultimates invested, and it pays off. ESU, they get another on the board by the skin of their teeth.
The skin of their teeth has what a play by the two remaining players. Cosmic Divide, I mean, the fact that we're able to get those 2 frags in towards the defender spawn, absolutely gorgeous. So well played. And not only that, Hazza, from that last round, look at their economy. Look how much, like, this is kind of a coin flip round when it comes to the economy of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, things sitting so close, and we spoke about the Cosmic Divide briefly there as well. I also want to mention, I think the fact that the way it had been placed was defending the lockdown, so they couldn't have broken it, and that is exactly what they needed to get that round over the line. Like you said, though, now things teetering on a knife's edge. Economy could shift either way in the following rounds. It's whoever decides to go on the front foot and make this one for the taking. Viper's Pit available for ESU as well, so plenty of things to build off of if they're able to collect some control here of that spike.
And we'll need to see Snakebite just denying a little bit of entry. I think they're still able to get through, but look at the utility there. Yeah. Psycho just completely vulnerable in the middle of sight. Here we go. He's just unfortunately not able to get anyone with that Raze ultimate there. The Viper's Pit committed. Lots of gunfire here, there, and everywhere. It's a little bit like a war zone, and the war zone continues. Spike is down after that kill.
Viper's Pit is there, but, well, the defenders are actually making their way in, and they're doing good damage here. The spam coming through the box could almost be enough to send Psycho over the edge. Only 14 points of health. Swahili low as well, but peeking out with perfect timing, taking them down, and Dark getting finished off as well. Gothic Knights making what seems like an almost impossible retake. They get it done. Cairo, I've got to raise a couple questions there, right? So first of all, Gothic Knights, they were playing off of the site. Psycho was able to just charge in and mow down most of that utility. They made a really nice position on top of Tube. The ult comes through. It's the perfect angle to shut that down. So ESU looking in a really strong position, but then once that Viper's Pit comes through, it almost gives an opportunity for the Knights to find a way back into the site. A great flank in through Hookah, and things just seem to collapse. What went wrong? Now the timeout comes through. Gothic Knights maybe just looking to consolidate off the back of what was a great retake.
I think maybe they're just getting a little bit excited. Sometimes I was watching kind of one of the streams today. There's many esports games going off just now, and one of the things that they're talking about is the fact that sometimes kind of timeouts aren't just used for consolidating and fixing things. Sometimes it's used to settle, correct the mindset, and kind of move forward and look towards the future in that sense. And I mean, right now after that round, that's probably a great time to use it. And also, I mean, you might upset your opponents as well because maybe they're arguing, maybe they're a little bit upset, but at the same time, you might let ESU kind of bring themselves together and let them actually kind of collect their thoughts after that one.
Yeah, it can go both ways, really. It is a double-edged sword in that regard. And, well, Knights and Warriors both be happy to use that kind of weaponry, but we're yet to really see too much cutting edge from ESU on their attack at this point in time. The Gothic Knights looking a lot stronger, and they're going to be looking a lot stronger in terms of weaponry in this round. That timeout may be just a bit of salt in the wounds, but it is yet to be seen what can be done in this round. As well as that, ESU, they have that double controller comp. I mean, we spoke about how that could be used on the defense, but it's not really like they've tried to make some kind of a fake work on this attack. They've been very grouped up whenever they've tried to push the site.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually seen a proper default-ish style coming out here by ESU. think I don't think it's a much of a force. I think they're just buying for NECC, as we do see there was a couple of sheriffs. Eda Vikas has picked up one on towards Psycho. They're just trying to clear this utility right now. Oh, lovely shot from Dart. Gets rid of all the KG utility on B, making that extremely viable. And the rotate for the spike is coming through right now.
Another player lost towards Showers and another towards Short as well. Right now, it just seems like A is not the place to be if you are an ESU player. And for that reason in particular, they're going to be refocusing their efforts towards B. It would be a free plant, actually. Swahili playing towards Elbow, locked out of the site. And once again, this retake, the way that Gothic Knights are playing it, so passive. That being said, Justin charging straight in, but gets punished. Dropped to a 2 versus 2. Guns yet to be picked up. An eco round potentially to be converted for these players.
I mean, Hazard, they just seem to be letting an opportunity for ESU. Yeah, exactly. Poporama's going to get picked off there. Unfortunately.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, lovely. One more to go. Can they find it? No! Viper being able to find that frag Hazard. And finally, another round goes towards the Gothic Knights. But remember, Hazard, for ESU, that was another save/eco round for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a low buy, but they were still able to get so much done, like you said. So there has to be a level of commendation there to take away from it. And off the back of the timeout, maybe that's just what they needed to sort of refocus a little bit, using the Gothic Knights' decision to drop that timeout against them potentially. But this round, they're just going to be grouped up again, and it is towards that A side of the map, Cairo. This opening duel is going to be so key. We have to question whether they're going to be trying to take that presence towards Showers or not. The way that they've been using the utility to navigate this just hasn't been ideal until this point in time. So something's got to change. And well, right now, we're just seeing 4 players passive towards that side of Short. So much map control given up. And well, you can see on the other side of things, a player's already moved up towards B long and found that space. They know that there's no one here. With a Killjoy posted up towards B and their lovingness to be going for these retakes, it's a lot of players to try and defend this A site as that spike looks to be going down, but isn't even dropped yet as Greedy Vikas finds that one with the operator.
Crack of the whip has the rocket just unable to find that last player. Swahili gets on towards Savo. The spike being denied. That's absolutely huge. The Seekers to find the last remaining player. The defenders out of nowhere completely shutting down those players that are on the attack. And it just seemed as if that was potentially going to be able to work, especially when we saw the kind of Raze ultimate coming through. What I call the party popper. It's not a party popper. We all know that's a showstopper. And with that being said, Hazza, they were just unable to find that operator, which means... Wait, did they not pick it up for the next round?
I suppose not, but honestly, I'm not sure how much of a difference it's really going to make, Caro. I mean, obviously, it's a great weapon to have. Greedy Vikas had the Blade Storm, which would be the perfect complement to it, but right now, you just got to wonder what ESU can try and do. They're looking completely shaken, an entirely different unit from what we saw on that first map of Ascent. It's ridiculous to think that this is their choice of map, but we're yet to see that defender's side, so we can't call too much early on. 7-2 reads the score. Spike does make its way over towards B eventually. It started over at A, and well, we know that they're good at least taking this site. It's always going to be about that post plant. The way that Gothic Knights set up is very, very passive. They're happy to concede that spike, but they will keep control of Elbow, and an ultimate that they can put into that right now will be the lockdown, which is great for the retake.
It's going to be absolutely huge for the 9. Oh, the Viper on the flank has just been denied that space by those shock darts, but will the Viper went out against the Sova? I mean, we've seen so many times that Sova being able to drop players on rifles, and well, they're going to get that upgrade, and not before. They continue to...
coming in.
I never even noticed. It's halved. Look at the players on towards long. They're on low HP. They're just going to
finish it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Just like that. Round over.
Simple. Yeah, no problems. That's just going to be the defuse. There's barely any HP left on the Raffy Paffy, who maybe thinks twice about peeking out and is only left with a Sheriff to keep as a souvenir from the previous round. 8-2 now. A very, very dominant half so far from NJCU, looking to carry on momentum that they had in that previous Defenders half on Ascent, a map which wasn't able to go their way even though it was their pick, despite their best efforts. Now ESU Warriors have another buy round, another opportunity to try and make things work. But like a moth to a flame, it seems like they've been sucked in towards the A side of things again, a site which hasn't been working out for them thus far. Greedy Vikes is going to be taking some big damage though, but well, Dark is going to effectively trade it out, if you can even call it that. And with that heal available, the Nature's Growth on the Sky, it's just going to be as simple as rotating over to get that full HP back, and 3 players at 100 at least stationed towards A to try and stop this push.
Oh, Justin. Oh, lovely stuff from Justin there. Been able to use the aggression to great succession. Now only 2 players remain. Paparama left with their compadre, the KJ. Rafi Paffy, can they do it? Hazard, they're moving through towards Showers, but the Viper is waiting with open arms.
Rafi Paffy succession aggression. I'm loving the rhymes from you, Kara. Are you sure you weren't at the Super Bowl halftime show yesterday? You sure that wasn't you up on the stage? One of the legends of the scene? Yeah. Anyway, I mean, what other talking points are there really to be made about this round at this point in time? It's all but done and dusted. 2 versus 5. These last 2 players just looking to save. Spike in their possession, but it seems like there are players creeping towards their position. Swahili just seeing what's going on towards the cave position, nothing really happening. And I think NJCU happy to just sit, not really wanting to poke the beast and maybe delve into the hornet's nest, if you will. Turret station to, hold both of those angles, so nothing's really going to come of it. And now you've just got to be looking at getting that last round, right? ESU, the best scoreline that they can try and find at this point in time is 9-3. We said that this map's maybe a little bit defender-sided, but even so, with how good that they looked before, and even on the attacker's side, which was enough to get them over the line, it's really, really not ideal for them at this point in time. They've just got to try and get that this last round, and then work from the pistol. It's a springboard that they really need to be jumping on.
Well, we'll need to see exactly who's going to be springing, or who will have a spring in their step moving towards this next half. 9-3, very viable comeback, Hazard, but right now Greedy Vikings has other ideas, picking up Sav, and well, that's a Sova, that's information gone off the board. A couple of pings to come out there, maybe they knew about that Astro Star, potentially. They're just making things awkward right now, these defenders.
Yeah, Greedy Vicus on this operator has been absolutely class so far. And I think that's got to be it. That has to be the chamber pick that we saw coming through on the previous map. Not being the one that they wanted to opt for. And well, just look at that. Holding from a position where the lockdown isn't even going to make any effect. And even that Nebula smoke not causing any problems whatsoever. Absolutely zero capitalization from ESU. Both picks falling into the hands of the Jet player early on. And where do you really work from this? I mean, I think they've got to try and work from the base of the player that they have stationed towards A already. A really, really nice paint shells there to drop onto low HP, but Spike Carrier moves in towards the site. Shut down as simply as that. The Lurk of Psycho. Nothing to even fire from that, and 10-2 reads the score. A pistol round for NJCU right now would be curtains for ESU.
It really would. I mean, Hazard, that's it. I mean, the thing is, though, NJCU really understood their agent comp and what they had to do. I mean, the aggression that they had to use, and in the form of their 2 duelists, the way that they were actually taking space away from the attackers, it's been so well played so far. But as we were saying before, I mean, 2 controller comp for ESU. We need to see exactly how this one's going to go. For the map of Bind. I mean, as you've already kind of mentioned, a pistol round is all it takes to flip this map on its head, and we could be looking at a map 3. But not only that, ESU, in my opinion, have to also get through their bonus if they win the pistol. I think they have to win all 3 of the first rounds in this half.
I mean, Kyra, really, they've just got to win everything. At this point in time, you slip 1 round here, and you're already within touching distance of match point. You have no real room for error, and ESU already taking heavy damage. Paparama, that player who we saw do so much work for them on the previous map, just having nowhere near as much impact this time out, and already getting dropped below half HP. Plenty of space collected for NJCU, sorry, and orbs on both sides of the map collected as well. So just feeding into those ultimates early on, and you have to say their default is already looking a lot better than what we saw from ESU.
Yep, it really is. Wait to see exactly. Oh, a lovely couple of bullets there from Psycho. He's able to get one. Look at this, there's already players all low. They're finally going to be able to trade that one out. 4 versus 4, and the attackers are descending on towards the A site. But the thing is, though, do these defenders know? Well, it seems to be. ESU have picked up another, the spike planted. So right now, the attackers have done their job, but can they continue to do their job? Can they continue to defend? It seems likely. That's huge, that boom bot there. And finally, we're down to a 2 versus 2. Both teams have players on low HP. But what the hell's happening there? Rafi Paffy, who's just popped up and picked up Swahili, and now it's all up to Sasha. Can they make it work? The bot actually goes off the turret.
The turret.
And Sasha, oh no!
No
Sasha, wait! What?
No way! Sasha able to clutch that one up. Only 21 points of health. A turret bearing on down. The defuse probably could have been tapped even to bait them out. They have to peek. But no, Rafi Paffy loses it out 11-2. And now surely no way back for ESU. They have to force into this round. There's absolutely no alternative to it whatsoever. And I'm just lost for words, Cairo. It's such a tough one to bounce back from. At this point in time, you've got to be looking to that third map of Icebox. You've got to consolidate your thoughts. Poporama drops instantly. A Sheriff gone, and it'll be a secondary weapon into the hands of these players if they so desire. And, well, actually, Dark does good damage through the TP. Things not just over yet.
The thing is, though, is ESU have forced up into this one as well. So, I mean, the weaponry isn't lackluster. It's, well, competitive is probably the word I'd use. Rafi Paffy, though, how competitive are they? Not so. As we see right now, it's just a bloodbath on this site. 1 player remaining. It's Psycho on the flank. The Jet with a super dash comes out of absolutely nowhere. Like a bat out the night. Can Greedy Vikings find them? No, they can, but Demiurge can. 12-2 is the scoreline, and has it after that round. You can't help but feel this next one will be Gothic Knights, because they'll have the more advantageous weaponry. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where even if they don't have the weaponry, I still somewhat favour them to pull this one out the bag. When the score is sitting at 12-2, you have 10 more rounds than the other team. A little bit of quick math there for you guys in chat if you were wondering. But no, they have the superior weaponry. They pick up that round as well off the back of the Force, so they're always going to be looking in a better position. Not only that, their map control has been superb. They've been able to collect these ultimate orbs very, very nicely. So much hindrance here for ESU that they've got to try and contend with. They have to be a bit more proactive, and we're seeing that towards B-Long. A bit of more space has been taken, but more space conceded as a result towards Showers.
Oh, well, it would help if I was actually unmuted there to actually do and give away information. They're just saying there's a player stuck in hookah as the raise, but I don't think they know, and maybe the wraparound might pick up that Sova. Well, they'll know now as they start to peek out. Can they pick him up? The raise comes in from behind and picks him up. Where is the execute going to happen now? Is it going to be on towards A? The players really taking their time. Dark, though, what a great shot that is on towards the, well, I guess a talismanic player this half. Plenty of bullets and stuff to be traded right now. Has as a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 4 situation. The attackers just looking to try and isolate this fight. Only 1 player in towards the cubby position. Poporama with the Marshal. What can they do here? They get the first tag, the second as they scope in. Can't quite find their shot of Sasha. Trades things out, and that spike will look to get planted. A flank from Hookah. The Seekers just try and disparage that for the time being. It's going to have to go down inside the tube. Really pushed back in towards the site here. But actually, there is space towards CT just based on where the defenders are coming in from. What can they try and find? Dark, so many angles to try and clear. Hellfire comes in from Sasha. It's a huge quad. And just like that, the Gothic Knights will get it over the line. An insanely dominant performance after what we had just seen on Ascent. No less, it was ESU Warriors map pick Cairo, this series, it could really go anywhere from here. Icebox is a complete unknown in my mind.
Oh man, I mean, you say it's a complete unknown. It's a complete unknown for me as well. I mean, both maps have kind of been even ground in both times. I mean, first one, absolute bloodbath. Absolute kind of bloodbath, and the fact that both teams were at each other's throats. Second map, bloodbath for a completely different reason. ESU completely coming out the traps there and absolutely smashing their opponents. I don't think we could have predicted that one. Actually, I was predicting. No, wait, it was NGCU that came out the traps and started smashing opponents. ESU, sorry, it was their map pick. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, Hazza, ESU, I was expecting them to win that one, and they just didn't come out with it. I don't think the controller comp was worth it.
No, I think it's not necessarily the way that they played the comp. It was more the ideas that they had within the game, right? So they
Okay.
started out on the attacker side, and well, just the way that they played it, I'm not too sure. They had so much utility, right? You have a
Yeah.
Viper and an Astra through that double controller. You have gravity wells that you can look to try and work from. You have snake bites as well that you can funnel into those areas. They knew that showers control was a real point of contention, right? Something that they
Yeah.
needed to get a grip a hold of. You could just send an owl drone in there every single round. You don't have to take the contact yourself. You've got Nova Pulses, Gravity Wells, all of these kinds of things that you can use. We saw that utility come through, but a lot of the time they were just sat behind that poison cloud and didn't actually try and reach forward and take that space themselves. They could have been a little bit more proactive in doing so, but it's not what we saw, unfortunately.
That is not what we saw. Hazza, we are yet to see. There is one map still to go. We are waiting to get ready in towards map 3. So
Mm.
it seems as if I thought we were actually going to get ready to send straight
Yeah.
in towards that game, Hazza. It's not to be. We're actually going to take a quick 5-minute break. Don't go far. We'll be getting right into this one shortly.
Restore normalcy.
Right, well, we are back for map number 3 in this NECC, first match for the Valorant day. I'm Cairo, one of your casters, joined by the wonderful, the amazing Hazza. Hazza, break it down. How's this best of 3 been going so far?
Too kind. This best of three, I don't really know what to say about it. It's one of those ones where you almost feel as if the map that we just saw would have made more sense if it was at the beginning of the series. One of the
Yeah,
teams having a dominant start and then, it getting clawed back on the other team's map pick. But no,
yeah.
both teams losing out on their own map choice. Ascent being the first one and this bind map being way, way more dominant. From the side of Gothic Knights, ESU looking a little bit lost. Now they're going to have to steady their heads coming into Icebox being the third one on the score sheet. So it really is anyone's game. But I think maybe something I want to highlight just a little bit was Greedy Vikas on that second one.
Yeah.
Huge impact on the Jet and the Op. I mean, it's a classic combo. We expect it at this point in time, right? But on that first map, they were on the chamber. I don't think it was the choice they really wanted to go for, but they get it this time, right? They're hovering it on this map, so maybe I'm going to be proven completely wrong. But the way that they've been playing on Jet so far, I feel like it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't see them on it. Chamber, in their own right, brings a lot to the table. All you're missing out on is that double duelist, if that's even something to, class as a net positive. But other than that, both of these comps looking very, very standard. Viper, Sage, Sova, and then just, the KO is the spanner in the works, I guess, for ESU. And did big work for them on the first map as well.
Yeah, we were also kind of talking about the fact that Ascend was probably one of the biggest proprietors of KO and Champions way back in the end of the year last year, Hazza. And I mean, we kind of saw the effectiveness of that agent in the way that, I mean, they were kind of using that information. A double initiator combo on Icebox would be extremely interesting. We're used to just seeing double duelist. And if we look towards the other side, double a Sentinel to shut down those sites. We need to see how Icebox is, because, I mean, kind of typically, historically, we do expect it to be that attacker-sided map. They kind of execute heavy, somewhat of a default, but usually more execution-wise. So with more utility to lock down sites, I wonder how that will play out.
I mean, we will just have to see. I think, Viper is always going to be that staple pick on both sides for this map. Just being the premium smoker on this map. I don't think, Astra really has any viability here. Omen and Brimstone are very, very far-fetched picks. I mean, in the metagame as a whole, you would somewhat feel at this point in time. So that's always going to be the premium choice, and they almost act as a sentinel in their own right, in the control that they bring to the map. KO, being that initiator, is a lot more aggressive in the way that you have to implement them. Suppose the same could potentially be said for Chamber, but those traps are always an opportunity to just slow the pace down a little bit when it comes to pushing in towards those sites. So we'll have to see how these teams are looking to use it. And well, right now, NJCU look to be moving both of those agents towards B, so they have a lot of presence there early on.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think KO is maybe going to use his knife, maybe, to try and deny or kind of bait. I'm not too sure. I love how I kind of hate this part of the kind of map or the round, because we're trying to somewhat guess what's going to happen here. Already, we are seeing what looks to be somewhat of remnants of a B push, but look at Greedy Vikas. He's up above. Do they know exactly where he is? They know where Demiurge is as they walk through. They're going to pick up that kill. No, Dark, not like this. An absolute freebie, and he teleports all the way back towards the B site. The push is still going to come through as the Viper wall has been committed here, Hazza, but will they go for the plant?
Time will tell. I think Poparami was just sort of looking around like, wait, where did he go? The shorty being very, very abusive at that close range. And well, Greedy Vikas maybe looking to try and get another one in here as well. That barrier orb will be pivotal in making sure the spike has safe passage onto the plant. And now we're in the retake. 4 versus 4. That first tag from Greedy Vikas will be good enough to do some damage. They're going to have to try and find a different weapon because the shorty won't be ideal at that range. But Sasha, she's going in for the defuse. That barrier orb's gone up of their own to try and secure this diffuser. It's just as simple as that. 2 players left on the board for either side, and actually the man count will continue to drop. It's as simple as that for Gothic Knights, and really, really great utility usage there from Sasha to secure that round.
Absolutely rubbing their hands together there. Gothic Knights, so well played. In the end, I mean, Greedy Vikas, I just can't let that one go, Hazard. What was that? Like, how do you get away with that?
It was naughty, I think, is the best word. Naughty.
That
was proper naughty, innit?
Have you seen? Oh, do you know what? I'm not going to get into it. Right, anyway, we move forward to an A execute as there seems to be a little bit of B aggression for the defenders. Greedy Vikas nearly gets a line up there, Hazza.
Yeah.
It's not to be. We'll pick up that rendezvous. Oh, sorry, Nico?
I was just about to say that had an air of the filth about it as well, Greedy Vikas. Just looking for anything early on, but ESU, they've got a couple of decent weapons in this one. Won't have the armor to really facilitate that longevity in this one, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, I mean, once you get that plant down, there's always the opportunity for a force. But I mean, look at the flank.
Flank, absolutely huge. Well, Justin, he's going to have to try and readjust, but no, they're going to get shut down, and like that has it's like an absolute bloodbath. And dare I even see it, an absolute meat grinder
Yeah.
on towards the start of a... I mean, the bodies were just absolutely grinded up now. ESU finally do have rifles. They finally can contest. But the thing is, though, I would not count out NGCU, especially with Greedy Vicas, with his Marshall. I mean, he picks and chooses the moments when he pops up, but my god, he can pop up, and he can really find those heads.
And I'm liking the use of Chamber towards this B side of the map. Actually, it's the underneath position of the tube in mid that it looks like this Marshall will be finding itself, which is good because it's such a hard angle for you to get a headshot from, whereas a body shot easily collected, and we see exactly that from Greedy Vikings early on. Savget's going to be taking that one to the chest, and it will be causing a few problems because when you've got players on inferior weaponry, that now makes it within the realms of possibility for them to try and get it over the line. Swahili with a Marshall of their own, that's a free pickup if they walk into the crosshairs.
Not only that, though, Hazza, maybe else already came through. I was about to say the heal might get burned, which could be huge for later in the round. Dark is going to push through an updraft for a more advantageous position and pinging that for the spike to be planted in an elevated position. Maybe not, it's going to be planted on default. Things have somewhat slowed down for these defenders, not wanting to move through too quickly. Time ticks away. Sav's going to pick up one though, and finally we do see the bodies start to drop. They're going to start to drop to the floor. Sasha's got one of their own, and finally we see those defenders clap back, but can they make it work? The info dart's perfect for Greedy Vicas' position, but will the Marshall find one? We know how good he can be. He's only going to use that hip fire. Finally, the rifle would not be just stuck between this gunfight here, but nobody's going to get picked up. Well, Sasha is trying to get in towards through, and Rafters just a couple of pinging off shots, but has just like that. 4 rifles kept on the side of ESU. A successful round from them, you could say.
Oh, I mean, you certainly could. A very successful round from them. I love the play there from Savgets as well. Has the Phantom, knows that they're facing up into a Marshall, doesn't really want to give away too much on that angle, and just sucks Greedy Vicas all the way into that unfavorable duel on the pistol instead. And that's exactly what they needed to take them out and win that round for their team. So now, weapons looking a bit more even across the board. We're not quite in that position where Greedy Vicas is going to be on an operator or a tour de force at this point in time, but they could certainly go some way to getting that in motion soon enough. Posted up with players nearby, going to be using the rendezvous to just bail out, but does leave Demiurge in a tough position where they eventually fall. Now the advantage sitting with these attackers as they're trying to find their way into B. Barrier Orb still in the hands of Sasha, so it could maybe be another cheeky defuse play. We're yet to see. Greedy Vicas actually gets walled up. An opportunity to go hunting here, but not one that's taken up away immediately.
Finally, the rendezvous is committed for this retake. Hazza. Oh, look at this. Greedy Vicas gets one, and it's the sofa. That's the information gone. Greedy Vicas has been dropped low though, and there's a jet that's actually playing in a really ratty spot there. The player's vertical. Look at this, they don't even clear him, and like that, Dart's able to pop off. Somehow Greedy Vicas doesn't get out though. Poporama just pops off, and finally we see this turn into the bloodbath that it surely should have been from the start. And like that, the attackers, they're going to win this one out. Has a 2-2 the score.
Yeah, I don't think that's one that Dark's really going to want to watch back. Really nice, I guess, from Greedy Vicas to be able to rendezvous out of that position and not get caught off guard, but not an amazing round there for NJCU. They're now dropped back again onto that lower buy that they've got to try and contend with. The Marshall in the hands of Swahili to try and do some kind of a damage. However, something you've got to be looking towards right now is if we see any ultimates get used by ESU Warriors on this round. It's a round that they should be picking up either way, and so many players on both sides within touching distance of getting their own ultimates online, and that could be the real difference maker in the next one, which will be... Oh my goodness, Dark. What a headshot onto the Marshall. But yeah, looking into that next round, the ultimates could be the real difference makers. So ESU, they've got to keep this clean, and they're going to do that early on. Dark finding a great opener.
The thing is, though, Greedy Vicas is still available. That's a weapon of their own for the side of NGCU. The way that he can pop off. Justin, though, well, maybe showing that they can do it themselves. Greedy Vicas does make that move forward. The Lear to kind of aid his position in there as he doesn't have that sort of utility. The flank comes through from behind. It was a Sova to deny from screens. 3-2. Greedy Vicas is low, going to try and half the spike, and like that, it seems to be players from elsewhere that are going to come in, almost making it work there for the defenders on a thrifty round. Has a 3-2 the scoreline. Really costly for ESU, but they still have plenty of economy to back this one up.
Yeah, it's a really, really strange one to try and think about. I'm looking at the two teams here, and you would probably argue that the composition of both probably aids the side that they're currently playing from. Chamber being that sentinel, but really good, being super, super oppressive in certain scenarios with the way that they set up. Tour de Force very likely to come online as we see that Bucky being the weapon of choice as well. Here we are, the crosshair already placed down on that long angle to try and pick that first one up. Aldrone, first point of contact, very, very smartly played there to try and help their team take a lot of space towards the site, and we're going to see that early on. Null Command as well shuts down the Tour de Force. ESU Warriors in prime control of the site.
Oh, the Viper's pick to aid this plant is absolutely huge, Hazard. We'll need to see how this one's going to work, but it's placed above, interestingly enough, just to make it a little bit harder to find that spike. Found his trap, as you've heard from the chamber, as the gadget gets destroyed. The slow not able to go out, but look at this, Swahili on the flank. You might not want to watch that one back, Hazza, as he fails to pick up the first. Psycho picks up Justin, though, and the advantage is taken by these attackers, but do they know the Viper is coming from behind? They'll be able to take out Dart, but it's going to give away the position, and like this, it's down to a 3 versus 3. Psycho, though, they're going absolute huge, and it's like this, it's all up to Demiurge. Can they make it work? The time might be just a little too low. Hazard, they're going to try and defuse. Are they going to half it? It's not going to work there as Sav finally shuts down the Viper and may even get taken out by the spike.
Yeah, and something I was saying going into this round is that the difference maker between the two teams would be the ultimates that we saw get used. We knew that both of them were going to be coming in on even footing in terms of weaponry. It's just the difference makers that could be seen in that round. The Viper's Pit being a key one, stalling out the site long enough before it eventually got dropped for them to consolidate their position there, ESU. Tour de Force not having the same kind of value for Gothic Knights, but not as many ults invested. We saw a Null Command and a Resurrection as well from the side of ESU. So very, very costly in terms of ults. This one could still yet to be a pickup for Gothic Knights, as they have sort of put a little bit of money into this one.
I mean, we are seeing that kind of attacker side of bias coming out. A potential waste here coming through. No, it's not to be. A nice little pick up there from the Hunter's Fury. And look at this. They're going to completely open the site.
Yeah, the A site has been cut wide open by those two picks. Dark and their teammate Swahili doing great work there in opening things up. Now, you've just got to look on the position of these lurking players. Psycho able to find Demi, and well, Rafi from that kitchen position as well gets one. But Greedy Vicas still in play, manages to pick up the Phantom. It'll be an upgrade from that Spectre, the bigger brother almost of that weapon. And well, right now, they're going to be looking for exits. Rafi Paffy's still on the charge, lurking around that position that they were working from earlier, but I think the calls will be coming in from their teammates.
Yeah.
To just look to try and save in this one, and well, save face a little bit. NJCU right now not looking the same as they were in the previous matchup. I think they would have been very hard pressed to match their efforts. 13-2 on Bind. Icebox, it being the decider, I guess not really favoured by either side, but well, things are still fairly level though, Cairo. I think at this point in time, you can't really say that either team is completely stomping, but ESU certainly feeling the momentum at this point in time.
I mean, I would say ESU are definitely got that momentum. A nice little almost impromptu tactical timeout there from the side of NGCU. I mean, I imagine they'll be sitting chatting, assessing exactly what's going wrong, because let's be honest, as of the past 5 rounds, everything has been going wrong. So they'll maybe be trying to readjust and try and assess the situation that is going on right now. They have 4 ultimates to aid in this next round. So if they can't win out this one, well, as a when will they? That's the question I'm going to ask.
Yeah. No, and I completely agree. I mean, can you agree with the question? Is that something that really even exists?
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, if they aren't able to find this next round, they're going to be really hard pressed for opportunities to do so. 4 ults available, and Demiurge has given away their life once more in this aggressive position towards B. We've seen this happen multiple times. Viper has so much utility to try and stall. Those snake bites to deny a plant, coupled with a poison cloud, can be so potent, but we're really yet to see it. Raffi taking great control towards the kitchen position as well, finds himself behind Justin in towards the site, who gets crunched by Dark. Null Command is invested to slow things down even further, so those ults won't be getting online anytime soon. 3 versus 5, but so much space from ESU.
Yeah, there is so much space, Hazard, and it continues on to get worse and worse. Unfortunately, the knife, don't think picked up anybody just yet. The boat getting destroyed as well. Seems as if this is just a kind of question or a kind of conversation of exits right now. The only exits that's going to happen is all those players back to their spawn. Gothic Knights not coming back with a retort, which is something that's getting worrying. And I think you kind of came out on this. Here we go, the timeout finally coming out from NGCU. I was about to say, Hazza, when do we get the timeout? When do we get to sit down and have a chat about exactly everything that's going wrong? And I think I want to start with your conversation piece that you started the last round with. I mean, the entry kills, Hazza.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's the simplest question to answer. The timeout's going to be right now, and it needs to be called because, like you said, it's those first bloods not really going the way of Gothic Knights. Maybe they overstep a little bit too much in areas where I think if those players are going to be taking duels, it's going to have to be Justin on the Reyna, and it's going to have to be greedy on the chamber, getting a little bit greedy, looking for those aggressive plays with agents that are able to facilitate it. You have a dismiss, you have a rendezvous if you want to try and make those picks early on. Whereas Demi pushed up close to that box with no support on the B site, not really something that you're wanting to try and play into if you don't have to. Like, maybe there's an opportunity where you catch a player off guard, but ESU, they've been so cohesive. They've been checking their corners. They're being, meticulous in the way that they approach this. You can't just expect to make that play try and work without any kind of a more sophisticated crossfire set up. So the play right now, they've got a buy. Greedy Vikas is going to be on that judge, nowhere near an ultimate of their own. So it'll be interesting to see how they try and work this one. We know what they're capable of with these cheeky little plays. 4 ults available, a Viper's Pit as well. I'm surprised to not have seen that invested early on. Maybe it's yet to come, but for the time being, nothing really put down. And it's 3 players towards the B side of things, and only 2 where it looks like that spike's going to be pushing in.
Nice little bit of old drone there, using the intel dart to kind of go through, or the recon dart I should say, sorry, but finally seems if the entry kill has finally went in favour of these defenders. Sasha gets the Sova, so no more information for these attackers, but who needs information when you can rely on the pure mechanical ability of Raffi Paffy using that wall? But do they know where the player is? No, they'll know now. The spike has been down, will be picked up again. Dark going to go straight up towards that elevated position, down to a 2 versus 2. It seems to have been just a flurry of kills so far. Greedy Vikas has finally shut down Dark. Poporama will need to pop off now. Hazel will need to see something, a little bit of brilliance, because this is where it all comes down to the 2 versus 1 with 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, Poporama being a little bit quieter than they had been previous, and now left to try and speak up for their team, stand up and be counted in that clutch situation. Will locate that first player of Demiurge and isolates a good fight with Greedy Vikas, manages to find them as well. Now the 1 versus 1, Demiurge peeks out round the side of the bracket and will get that round on the board for NJCU. I cannot possibly try and express how big of a round that is for them. They called the timeout. They knew that something had to change, something had to be done, and they adjust accordingly. Really, really nicely played. Those first engagements being made by the correct agents. Demiurge not really pushing up so much in B as much as they had, playing quite passive, getting good support from their teammates towards that side of the map as well. When it counted in the retake scenario, Greedy Vicas was there to clean things up. Really nicely done. And now ESU have to try and respond.
I mean, Hazard, that was it. That last round probably is one of the biggest rounds you could get because, well, it confirms a 9-3. It means that if they do continue to lose the rest of the rounds, they won't be in that bad a position. Finally, the Viper's Pit is used. Hazard, thank the Lords, we are going to see committed. And the Viper's utility through snake bites, etc., is doing so much delay, Hazard. It seems as if ESU cannot find a single thing on towards B long.
The only way to navigate through this would be the Owl drone. Not sure if it's still in pocket, and it doesn't look like these players are really opting to want to try and use it. Greedy Vicas gets a total freebie as Psycho goes walking through that one. Now, space across the rest of the map has to be contended with. This mid-fight is one that I really want to hone in on. Sasha using their wall quite interestingly, we've seen time and time again, and Raffy Paffy taking complete advantage of it. Going around now to, well, heal themselves up rather than the rest of their team, who are looking pretty healthy in their own respect. Dark collecting a lot of space as well towards this kitchen position, and Demiurge could get caught out if they walk out towards this position, and with the melee weapon, it's just going to be as simple as that. A thorn in the side, another player to contend with as that spike will get planted towards A.
It is going to be somewhat of a pinch scenario here as well. That audio cue will give away where the spike's going to be, but do they know where the flank's coming from, Hazard? That's going to be absolutely huge.
I don't think they expect it.
No, I don't
because
think
they've slipped through the net. Dark is supposed to be covering this position of the map. They probably don't expect to see it, but doesn't matter. The picks come through anyway. Greedy Vicas gets him, and well, now it's suddenly a 2 versus 1.
Hazard, where does this came from? No, not like this, Poporama. An absolute freebie there for the defenders. I have to, like, before we talk about anything, right? I just want to talk about Dark's flick. What was that, Hazard? Totally undeserved.
Undeserved? I'm not too sure. It was very, very clean from Dark.
Oh, you know, it was clean, but I mean, like, the kill was undeserved because they were looking the completely wrong way. Well, not the completely wrong way. They were looking the completely wrong placement of the crosshair. They didn't look as if they were going to deserve to win that one out, and an absolute clean as anything flick. Absolute disrespect onto the opponent, but I'll let you break down that round, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. No worries. We can talk about crazy plays as much as we want, but, I mean, like you said, look at it now. The scoreboard 4-6, only 2 between them. Ultimate Economy sitting firmly with NJCU. That's a very, very big round to pick up. I mean, you can't really say it's Dark's fault for not watching the flank as they make their presence felt towards Kitchen once again, doing a grand job of keeping their foothold on that. And well, actually, it's just going to be that split from underneath. But it's Greedy Vicas who's been putting in so much work. And can they do it again? Already spots out Raffy Paffy and finds the first. Can they snap on the second? Yes, they can. Psycho gets dropped. The Tour de Force forces them into a tough spot. Spike dropped, and Dark once again just trying to make this one work. They can't. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Rez still available to level things out for Sasha here. Will bring their teammate back online eventually. But that Viper's Pit could still cause problems. Spike down towards the snow pile. But it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing this duel for a while, as I think Poporama is going to decide to relocate their way over towards A.
I think that's where we'll see the Viper's Pit committed. I mean, it's probably the best site for it because it's so close quarters. And in that situation, you do fancy the Viper, especially with a Phantom has, I mean, high fire rate, etc. I mean, all it takes is one bullet. But with that being said, we'll need to see if one of those bullets can connect. The spike has been confirmed, towards the A site. The 2 players going straight towards rafters, which is a very nice position. Oh no, I didn't even think about this. But look at this. The Viper's relocated above. They don't even know this. Oh, Sasha, look, no, they won't, but a nice little flick has a Poporama in towards the dirt. Well played from NGCU in the past 3 rounds to get themselves back into it. 6-5 the scoreline, and an even round count is not a narrative I thought I would actually be suggesting moving into this last few rounds.
Me neither. I mean, when the score was 5-2, with 5 rounds being found in a row from ESU, you were just starting to wonder when was it going to stop, and well, it was immediately afterwards. 3 in a row is the response from NJCU, and now they look in a lot better position to be winning this one out and leveling up the score on the half. Close to getting a few more ults that Null Command could be a real good opportunity here, as Dark does have the Blade Storm available to maybe try and play with the updraft towards B, and I think we're going to see that here early on as well. But another point to note, the Operator picked up into the hands of Greedy on the other side of the map, so going to be keeping A firmly in their possession while the rest are able to float a little bit more towards the other side of the map.
A little bit of chip damage done towards Dark. Just a couple of points of HP, and there's nothing to pick up on, but I'm wondering where that's came from, if it was maybe just that snake bite that we saw earlier in the round. So. Yeah, it was, yeah. It seems as if the spike is being relocated towards A, like the kind of precious cargo that it is being ferried by that KO. Psycho waiting. But do they know that they're going to be walking straight in towards Greedy Vicast? Well, they'll know now, Hazza. They now know where the player is posted up. Seems if there's kills all over the map as Sasha gains another in towards mid. There goes the Sova.
Oh, the timing.
Paffy. Oh.
I mean, yeah, I was just about to say the timing. It was almost as if Greedy Viking had got that almost perfect to find Raffi Paffy, but they peek off the angle at just the wrong moment. Spike does get recollected, and it's got to try and find its way to one of these two sites. I mean, well, that's how the objective works, but it's Dark who opens things up towards that mid position. Toxic Screen going through mid. Raffi Paffy with an aggressive spot towards A, and now the round completely flipped on its head. Dark is going to continue to go chasing in this mid position. What does Swahili maybe expect them to be playing from behind, but no. Barrier Orb goes up, and now those positions start to reset. A little bit more normalcy from both of these teams. A return to normality as they group up towards the site, and that traditional retake will be coming in. 3 from the front, 3 on the site. The spike in play, and no real ultimates left to see this one out. An Empress maybe to be committed, but yet to be seen as the time ticks lower and lower.
The drone was there to gain initial information. No, look at this, the gunfights start to happen, but the time is low. Hazza seems if the Viper utility is perfect for denying there, and look at this, Dark's just lurking in the smoke. They're looking to confirm this last round. Justin only gets an exit fragging like that. The attackers will win the round. 7-5 is our scoreline moving into the next half, and I think that's deserving of ESU and NGCU. NGCU, I don't think, deserve that kind of half, kind of even scoreline moving into the next half after such a poor start. ESU at least allowed to have a little bit of a somewhat advantage moving through after such a dominant performance in that last one.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, whether you think they're deserving of it or not, 5-7 is a much more commanding scoreline than 6. I mean, I say that, right? The difference between 6-6 and 7-5 can't really be understated, especially if you're able to combine it with a pistol round, because then you're looking at a 9-5 or something like that, where it's 4 rounds of breathing room that you have to try and work with off maybe a bonus or something like that to just keep yourselves in it. And with the way that ESU are set up, the 2 initiators, it's a lot of information they're able to collect. They have the 0-point knife to slow down this execute from coming in, give themselves a bit more information. With that being said, Psycho dropped instantly and come crawling to the feet of Raffi Paffy to get a heal as that execute does come in. So we'll just have to see how this one goes. But right now, ESU looking a little bit worrisome.
Lots of utility confirmed into this one. Demi-Urge is the first one to inflict some sort of damage, but as I say, that quick trade comes through, especially onto the man that actually got the kill. Oh, Raffi Paffy with the barrier rob right now is absolutely perfect. They'll be able to just go for the... Yeah, they're just going to be able to defuse. Nobody's going to be able to deny, and like, that's all the utility, all the guns come alive for the defenders. ESU, they take the advantage of the pistol round.
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost a situation where when you have the barrier orb up, you know you're going to defuse the spike, you get that wave of confidence, and you see it rushing through those players. They win out every single gunfight, just like that. ESU, they have the pistol round. Not only do they have the pistol round, they won that pivotal round on the flip side of the half, and now that they have possession of both, it means that they're going to be able to stretch that advantage a little bit, and that's something that we really, really want to see, or something on their side at least that you want to see, to just have a little bit more breathing room to try and work with in this one.
They can maybe extend the scoreline by 4 sorry, their advantage by 4, I should say. Look at the aggression
Oh,
coming out
Dark.
here,
I don't
Hazard.
think he expects it. Right underneath
no.
Swahili. It's going to be sitting on their head.
Oh, look at this. Absolutely free. Absolutely free has it, and they're going to be able to pick up an upgrade here, which means there may be a scramble through mid here as already. We are seeing, I believe it's Sasha? I'm not too sure. No, it's Rafi Paffy getting ready to push through that mid position, and the Viper just using that smoke, that Viper orb to actually deny any sort of information on their position. Getting ready to swing there, not going to gain anything. Spike is going towards A though, Hazard.
Oh, look
Let's
at the
see how this
push.
one goes.
Towards mid, yeah, Demiurge finding Rafi Paffy as well, and these classics are just picking off players. The timing is so good. Sav Gets is going to be in a decent position to deal with that one, but it's Psycho that does the damage eventually. Sasha finds that as well. Weapons now will be in the hands of these NJCU players. They even have the opportunity to retreat, and they're going to do exactly that. Cairo, this is a round that is falling apart, and just like we said that winning those rounds either side of the half could be huge, losing out on a round that you're so heavily favoured to win off the back of the pistol round can be a real problem for some of these players.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, the
Hazard.
timing.
Yeah,
the
I know.
timing.
The timing is absolutely perfect for all the defenders. Just looks away at the wrong moment. It's all up to Sav. It's all up to the Silver. 1 versus 3. Now, there's a couple of upgrades in the pocket of these defenders. Can they make it work? Can they make this one work? The Vicast will be the first one, and look at that. The Thrifty comes through, Hazard.
Yeah.
3 rounds. They're all able to get Spectres, all able to pick these guns up. 8-6 the scoreline returns to, and the economy just consolidates.
Yeah.
Or consolidated for these attackers.
That is a huge loss. I don't think they can really be overstated much more how much that is going to affect the way that this map plays out. We're really looking at the scoreline tying itself up at in the next few rounds, so 7-8, 8-8, something along those lines. So right now, ESU, they've just got to keep their heads in it. If you slip off the back of that one, then you're going to start to have problems, right? And I think all of that really leads down to is just too much aggression. We saw too much aggression towards that position, not clearing out the position of Swahili in the corner. It's such a cheeky pick to make, and it just opens things up. Spectre in the hands. So much you can do on that round. And now, ESU Warriors, they've got to try and do the same thing. See if there isn't a pick that they can just try and find. Problem is, it's so much harder on the defense because you can't really dictate the pace the same kind of way.
I was just seeing it was just timing again, but I just wanted to point out, look at the adjustments that were made on the side of the defenders in the way that we're slowly playing this. Looks as if our Chamber Extraordinaire has been picked up on towards B long, an upgrade there for the Viper. Demiurge though, the opposition Viper is now moving through in towards mid under tubing now in towards
the timing
B
as well.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate.
Poporama's looked straight away from that angle as they've got through. I don't think Stopgets is expecting this at all, but Demi is neither. The classics will ring once again, and it's just going to be another pickup. 2 players on low HP for ESU, but there are weapons that they could try and pick up if they want to play for exits or something along those lines. Sight looking firmly in control of NJCU at this point in time. Sav gets on the Phantom as well, though. This could be, I mean, forget about it. NJCU get completely all of those picks in and towards the site. And I mean, Swahili, that's just so diff at that point in time. You have a Phantom, but it doesn't matter. I've got a Spectre, and I'm just going to get a triple.
Absolutely rasticlated, Hazard. That's the one word that I'm going to use after that one. It's absolutely spectacular stuff there. I don't know how ESU managed to let that one go from their grasp, but at the same point, NJCU's Gothic Knights, their kind of hold on the site, the fact that they were able to react to that retake was probably just as good, if not better, and I have to really give them compliments for that.
Yeah, that was a very good response on the eco round. Not quite enough to actually secure them anything. They don't get anything for their hard work on that occasion, except a little bit of extra economy, more damage, buff the KD a little bit, but this is the round we've got to focus on. And I feel like the key point to be mentioning about this matchup that we've seen on Icebox so far is the way that mid control is being contested. We haven't seen that Sage Wall invested towards Tube very often. We did on the previous round, but I don't think it's been not been part and parcel of the way that this map has played out, which isn't something that we usually see.
Oh, have a little bit of spam towards Raffy Paffy. They didn't. I don't think they. Well, I think they know they've got an idea of Demiurge's position, but I don't think they knew just how close the crosshair was. Poporama, though, is going to be the first to come up onto the scoreline, taking out Greedy Vicas. A nice little combat that seems to be happening there on B long. More damage we heard just on the kind of audio cues has
that's a big
and
pick.
finally Dark going to get taken out.
Yeah, and the rotate comes in towards A. Problem is, when you're trying to fight for mid like that, you have to give up so many players, and it just leaves gaps elsewhere that have started to be punished by these players. Justin posted up and just waiting for Poporama. Spots the gun barrel poking out through the side of the wall. They will back up, so it's not a player that's going to be poking out just yet. Spike making its way through B main to try and get planted. There's so little time. It doesn't look like they're actually trying to get it down. Demiurge has managed to create the space. Poporama does eventually get felled. There will be just enough to get it planted, but they've left it very, very late.
Oh, no.
ESU. A 2 versus 2 scenario now. Viper's Pit committed. A resurrection as well will be coming through onto Greedy Vicas. That dominant player brought back into the fold. Savget's giving away a lot of footsteps, and Demiurge looking to try and work off of this. Trades go back and forth. Greedy Vicas does get in on the action. Savgets knows all about it though, takes them down. Do they expect the swing around the back? No. Demiurge is just staying posted. The time is ticking down. What can they do to try and work with it, Cairo? Hunter's Fury in pocket, but there's no way you ever use it. You have to tap the spike. There's nothing left to try and work with. I think that's going to be it. It certainly is. Leveled up. 8-8. NJCU. They find a way back in.
Mystic GC comes through once again. You told us a couple of rounds ago, Hazza, that it would be seen 8-7, then an 8-8, and finally it comes through. ESU really looking stagnant at the moment. Don't have the answers to the Gothic Knights' aggression that's coming through on the attack. I mean, Icebox is an attacker-sided map. Don't be wrong. Don't be starting to panic, ESU. I know you guys are can be like that sometimes, but NGCU, man, I mean, let's be honest, if you're fans of them, you'd be excited by the momentum they're putting together. It's almost like a snowball effect on towards Icebox, and the tour de force is coming out for these attackers.
Yeah. I mean, momentum in this game as well is just such a key thing, and we've seen it shift back and forth time and time again across this series. And right now, NJCU, they're feeling the full effect. ESU on the back foot, and once again, I want to mention this mid-duel. No presence whatsoever towards Kitchen. It just means that these players are always second-guessing how things are set up. Demi is going to drop that wall, the toxic screen towards mid, but Savgets cleans their head straight off with the Sheriff. A weapon for these players to pick up. Dark as well. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, and just as soon as momentum goes one way, all it could take is a thrifty buy for it to shift the opposite.
This is completely true. They have regained the spike, but there was information actually gained on the player's position. Wonder if they actually know Greedy Vicas. Oh no, he knows where one player is in towards mid, which will take away his gun. Psycho being able to return in towards Tube. The tour de force actually denied for a split second to save the KO's life. It's going to be
500 IQ.
Yeah, it's absolutely 500 IQ. They're going to contest on towards the B site though, Hazza. This is where this death ball is going to end. But will it end? Will they win the round, or will it be a loss?
Poporama has to go huge here. Just plays around the side of the box. Isn't going to get cleared whatsoever. Finds Swahili. One is going to be just enough. And actually, it's the Tour de Force which is going to be their own hindrance. Slows them down. The Hunter's Fury combines with a fragment grenade. And just like that, ESU, they have a lifeline. A thrifty round. Absolutely monumental in instrumenting some kind of a comeback for them into this one. Don't call it a comeback. It's ESU. It's just looking like things are leveling up now. Cairo, it can really shift either way. This is how the series has been the whole way through.
Look at the buys from NJCU. I mean, the Tour de Force was invested in the last round, and now two players are put onto low buys. I mean, Greedy Vicas has to buy a Spectre, Sasha on towards a Bulldog. Yes, the rest of the players have rifles, etc., but I mean, right now, that's a little bit worrying, because that puts you at a disadvantage straight away going into a gunfight.
Does, but up close and personal, they might just have the edge here. Peeks out towards Dark over on B, and well, they're gonna lose out. Demiurge just seeing if anyone wants to peek around the side of this Sage Wall, which has found its way towards the tube position for the first time in a while. Viper's Pit committed, and they're going to see the wavy hands. Swahili just seeing if Ravi Pafi wants to invest that resurrect, but as those bullets start to find their way into the wall there, they know that this maybe isn't the smartest thing to do. Aldrone will maybe offer a little bit of cover to get it done, but we're not going to see it just yet. 4 versus 4, no advantage for either side, and well, if Rafi Pafi gets caught out towards mid, could shift the complete opposite way. Kitchen possession just given up once more, and these players could be in the firing line as they try and rotate from spawn.
This is it, Hazza. Only to see. It seems as if they're all setting up the crossfires. Just waiting. No, it's not crossfires. It's just Demiurge. It's just the one player. The Lear comes out to enter into the site, giving away the position. But the plan is being confirmed. Dark on the re-wrap back through, coming from the attack spawn. But will they know? That's a nice little barrier rob there. Hazza. Does Sav know? We'll now know where exactly the Viper is, but we'll lose out the fight. It's 2 versus 4. Dark's still coming in from behind. But look, there's a sofa coming in behind Dark. It's like a double flank. But nobody is being picked up just yet. Just like that, though, Sasha will get popped right out clean as you like. And the 3 players remain. Finally, Justin's going to get dropped now. This is a lot more winnable. It's 2 versus 2, but do they know where the Sova is? He has the Hunter's Fury to deny Hazza. This is just going to wait. They're just going to try and deny the time. They're going to proc it, and there we go. It's only going to be a TK. Oh, no way! But they are going to confirm the round. That's so unfortunate there. Both guns will get dropped, but what was that?
I mean, compliments to the chef. It has to be said once again. That is a fantastic barrier orb from Sasha to deny any kind of a defuse. I'm not sure how much time there really would have been left on the board, but it's a great bit of creativity from NJCU. They've collected control of the site. It's within their hands. They know that they have a slight window of opportunity to spice up the setup just a little bit, and they're able to do exactly that. We're going to see the barrier orb committed, and now ESU on a wonky buy once again.
Wonky buy. What a great description. Really is wonky. And well, with that being said, though, Hazza, we've seen wonky things happen in these rounds. The people that we expect to win aren't the teams that win. And no, look at this. To shut down the Empress, Hazza, is absolutely huge. Maybe a rotate from A on towards B, but no, look at this. Demiurge has actually moved all the way through on towards A and is actually going to look there as Justin and that all move through on towards mid. Do they know? Well, they'll know now. Is Demiurge is going to be able to pick up one. There goes Sav. There is this battle in towards mid. And no. Then
no! What? Paparama, the bullet just goes straight through. They fired an empty casing towards the head of Justin there, and they're not able to pick it up. That Empress will go charging on through. Rafi Pafi gets a bad timing as well. And now it's just Psycho with the Phantom to see what they can try and do in this round. Do they save it? Do they try and hold on to it? I think the answer's probably got to be yes. They fall back towards the A site. Maybe just communications being made between their teammates right now as to what the call has to be on the following rounds. Playing for exits, maybe, who knows. I think they may be yet to lose their life from Swahili as they turn around. It's just such an unfavorable angle. No one likes to try and fight from underneath there. It just reminds me of Train on CS all those years ago, where you could shoot the kneecaps of players from those positions. And it looks like Greedy Vikas maybe gets a little bit too greedy there. Can't find that one, but the trade is good. Gothic Knights, they find the advantage.
Greedy Vikas getting greedy? I mean, Hazza, we've never seen that before, have we? Come on.
I mean, it may not have been the first time in this one, but you somewhat feel as if maybe Greedy Vikas could have been getting a little bit more greedy. Maybe they're a bit too modest sometimes, and we want to see a little bit more from them. We know they're such a dominant player. You've got to be feeling that confidence and going for those plays. Oh, yeah. The problem with Chamber is when you're on the attack, you have to be a little bit more reserved in the play style, and that's because you don't get the same kind of usage out of the rendezvous. You can't post up as aggressive as you would be able to for the defender's perspective, because it sort of has to be taken bit by bit. The setup has to be placed. There's a bit more thinking to be made. And well, as long as Demiurge holds this, Rafi Pafi is in a very tough spot in that corner.
I'm just ticking away as we see finally the players move on towards site. They do not have the spike though, Hazza. The Reyna that's looking in towards mid will probably pick it up on the wrap round. they're just trying to see if they can get the entry. An old drone trade, an old drone right now. And they're only going to pick up Swahili. We do hear that Keo green coming off all the way through. The knife comes out, but look at that. It's a nice little rotate out from Greedy Vikas. Actually picks up the spike. It was placed on towards the rendezvous, but right now, Hazard, they actually have given away a pick on towards ESU.
Yeah, and it looks like they are actually just going to recommit towards A, but they don't leave enough time for a rotate to come through, so it will be the full arsenal of players that they have to face up against. Savgets finds the first, Dark has another as well. Spike does get dropped, but so will Sasha. Now, all left onto the shoulders of Greedy Vikas. They can't put it up this time around, and just like that, the score finds itself leveled as we come out of round 20 at 10 apiece. Double figures for both teams.
Seems if they are going to pick up Dark just because eco problems, you know. Sometimes that is the case. I don't know if that was the best decision, and it is going to be a timeout by NJCU. Interestingly enough, here has a. I thought, did they not use a timeout in the first half? I don't necessarily know what the timeout rules are. Ah, you're allowed one per half, confirmed by our head admin in my ear. Thank you very much for that one. So, Hazard, with that being said, one per half. I mean, why do we not see teams use this more? I mean, I'd be using them probably every half if I got the opportunity.
I suppose so. I guess sometimes it really depends, right? You see in pro play, especially organized, coordinated play, I guess is maybe a better way of describing it. Nothing against any of these players, because the way that they've set up so far, you know, at times it's been sporadic, but there have been moments of brilliance to really sort of break up the play. Fact of the matter is, you know, sometimes you just want to keep that momentum going. It slips your mind sometimes when you're losing so many rounds in a row that you have to sort of refocus. And, well, it falls on the shoulders of Sasha to call this timeout and see if NJCU can't just get their heads screwed back on. ESU will be taking this opportunity in their bounds as well to just try and consolidate what they managed to get out of that previous round. The economy looking a bit better with that resurrect as well. So now they can start to build up some funds too. 3,000 credits across 3 different players, so looking pretty good. However, the ultimates do sit with Gothic Knights. If they're able to take the site here, a res inside of a Viper's Pit, that's a very, very good advantage to be taking.
Yep, the good thing for ESU is if they do actually get relegated onto lower weaponry, then we do have the Blade Storm available. I mean, those accurate knives can really be round saving, round defining. Right now, we're waiting to see what's going to be the defining moment in this one, as there's only a KO left on site. It is Psycho, and they will get picked up. The slow orb to actually go out to try and stop his escape. The barrier orb comes through, but can they actually plant the spike? I don't think they can. Denied there just by the KO, but will it get confirmed? We'll need to see. There has been a frag, and it is in favour of these attackers.
Yeah, with that Viper's Pit committed, like we said, going to be a difficult one to navigate. Demiurge with the judge. Just one burst of that and Psycho is dead. Only 1 point of health. You expect the swing to come out almost immediately. Ark holding this position towards spawn. And well, actually, there's 2 players walking up. How good's your trigger discipline? Manages to find the first, but dashes into the second. Gets it anyway. Justin has a trade for their team. But it's got to be the 1 versus 5 to keep them in it. Poporama just holding left towards this mid position. Has Savgets to back them up as that recon bolt will eventually fly through. The information would have been there, but Justin's found a little bit of space. A pocket for them to try and exploit up towards kitchen already. But do it, ESU. Expect it. No sound cues yet to be given away, but so little time. They have to go for the plant. Surely they're already outside the radius. They've decided not to. And it looks like they're just going to go for the wraparound. Not even a single player to try and peek out, but the drop. Not ideal, however, that dismiss will bail them out for the time being. 3 players posted up towards that spawn position. No form of a repeat yet to be seen here. The gun is managed to be saved. Fair play to Justin. Nicely played from them there.
Thing is, though, Hazza as well, that rifle was nice to be saved. This is looking like a match point round here for ESU. I mean, look at that, 2 ultimates to come online, potentially 3, depending on how things go, in terms of the fragging department, in terms of ultimate orbs, etc., etc. Right now, 11-10 is a very good scoreline for ESU. I can see them very close, tantalisingly close. Well, the Tour de Force will come out, so therefore there is some weaponry that will be good for them. That is good information gained on Greedy Vike's position, but do they know exactly which player it is that's going to be trying to challenge them? It's going to be operator versus operator at this moment in time.
It's a duel that we haven't seen all too often. Greedy Vikas very, very happy to just sit on that angle and wait. Same goes for Dark. Both of these players just sitting and waiting, keeping that possession that they have. And speaking of territory being gained, Swahili with that owl drone giving so much to their team, breathing life into the push towards A as that spike gets planted. Trades back and forth for these players, but Swahili's just walking out with their pants down. Savgets finishes them off, the mirror pick eliminated. And now ESU, they have that advantage in the post plant to try and make their way through. A Blade Storm for a swift response if required. The Recon Dart will give plenty of information as to where these players are towards bracket. It doesn't connect though. Tour de Force bearing on down towards that spike plant. And this is going to be a difficult one to try and make. The score looking to level itself up here. But no.
Oh, no, Hazza. Well, I thought that Greedy Vikas was in a position that he could just really just dominate in towards that spike. They wouldn't be able to challenge an operator or a player like him. I mean, has a 12-10 is now the scoreline, and that's the only time that we're going to be able to see Gothic Knights actually contest, and it needs to be clean. It needs to be a dominant couple of rounds here to even get back into this. If we even want to see overtime, it might not even be a kind of conversation to be had, considering the way that things have been going.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, what it comes down to as well is ESU. They were able to put in that work on the attacking side early on. We saw they were able to chain those 5 rounds in a row. And when you get that many, it can just be the difference maker. Now they sit on match point on the defender's side. It only took a few rounds for them to put themselves in that position. With a Viper's Pit drop towards B and it being the place that NJCU wanted to look to exploit, this time around, they're gonna have to be forced into a more unfavorable situation. No owl drone invested to try and clear out those angles, so they've got to look for A, or maybe even mid. It seems like that's where they're heading right now. And, well, Greedy Viking getting dropped of some health early on. That shock dart could be big in finding damage, and Dark's big in finding damage as well. A pick off the head of Demiurge, sent to a very early grave. Raffy Paffy with one on the mirror pick as well. The spike sat in the crosshairs. What can you do? ESU look to be on the brink as a huge nade comes flying through as well. Pyro, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
It doesn't seem as if they're stuck between any places right now, as ESU look to ascend all the way through and pick up this 2-1 series. Sorry, I just my brain just went completely completely numb there. ESU Warriors fantastic in their result and their kind of resolute performance on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, the last round was a flawless, real clean sweep from those players as they just shut down all of the avenues of opportunity that it looked like NJCU were trying to make the most of. The Viper's Pit was all it took. It seems as if, you know, they didn't really have any sort of second decision as to where they could really go. There was no plan B. They saw the Viper's Pit, they headed for the hills, and they were just running straight into the crosshairs of those players. Dark on the operator picking up a few. And just like that, their hopes and dreams are crushed. This Emergence Yellow matchup between the two teams will be going the way of ESU, who have battled back very, very nicely after losing in a pretty nasty fashion on their own map pick of Bind.
Yep, it really was, Hazza. And I mean, we just have to say GG's to both teams. Unfortunately, we are running a bit behind schedule, so I think we are going to break quickly. Me and you, we are staying for more action. If you guys want to stick around, I mean, I've got to say thank you for coming and watching us talk nonsense about your teams. But again, GG's to all, and well, we'll see you guys soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NECC Valorant. I'm one of your casters, Cairo. Joined. Oh my god, what just happened to my throat? Joined by my wonderful couple. It is Hazza. It's Valentine's Valorant, baby.
Yeah, I'm a couple. I am a couple, like two different people. Yeah, I mean, you've called me the brains of the operation before, but I
That's
don't
it,
think
mate.
it necessarily counts for both of us. That would be a little bit
Split
too.
personality.
I'm modest. I'm modest. We'll forget about that. Anyway, we are now going to be bringing you the champions white bracket game
Interesting.
between UH Premier and University of Ottawa Grey. So this one,
Hmm.
I guess that the level is at least on paper supposed to be higher than what we already saw in the previous matchup. But well, NJCU and ESU both putting on a real show with that first best of one.
Yeah, I mean, that first. Well, I mean, it was the best of three. Hazard, come on. I mean, I know your memory's shot. Come on. I'm only joking. But that first best of three was absolutely crazy. The
Mm.
way that both teams came out the traps. I mean, that first map, absolute banger. The second one kind of slowed down. We kind of saw a little bit of a one sided affair. But that last one,
Mm.
Icebox, my God, did both of those
Mm.
teams go at it.
Yeah, I mean, you said I'm a couple, split in two minds. I was thinking about almost two things at once, but no, we are going to be going into this next matchup now between
Yeah.
these two teams. So let's get a look at the lineups for these players and what we're going to be seeing going into this best of three series. So tonight's lineup, we're going to be having Eric Appleson, who is a computer science junior, which is very, very nice, on the side of UH Premier. Koi, Jivey, Sully, and Adam Soliman.
That was great pronunciation, Hazard.
Yeah, I
That,
tried my absolute best. It is
that,
Adam Soliman. Yeah, there you go.
I was gonna say like what's I was gonna try and ask you what the kind of the levels of the years like junior, sophomore, and senior, but I think if we delayed the kind of schedule anymore, we would get a really angry man coming up to us. So we'll move on to the next team
Mm,
and we'll look at the opponents coming up here. It is U Ottawa Esports, the grey team. I think if you remember, if I remember right, we've got Psycho, we've got Little Boz, Inertia, Nezimart, and ITO. And for some reason, right, Inertia
mm.
is a player that sticks in my mind, and I can't remember why. So it'll be interesting to see exactly why he sticks in my mind and
Yeah.
why this team is in the Champions Division.
Well, I mean, if you are supporting University of Ottawa, you're gonna be hoping that it's for good reasons rather than
Yeah.
bad reasons. I mean, if we look at some of the facts here, apparently, Leak play. Oh, that's not that. Never mind. Sorry, Psycho. This is their first ever tactical shooter. So, I mean,
Interesting.
the fact that they're in the champions bracket already, very, very impressive. Either way, let's get into this agent select and see what's going to be getting picked. Psycho going for the KO, it looks like. So, it may be their first ever tactical shooter, but KO is an agent which, draws a lot of inspiration from, other titles, and tactical FPS as a whole, I think sort of resides in the way that we see this agent played. And, well, speaking of maps as well, something we've yet to really speak too much about. I'll save you the hassle. It's going to be Icebox Ascent and Bind again.
Oh, interesting. Lovely stuff. Maybe this is just a kind of NA type of thing, has it? Maybe they just like
Maybe.
those three maps. That's all we're ever going to see. But with that being said, we are heading to Icebox. This is what we've already seen. We talk about the kind of dynamic trio. I'd probably say the trinity of Icebox, Viper, Sova, and the Sage.
Mm,
SSV, if you want to call it. If you don't,
yeah.
what do you call it? So we'll need to see exactly how this one kind of works out. Already we're seeing somewhat of a flex from
Choose your agent.
U Ottawa and the fact that they've brought out a KO. And on the other side of things, we have also seen a flex from a double duelist onto a chamber. So this is actually exactly like the last map.
Yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, right?
Yeah.
There are plays across the board which can try and be a variation. The attacking side, interesting that they pick up the chamber, but I feel like that is what we are sort of starting to see now with teams. They're maybe moving away from the jet a little bit, because all of the things that Jet is good for, especially on the defender side, Chamber is able to do the exact same way, but then brings, a little bit more of a different dynamic to the table, which can be very effective in slowing those pushes using the trademarks. So, I mean, it's yet to be seen, really. On the opposite side, Psycho gonna be locking in that KO, and KO as an initiator feeds into that double initiator comp. Inertia as well, a player who you said that you'd seen a little bit of, or maybe it was a name that was sticking in your mind. Yet to be seen what that reason is for, and well, those two initiator players could be key in this one, but they're going to be starting on the defense, so it'll just be information for them to try and collect early on. Looks like we may be seeing some kind of a mid push expended, which is interesting because there's no barrier orb towards the tube early on. And well, actually, these players are just going to go straight under for the B split.
It's an absolute greyhound as they descend onto the site, though. Inertia is trying to contest on towards B long. Nice fast-paced action to get us started off. And already there's been a trade on either side. Players, though, are really low. Look at Sully, for instance. And Little Boy's going to be able to pick up on towards Eric Appleson. Sully still trying to pick up a Sage, but nobody yet able to do so. Oh, unfortunate. Finally, we see that player being picked up, the Reyna. Look at this. Jivy's able to walk right round, and he's going to get picked up himself. And like that, out of nowhere, Ottawa Grey are able to take out Premier.
Yeah, it's a really, really clean retake. The players descend in towards where the spike had been planted, and well, that's one of the issues I somewhat feel that teams will have when they try and go for a play like that from underneath the tube. You'll have good early success because it'll catch teams off guard. They don't expect you to go for that kind of play. Maybe not even on the pistol round or a standard round, because it is a deviation from the trend nevertheless. However, then you have to be asked a few questions of yourself in the post plant. You have to continue taking ground and really solidify those positions that you have when there are so many different angles to try and contend with where the defenders can retake from. It's a real issue to try and hold on to. So this round goes the way of Ottawa Grey, but we've seen an investment on a couple weapons here, including Adam, who has that marshal in hand to try and make things work.
First bullets are being fired off in towards the distance here, Hazard. Adam just trying to trade out, but nothing being taken there. Just a little bit of warfare in between. ITL seems as if they can maybe see an opportunity lining up here. Nothing, no. But his Little Boys to actually go out and pick up and somehow alleviate. What a shot there. A nice little flick from the Jet. And like that, we're in a 4 versus 1. Somehow the kills have just came from absolutely nowhere, Hazard.
Yeah.
And these defenders are absolutely rampant.
Yeah, is ITL just lining them up, taking them out, dispatching them just like that. Ottawa Grey, they get that round on the board. Standard procedure as far as we're concerned. And now, this is the one where they're going to have to start to raise questions for Premier. They've looked very, very dominant so far, but this is a surefire round that you've got to try and be picking up.
I just realised that in that first play-by-play moment when it was the pistol round, I called Little Boys, so I do have to apologise for that. That's really unfortunate. I didn't mean to do anything by that. But right now, we're moving through. It seems as if they're just trying to clear out ITO, and they'll do that. As they're moving through on towards this kind of position right now, they're just clearing out, using the L drone to gain key information, and they'll do that. They're calling out Psycho at the moment, and finally Sully will pick them up. The barrier orb comes through. Can they pick up the Sage though? They're stuck in the corner.
Yeah, they've walled themselves off into a cocoon, and Little Boss is going to be hiding in there eventually. They get flushed out. The Hellfire rains on down, and their little safe spot has been completely ruined. Now, 2 players yet to retake, and those are footsteps which will surely be heard by Chamber, who is looking to maybe make some kind of a flank. Understands that there isn't going to be one coming through, so we'll just settle to defend the site. Twice as many players here for Premier, and as that spike starts to tick down, you wonder if Ottawa are maybe trying to play for some exits here. Either way, seeing what they can find, it's not going to be too much though. They are just waiting this one out.
Yeah, it really is. I imagine we'll see a kind of exit of the site right now. Yes, we are going to see it. NECC are going to be the first one to contest the chamber, but no, we are going to see the exit open wide and allow these players to leave. And the Usher, though, has picked up a Vandal for their troubles, though, has it. So that will save somewhat of an economy and a little bit of a buy in towards that next round.
Yeah, and I mean, that is actually a big pickup for them as well, because it's not a gun that they would have been bringing into that round either way, right? They were on the low money, so it's just another one collected, and that is then reflected in the amount of credits that Lil Boz has 2,500, which will be more than what you would really expect on a standard buy round. All of these players should really be within 0 and 1,000. So a little bit of extra credits to fill up the coffers there. And if they're able to find this one, could do a lot of work. ITL on the op as well has to be a key one to note here. If they're able to find this first pick, that could really change the round. But it's Nezimart that drops first. Koi with a very nice couple of shots on that Phantom.
Yep, and you know something, Hazard, the control of the map is now dropped because that's the Viper gone. Their information from Psycho, the KO knife, is that's not going to be able to be gained. Little Boz trying to do some work here. The slow up comes out, getting ready to swing, does so, but it's going to get picked up by Koi. Well, maybe the defenders will be acting Koi after that one because now they're running away with a tail between their legs. ITL picks up one, but I think that's all they're going to get here, Hazard, as the time ticks down and the attackers are in full control of that defender B site.
Yeah, ITL has to walk back, runs away with that sword in hand. We saw Warriors and Knights go head to head in the previous matchup, but a real lack of cavalry here for Ottawa in these first few gun rounds, not really looking as stainless in their steel as the way that they've been holding up so far. So only one casualty falling to that operators early on. Jaibi looking to get jiggy with it. Can't quite find ITL there either. Will get dropped onto the low HP and let that be a warning for them at this point in time. Manages to find Eric Appleson as well. So a little bit extra damage for them to try and put up. But the main factor is they kept a few of those credits, right? So they can buy up once more. However, this is probably going to be that last opportunity to do so. Could be a huge round, though. Getting 3 on the board early on really keeps that scoreline nice and even, which is what you want to try and do as the defenders at this point in time, especially with the fact that they have that double initiator comp as well.
Thank you very much for that one, Hazard. I'm loving your analysis tonight. It's absolutely spot on, as always. 2-2 is the scoreline right now. We're seeing how these teams... see how these two teams interact with one another. Again, another default-esque style here coming out from UH Premier. They're taking their time, not picking up the spike and not committing to anything just yet. But as I say that, the Viper walks forward towards A with that spike in pocket.
The compliments giving me butterflies, and well, the only butterfly floating up and around right now is going to be Psycho on that A site, who's taking a really nice position on top of screens. ITL has the cross here as well with the operator, just looking towards pipes to see if anyone's going to rear their head. Doesn't seem to be for the time being. Spike is making its way over towards that side of the map. However, it could be shortly recalled, and I think it might be. Still just hesitations between these players as to where they want to end up, but there is great control expended towards B, and I think that's the reason why they were just wondering where they should be taking it, because they've managed to find a huge pick towards Snowman.
That is a huge pick, Hazard, and well, it can't be understated again. The control, it's the Viper getting picked up. I'm having flashbacks towards our last series that was happening. The Viper getting dropped. The attacker's been able to gain so much control. Psycho does see the shoulder of one of the players. The knife comes out, and I imagine there'll be a lot of information gained off that one knife. Koi absolutely lurking in a beautiful spot there. The flash, the pop flash comes out, and look at this, Hazard. The gunplay is absolutely special, but it's Sully who's going crazy himself. Oh.
Yeah. And I mean, well, that's going to be swiftly put to an end. Psycho can't go Psycho for too much longer there. Oh, Sully doing a lot of good damage on that round. In the little notes that we have here, it says that Sully can use his mouse quite effectively, and I think we've seen that so far, doing good work for their team. What is off the back of the pistol round and the conversion of that anti-eco from Ottawa, they haven't really had too much of a sniff in these last few rounds, and they're forced onto that low buy once again. You sort of seem to feel that in what we have seen tonight, which has been just so much momentum shifting either way, it's sitting firmly with UH Premier at this point in time.
Well, Hazard clearing out the A site. Look at how quickly this team is moving forward. UH Premier are so decisive and they're so rampant on their executions. Watching behind, look at Jivy. He knows exactly there's going to be a player Just a shoulder to peek out. Does he know that there's a second one there? He'll know now. His inertia will drop him. And it's only with a Sheriff has a 4 versus 3 right now. Psycho getting ready to peek out. Will peek out, but only to feed Sully as they shout more, more, more. But can they find more? And now Drone will clear out the flank to come through from these last 2 remaining players. And all these attackers are well aware of the positioning of the last 2.
Sully just navigating away from the recon bolt there to not get themselves tagged. Will they spot out Lil Boz? That gunfire will certainly give away their position. A quad for them, and they just get even stronger and stronger as the round progresses. That Empress being a real difficult agent to try and fight up against. In the 1 versus 1s, you're never going to be out on top. You can, do your best efforts to try and take them down, but you have to win it outright. If you don't, that Reyna is 150 HP once again and bearing down on the rest of your team to try and do as much as they can. Good investment, I suppose, to make sure that that eco is as clean as possible. Now, you Ottawa, we have to see something from them in this round. We saw on the previous series that scoreline can start to slip away from you. You have to keep it within range, and ITEAL on that operator has a great position to try and do so. Drops away, which maybe isn't what we want to see, but with Sully on the aggression, you have to try and do something about it. They found their way away for the time being, but they take a lot of damage as a result. Viper's Pit invested, sight once again firmly in the grasps of the UH Premier side.
It really is a premier of skill, a premier of class right now. It doesn't seem as if we can see any sort of reaction here from you, Ottawa Grey. Spam through the smoke, trying to get back into sight, but they can't do Hazard. They can't find anything, but as I say that, the scoreboard lights up, and it's actually went in favour of the defenders here. You Ottawa with a chance, but they still have to try and contest the Viper's Pit. Finally, the kills get to drop the Viper's Pit while they shut down Jivy. No, it's not to be. Koi gets one of their own. 2 versus 3. Can they deny the spike? It doesn't seem as if it's going to be. Jivy left out all on his own. The defenders finally answer back after 4 rounds in a row, Hazard. We see you, Ottawa, get around.
Yeah, that round was an absolute tug of war. A big hoist from the UH Premier players at the start of the round is met with an unbelievable pull from those U Ottawa Grey players, and they find their way back into the site. It looked like there were signs of life left for those UH players, but it wasn't to be. That Premier execute that we saw come out from them towards A and have done on multiple occasions eventually did get dropped. Now, they look to be trying to recreate those efforts though. Operator still in the hands of ITEAL, looking to find an aggressive peek towards Pipes this time. Who are they going to be able to spot out? Recon Bolt comes through. It's going to force them to fall back just a little bit more as the Aldrone follows it up as well. Rotate is already in through towards mid. And just once again, these players so rapid in the way that they try and take control, but none of the picks going their way whatsoever.
As it seems as if they're just so unfortunate. Trying to get picks here with the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, just carving outlines here of Koi, the Sage. Absolute bloodbath on the site. It doesn't stop. The res comes through. I can't keep up with the pace. That's how quick it's going. Right now, the info dart does come out and we'll gain key information on these players. The 2 players stuck outside right now. As I say that, they might not be stuck outside as Nezimark gets Jivy just before they try to TP out. Boy, just stuck outside the generator, goes for the flank here. Do they know the 1 players to the right? Yes, they will. They'll know now and they'll deny all sort of control onto the site from the defenders. The players are looking left and right. Can they pick up inertia? This is your time, son. This is your time to pop up. But it's Sully to do the damage. And it's 5-3 on a scoreline.
Really nice clutch from Sully there. Repositioned so effectively and quickly. It meant that Inertia was not expecting the peak whatsoever. It just came far too soon for them to even try and anticipate. Had to get half onto that spike defused, but wasn't to be. 3-5 reads the score. That 1 defuse in the flurry of rounds that we saw come out from UH Premier is, just enough to keep Ottawa alive for the time being. And you somewhat feel that even though that round does go the way of UH Premier, it was so close, and it doesn't seem to be running away from them at this point in time. They just have to try and keep themselves on top of the way that things are going, because off the back of this round, if they don't get that next buy, it could become problematic.
Oh, the problems do continue though. Hazard Jivy takes out ITEAL, the player who's really good on those kind of sniper rifle buys. Koi picks up Psycho, and again, look at this, the pace continues, it's unrelenting, and it's all down to one player, it's all up to little boys. Can they even get one? No, they can. A team ace, a flawless team ace, has a 6-3 as the scoreline, and if I'm playing UH Premier right now, do you even get a breath?
I don't know. The one breath that you're going to want to try and take is probably that tactical timeout. We spoke about it. Each team, they get one per half. Now would be the perfect time for Ottawa to try and proc that. Looking at the way that the weaponry is set up, they probably have the advantage in this round. Just having a jet op combo in play can be huge. It does so much for your team. Right now, UH Premier, they've got to try and read into the way that they're playing because it's just so pacey. Always setting the tempo and always just pushing in towards A as fast as they possibly can. ITL on this operator just hasn't really put in as much work as you want to see so far. Doesn't manage to connect that op shot, and the way that they've been moving their aggression, not the most effective, you somewhat have to say.
See, the thing is, though, the way the aggression has been working, it makes players feel uncertain. And look at this, the uncertainty continues. It's like SEAL Team 6 Hazard. They're so clean, they're so surgical. And like that, we're down to Nezamart, we're down to one player remaining.
Yeah, I really don't want to just like hone in and bash on one player, but you feel like maybe if ITL had posted up towards B, for example, then they had that sightline there to maybe try and work with, or even on top of that generator position, all they require is just a little bit of help from their teammates to hold those other angles, and you can stay posted up. You should be in for a surefire pick there at least, but just not being able to find it. It's the utility, the pace, like you said, from Ottawa, which is getting them into the site so fast. Maybe the operator isn't the play. Maybe you just have to play with those rifles and set up those crossfires a bit better, because right now, the focus has to be towards A. Viper's Pit's still available. Nezimart, maybe to invest it on the next round?
I would think so, Hazard. I really do think so, because if I'm sitting here and you're watching the pace of UH Premier, right, you have to start thinking to yourself, how do I slow them down? How do you create a sort of dynamic where you cannot... Look, there we go, we're finally seeing a timeout. You create a dynamic where you try and slow down your opposition, you try and create obstacles for them to reach, because right now, Hazard, there is no obstacles. Like, let's be honest, what is actually contesting UH Premier? The rifles are trying to contest, and all that's happening is just a resounding no. And right now, I can't see anything but a 9-3 half from UH Premier. Right enough, you Ottawa Grey have won previously, so I think it's either a kind of, not a question, but a kind of pondering of, do we just let them have the site and retake? Or number two, do we actually create obstacles like a Viper's Pit or Viper's Utility to actually contest on towards the push?
Well, I think to answer that, when it comes to the Viper's ultimate, they have it in play, right? If you were going to try and use it on a buy round, you can see the pings on the map in the top left corner. You want to try and place it towards pipes. You can even put it on the top of 410, and it gives really, really good coverage. It actually gives like a one-way on the legs of pipes, and it's just so much control towards A, something that these players have been lacking. Even if you don't do that, you could put Viper towards B. There's plenty of different things you could do. Maybe Sage comes towards A. You have the slow orbs, which you can combine with the fragment grenade. Just pump a little bit more utility in that early round to slow these players down. Because right now, UH Premier, the round is over as soon as it started. They put their utility in first, collect as many of those angles as they need to. They spot them out. Psycho right now with their back turned in another tough spot. Sully popping the Empress, which they've already got back online. Just look at the amount of the utility that's coming through. Psycho is able to win that one out, but for how long? So much information. With that being said, they are winning these gunfights this time around, Ottawa, and it's just absolutely perfect. ITL doing so much work and just carrying on. This is what we wanted to see from them, and they have stepped up more than enough.
Yep, they certainly have, Hazard, and this one round could be defining for this whole map. They've even procced the knife, oh my god, I can't even get my words out. Blade Storm there to make sure they could confirm the round, and the thrifty round is confirmed. And right, I know that's such a huge round because they're going to be able to all pick up rifles and upgrade from that last one and actually move forward to this one with a nice decent equal to compete with their opposing numbers. And right now, Hazard, think about it from this perspective, right? 7-4, the maximum is going to be is 8-4, and see on Icebox when it's meant to be attacker sided, it's not a bad scoreline.
No, it certainly isn't. And the fact that they do have those double initiators means that there's so much space, so much information that they can try and garner when they're playing from the attacker's side. Right now, Premier, they're doing a good job, right? I think it's fair to say that they have been very strong so far, but maybe we got carried away with ourselves a little bit too much. That the way that the rounds work can really be so ridiculous in such fine margins when it really seems like one team are pulling away. Things just switch like that. The Thrifty round is going to go so far for Ottawa at this point in time. Null Command popped maybe a little bit early to try and slow the push, but it's going to stop that utility from coming in straight away, right? We see a nice one-way invested by Nezimart, this player over towards this side of the map, which isn't something we've seen too often. Great utility of the shock darts there as well to put big damage into that corner, but it's the defenders that find the first blood.
As traded out straight away, has the advantage taken by Sully. This player just can't be stopped, and they're staying on the board right now, even though the defenders traded it out. Again, the advantage regained by these attackers, and it's going to be continued as they finally shut down on their shot on the Ultron. It's all up to ITIL here, and this 1 versus 3.
Yeah. Takes a bullet straight to the back of the dome. ITIL just still wondering as to whether Eric Appleton is there, but no, they rotated long ago, buddy. There's no one to try and find a nice rendezvous away to just keep them on their toes, and this stick's got to come through. Goes in for the tap to at least try and find something, but as soon as those shots are traded, they know exactly what the game is. The gig is up. Eric Appleton with that apple green snake bite placed onto the spike to make sure that that round is firmly secured. And Premier, twice as many rounds for them coming into the half, but Ottawa Grey, a pistol round would go a long way for them in this second half.
Well, Hazza, I mean, we've talked about... I think the thing is, though, is something that we need to talk about, right, is, like, Premier was so good on their attack. The thing is, though, Ottawa, I mean, they'll be good as well. This is the Champions Division. This is where the players come to play. So with that being said, I mean, we'll need to see how good Ottawa can be, because, well, Icebox and 8-4 scoreline, I'd be quite happy with that, considering, like, well, your opponents are going to be good on the execute. You've got to expect that. It is the Champions Division, so we'll need to see how good they will be on their execute.
I also think something that's really important to note as well is just the context of these rounds, right? You can say one team is dominating more than the other, even if the rounds are a lot closer, because it seems like whenever Premier are winning, they're flawlessing, they're team acing, and it's Sully leading the charge. A couple of quick headshots from these players, and they put their foot down. Maybe they might not be leading by the greatest margin, but it's the fact of the matter, the way that they're doing it. Even now, Eric Appleton drops, but only 16 HP left on that player. A heal will get burned through immediately, and we're forced in towards a B retake. Ottawa Grey actually looking pretty decent in this round still. Down by one player, but in a situation where they can try and work this post plant. Good utility on the Sova and the Viper to try and contend with. But that defuse, it's going to be tapped, and there's a great flank coming through from Koi as well. They know all about the utility. They find the first, they find the second. Lil Boz gets dropped as well, and just like that, Premier, they have the pistol as well.
I mean, Premier, the fact that they were able to get that... the fact that they were able to deny the lineups coming in from behind Koi with 2 lovely shots lined up straight away. But not only that, Premier continue their kind of impressive form on Icebox, and they move forward with that pistol round. It seems like an unstoppable force. Almost, dare I say it, a kind of... I was a celestial force is what I was going to say. Something that just is unworldly. That's kind of the superlatives that I would use for them right now. And it seems as if after getting that spike down, though, Ottawa, they're actually going to match the buy.
Yeah, they certainly are. Going for 4 Spectres and a Marshal on Lil Boss to see what they can do, and they're just going to run it straight down. Try and take a page out of Premier's book and make their way towards the B site. A rotate will be coming through thick and fast. There's a good bit of flank protection there as we see the trademark is placed towards mid by that chamber player. Good use of the snake bite and well, actually no, it's that teammate's fragment grenade which will be slowing this down a little bit from Psycho there. Good chip damage across the board, which will be dropping Nezimart all the way down. That spam looking to maybe try and finish them off, even though that eco is sort of matched between the two teams. This could really shift either way, and you sort of worry about the post plant here, about these players getting pushed back with that barrier orb as well. It's huge for the defuse. It's already going through hot, but then look at the collapse! Oh wait,
what is happening?
the diffuser didn't go all the way through, and Adam's just collecting names. It's a triple from him already. Manages to chain two quickly off the back of that Marshall holding to try and find the next one. That angle for Sully is great to get it done. And just like that, the round will be coming to a conclusion. Sully is just dancing around.
No.
They can't find him whatsoever. And if that isn't salt in the wound, it's MSG in the wound. It's something in the wound, but it flipping stings, because that is not how you want to lose it out.
What is happening there, Hazard? What is happening? My God, 10-4 the scoreline here. And that was just BM. That was pure BM. Do you know something? That was like the 10-star clip where we were both hiding behind the wall. But
yeah,
no, fair play right now.
Faking
Still
the
the...
wall.
Oh!
That is a very nice pick from Koi early on, just finishing off that good work that we see from Sully initially. And, well, yeah, I mean, it has to be said, that use of the barrier orb was huge. But not only that, Adam Soliman on this Marshall right now, just taking names, a triple headshot on the previous round, finds a body on this one, and they're just chasing it down. And Inertia gets finished off. A force buy means that they've not really got much to work with. UH Premier, they know that they have the advantage, and they are just pressing it as much as they possibly can. Psycho's position probably alerted to them in some right. That flash will make sure that it certainly is. Connects a couple headshots, which will do worlds good for the confidence, but one away from match point. What can you really do to contend with? It doesn't even feel competitive at this point.
It really doesn't feel competitive. You've got to feel for you, Ottawa Grey, because coming into that half, you're thinking, do you know what, 8-4, they start to put a couple of attacking rounds together, we can really see this being a good matchup, something, well, maybe not for the ages, but certainly, you know, I mean, something as classic Valorant that we saw from, again, I keep drawing back to it from, like, the kind of Champions/Berlin days where we're seeing Icebox, the crazy scorelines that we're seeing on there. Right now, it just seems all one side. 11-4 at the current score. But can they continue? Jivy already moving through in towards the middle of the map, trying to see if they can contest. And all that seems to be is just people ducking and weaving right now. But as I say that, Nezimat will pick up Jivy.
Yeah, these players are so hungry on the UH Premier side. Jivy gets caught with their hand in the cookie jar on that occasion. Picked off and left with Eric Appleson to try and defend this side of the map. That toxic screen is actually slowing these players down a considerable amount. You ought to agree. Given the context of the previous rounds, they've given so much respect to this defending side. Hunter's Fury will slow things down even further, gets a few good tags. Soliman takes down Sicko. And now they've got to try and get that plant. It's not coming through. Sully has the Empress online and just wants to breathe it a little bit extra life. It runs out just before they're able to finish things off. Position towards the yellow of Lil Boz gets sought out. They just run out into the open. That's a big one to get the overheal online. And, well, now we've got to be looking towards that lurk in spawn, defender's spawn, where there is a great opportunity for this flank to get cut off by Nezimat.
I think it's going to happen here, Hazza. I don't think they know. Well, they know now.
Oh no,
my
they overstepped it.
Oh,
the shots were premature, and Adam Soliman capitalizes. Now a 2 versus 2, and they're playing from so far back.
Do they have the lineups, Hazza? That's the question we're all asking ourselves.
Surely.
I mean, if he messes this up, this could mess up the full round, mess up the full map potentially. First one goes off, which means Hazard, they can start the spike. The second one to come off here, I believe that's just an info dart. It's going to get destroyed. The second dart to come through, which means they can tap the spike. They can go for it now. One player plays Overwatch, it is Adam Soliman. And he'll actually deny on towards the spike. Oh no, it's one player versus one. Can Inertia get dropped? Yes, they can. Do they have enough time? No, Hazard. No, they don't. The attackers played so well there.
0.69 Cairo, if you know what I mean. And that is really close. That was very unnecessary, but no, ITL there with the operator can't quite find Sully on that angle, who's put in a monster of a game so far. you thought maybe they probably could have stuck it on that corner if they really tucked themselves all the way in. The shock dart's just not quite enough to get that over the line. And, well, I mean, UH Premier still looking good in that round, nevertheless. Operator online for Jivy to try and work with. A very split round as well that we're seeing from Uotta Gray, just spread out looking for that first pick.
Seems again that little default style that we always talk about has that kind of slow gambit play. Seeing what they can do here. And do you know what? I love that play. I love them taking their time. But the thing is, though, Hazza, when they take their time, they let players pop off. They let players pop up. Jivy pops up with one. Adam Solomon maybe going to be the next one. Well, he is going to be the next one involved in a kill, but it's the opposite way. The attackers take the advantage. 5-11, though. Maybe a sign of life here from the attackers as ITEL just walking with trepidation. And look at this, a trade to come through. A res also. And it's 4 versus 2 in the round.
Adam Solomon getting caught out in that one for all the wrong reasons. So was Appleman. And now we're seeing that Jivy is just playing here with the operator. That recon bolt pulsing and stopping them from getting any chance at winning that one out. If they were to have taken that pick and been able to rendezvous away, you would have favoured Koi to go for the resurrect there. It now brings it to a 3 versus 3, but just like that, round is flipped on its head. It's only a possibility, a fragment in the multiverse, if you will. Right now, it is the 4 versus 1 situation that we'll be seeing. And Koi just has to try and save face. What can they try and do? Maybe play for an exit of sorts. They know where the operator is towards Snowman, and I think it may be in their primary interest to try and collect that. Aware that players could have pushed up because of how far away they were playing from. Recon Bolt gets broken, and they're just going for the tap now. What can they find? It's only going to be 1. 3 players left standing for the attackers. And looking a little bit stronger in this matchup.
Looking extremely stronger. I think they're actually starting to punish their opponents a little bit. They're seeing the kind of patterns, the signs of aggression that they're using. I mean, we look towards that last one. I mean, we actually saw Jivy get the first frag with the operator. But look at that. I mean, Hazard, they were able to bring it back and somehow win that one out against UH Premier, which have been so rampant. All in all there, Hazard. So right now, I'm actually believing in you all. I think this could be a comeback here.
Yeah, it is also dropping them onto that lower weaponry as well, right? I feel the way that UH Premier play works really, really well on the attack because they're able to just deathball, group up, get those picks, and win those isolated fights. But on the defense, the same kind of trades just aren't there for them. Don't have the same kind of cohesive setup, and well, Nezimart's really going to struggle with that one. 5 HP is all that Reed's left on their health bar. Now, that pick towards Jivy will alleviate a bit of pressure, but there's a triple flank coming through. Koi able to get one, but they're just chipping these players off. Eric Appleson won as well onto Psycho. Now, even man count, 3 versus 3 on the retake.
Well, we'll need to see here, Hazard. There is one player on low HP. It's Adam Solomon, and he's picked up one. That was a nice and lovely shot there. ITEL, though, they've got the better rifle. They've got the better sniper rifle. Can they do the work that they need to do? Doesn't seem, though, Hazard. Oh, no, the Hunter's Fury comes out. They can deny the spike, too. Already gone, and one
Oh, no,
to
but
go.
it's a free defuse. Because it's already halfway diffused. The shock dart is there. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's a thrifty round. Sully finishes it off. Those Vandals picked up. Ring in the ears of the Uotta players. And just like that, UH Premier, they have match points secured and twice as many rounds on the board.
Twice as many rounds as a... And it all started from the attack. It all started from a very confident half. 4 rounds have won on this defending half, though, has a 4-2. So, I mean, all in all, it's just double all throughout this whole half. They've got double the rounds in this half. They've also got double the score. So, with that being said, we'll need to see exactly how Ottawa. I was about to say contest this one, but with the Vipers pick committed towards you, things just get harder.
Yeah, and this is exactly the Viper's pit that I was talking about. That one on top of 410, so it gives a nice leg angle onto those pipe players. Sully lurking from on top of screen, so has a great position to assist the rest of their team. Flip side of the map, Jivy with the operator holding things down towards B, keeping up posted on that aggressive angle. There are sheriffs on a few of these Uotta Grey players, so they're really going to have to dig deep if they want to try and pull this one out the bag. And right now, it looks like their best resolution to dealing with these two problems either side of the map is maybe trying to contest mid, but looks like that interaction may be postponed as the Aldrone seeks its way forth and sees to try and push these players back a little bit more with that information.
It is a horrible pinch movement. What do you do? Do you execute in towards an operator? Do you execute in towards a Viper's pit? I mean, you can maybe walk up through mid here, Hazard, but how can you do that when there's all other utility and you don't know what's there?
30
Seems
seconds
if it
left.
is going to be in towards the Viper's pit. The old drone and a Trailblazer to
Oh, it's a
follow.
big
They've
ping.
finally picked him up though, Hazard. They know where he is.
That's an absolutely huge ping to try and shut things down, but Eric Appleson does not care. A double from them and Adam Soliman make it a triple, a flawless round from UH Premier to shut that map out. 13-6. I mean, Cairo, as soon as you saw those players converging towards the A site, the ping comes through on the Aldrone, you thought, oh, well, this one's going to be a little bit contentious. It was not. It was an absolute bloodbath, a meat grinder, if you will, in that poison smoke. And just like that, UH Premier, a very, very dominant performance from them off what looked to maybe be a little bit closer in the early stages.
Sorry, I was just trying to fix my hair there. I was listening to you, and I mean, dominant performance is an understatement. As you said, I mean, the scoreline, well 13-6 now. I mean, it didn't look that bad on you, Ottawa, but when we saw kind of the Premier side come through, when they were winning Hazard, they were winning good, they were eating well, and oh my God, man, I don't think there's much left of the carcass of you, Ottawa Grey, after that one.
Yeah, it's certainly been picked bone for bone at that point in time. No real scraps left on that one. Sully had eaten them all up, fat in the belly,
Yeah.
almost, just sat with those cartoon effect like bubbles popping out of the mouth on that
Yeah.
Empress there with the Devour being used multiple times, and that's the perfect phrase to use. They'd just been pushing in with unbridled aggression time and time again, making so much space towards A. I don't think we really saw many B executes coming in from UH Premier. And I feel like that's because, the A execute on Icebox for many a time has been the premier way to go. No pun intended, but that is just sort of how it has panned out. Be interesting to see how things are going to shift on this second map, but early on, very, very strong signs.
Oh, extremely strong signs, Hazza, and that's the worrying thing. And I mean, can sorry, producer, I'm sorry. Can you just throw up the map bands again to see who picked what map, and maybe we can kind of just set
Yeah, here we
delve
go.
into that. Yeah, there we go. That was a UH Premier map pick, Hazza.
Yeah.
That's scary.
I mean, the fact that it is the UH Premier map pick, right, it means that now going into Ascent, you've got to, maybe not be as worried for the side of you, Ottawa.
Yeah.
With that being said, we saw how the Ascent map pick turned out the last time around. Ascent is a map which everyone will pretty much be comfortable on. This could be another whitewash. You, Ottawa, right now, just got to try and keep themselves in it, keep their heads in it. And, I think actually we can just go straight into that second map.
Yep, I'm totally ready for this one, Hazza. I mean, we'll start talking about Ascent then. We'll start breaking that one down while we wait for us to send to that map, right? Think about it from this way, everybody. Ascent, every time that we've seen it, has been pretty much 50-50. Both teams have been in it. Everybody knows how to play it. I mean, Hazza, I think there's only one time that me and you have ever casted Ascent, and it's been a one-sided affair. We're not going to talk about that one-sided affair. We're going to talk about this one right here. And I'm going to speak to you. What do you think here? How are you feeling for this one in terms of these two teams moving through onto what we always describe as a very even map pick?
Well, you know what? It is very even, I guess, in many regards. And, one of those, it would be that the way that the teams have selected their agents here, it's looking like we're going to see a complete mirror across the board with Chamber and KO in the mix. Usually, the Sentinel that you would be seeing would be a Killjoy or a Cypher in the mix somewhere. Cypher's tripwise being great to just shut down any kind of aggressive jet plays, but no. Even all across the board, Astra, Sova, Jet, Chamber, and KO on both teams. So it's going to be really interesting to see the different kind of engagements that we see between the two. The one that I want to highlight will probably be the use of KO's utility and how that's going to be shutting things down, how that can try and nullify the effects of the Owl Drone, how that can try and shut down a Blade Storm or any kind of an ultimate here in the post plant, because that could be a deciding factor in the way that this plays out. Right now, though, Premier, with the advantage, going to be starting on the defender's side. Not a bad place to be if they can find the pistol round. And Ottawa Grey are going to have a mile to climb. A hill to climb. A mile of hills, a mountain to climb. That would be the one, wouldn't it?
Well, they are up in the sky in Venice here, as we do see lots of floating islands and all sorts happening. That's obviously, of course, due to the radionite that is in the air. I don't know why I'm talking about the lore of the game. We should be talking about the two teams and this one. It seems as if there is a trip, or somewhat of a tripwire set up by the chamber on towards the A side of things. A couple of stars also if they maybe want to rotate here, but it looks as if it's actually mid-control Hazard, which is interestingly enough that we are seeing you Ottawa Grey actually prioritise.
Yeah.
Should be prioritising staying alive.
And I mean, Koi gets away with that one for absolute free. No trade whatsoever. Adam Soliman with that headhunter doing big damage. And just like that, Cairo, things completely shut down. We said we're in Ascent right now, up in the clouds. And that's where Premier are sitting. They're at their very peak at this point in time. It's going to take a lot for Ottawa Grey to try and topple them. That was a flawless round. And, well, it had every right to be one.
I mean, it really did. 1-0 for the Premier, and I mean, this is it. You're talking about this side right now, right? And we saw them come off the back of Icebox. We're like, right, let's talk about it. Ottawa Grey. I mean, this is their map pick. We'll be expecting them to be a bit better when we move through onto this one. I don't know if maybe they should have taken a little bit of longer break in between maps, because I mean, all in all, when you think about it here, right? Maybe a little bit more of a break. They would have been able to somewhat, how to put it, I don't know, regain the thoughts. Yeah, reset the mental.
Yeah.
Maybe the fact that they're still almost stuck in that momentum beast from last time, and the momentum does not stop.
Yeah, they could have done with a break, maybe, a break for us as well. Get me some of that tiramisu that I was enjoying. I don't know if tiramisu is Italian or not, as we are on Ascent right now, but if someone can correct me on that, please do. Right now, not too much to. Maybe. Not too much to comment on right now, though. That trademark will be spotting out the position of Koyan. Oh, actually, Nesimart wins that one out, spinning erratically. Jovi will find them to put us in the 4 versus 1 situation. Spike nowhere near Inertia, so they've got a lot of work to do. Maybe they'll be able to catch out one of these players as those footsteps will be treading. And, well, Jovi should have tread lightly because they will get dropped. Spectre now in the hands, but not for long. Eric Appleson with that Bulldog. A nice couple of bursts. We'll be finding that pick for them. And it's also a big buy to be making, Cairo. Having a Bulldog in your hands, having an Ares as well. This isn't just like a Spectre. These are weapons that can actually contend at the level that we see. With these full rifles coming out from Ottawa, an Operator as well, and a Vandal. So Premier really feeling the confidence right now.
Just to confirm, by the way, tiramisu is actually Italian, so there we go.
Mate, I'm on my A game right now. What can I say? My really A for Ascent game.
Your Italian game, right?
Yeah, yes, very nice, very nice.
Right, well, with the way that things are going just now, it seems as if, again, it's another default style from Ottawa. Lovely spam coming out from Koi, but at the same time, though, they can't get anything off of that because the players are hiding away. Shock darts to come out, try and destroy any utility or trip damage to be gained. And again, they're just going to clear out line here. This is really nice work from Ottawa. They're burning through utility. But the thing is, though, they're just making sure to clear things out, and that way they can't get picked up from maybe, a margin of error that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and speaking of Italian game, this is a much better opening from Ottawa into this round, the way that they've set up. Getting control of those orbs to try and bring those ults online. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Premier, they're only 2 rounds up. It is just the fashion in which they've been finding it. And, well, right now, Adam Soliman on that Marshal, we know what they're capable of, but not for much longer. Inertia finds them. Sully on the Operator will retake up that position that had been previously taken away. but the spike yet to be committed. It's slowly making its way towards A, but there are 3 players laying in wait. Eric Appleson just seeing what they can do with that gravity well more. Actually might catch out a player here in their Cosmic Form, but just look at the frags, Cairo.
It's just absolutely rampant, has it? And they do not stop. It's Psycho stuck in mid, almost surrounded by danger. Players all on towards a one shot. Well, I guess more towards Garden. I think they're just going to consolidate in that site, and with the time just ticking away, has just a save. I mean, this is all that Ottawa can do, is just save up for a chance that they can maybe manipulate in towards the next round. 3 rounds in a row from Premier. On a bonus, they were able to win out. Ottawa, I would be feeling a little bit scared, and maybe even a tactical timeout to come through soon, so early in the half.
I mean, something's got to be done to rectify the way that things are being played. The current top fragger for Ottawa being inertia, and inertia itself as a word, it means if something remains unchanged. And right now, Ottawa, they haven't really shown too much. This Premier side have been so dynamic. Sully with a great opener to that round, swaps out the mirror pick, spots out the additional player towards the main position. So just so much information collected early on. Goes for the second one as well. And it's just venomous on towards Lil Boz. Takes them out and extends that advantage even further. It may only be an eco, but regardless of what weapon you have, you're facing up against an operator. That's not a fight you're winning. With that being said, Inertia does manage to find a nice one. Except that might just be it for this round.
Nezama has retreated all the way through in towards the defender spawn. I think they're maybe trying to regain the spike, because there is 50 seconds. At the end of the day, you've got to give it a shot, you've got to give it a try, but the operator is watching vigilantly over that spike. As soon as they peek out with their shoulder, I imagine there will be, yep, just like that, another kill fed towards Sully. This player is not someone you really want to contest.
Certainly not. Marshall versus Operator. Operator's winning 9 times out of 10. You can have Pika's advantage all you want, but it just does more damage. That is the bottom line. Sully right now, 8 KD, 8-0, has the Blade Storm in pocket if they need it. Looking very, very comfortable. Koi's even flexed on over to an Odin to go for some BM plays towards B main, and well, look who's waiting there for him. 5 players stacked up towards tiles. It's going to be a very grouped push. Something that we saw a lot from Premier. Will it pan out for United Ottawa? Let's have a look.
I cannot. There they are. Die. Defeated. Planted.
Oh, the wallbang.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Claps it
standing.
back, but so does Adam Solomon. The 1 versus 1. The Boz sorts of flash out themselves, peeks out around the side of the box. It's just such a tough angle to try and deal with. They peek out, and just like that, another round on the board for Premier. When it looked like their backs were against the wall, the change of pace from Ottawa had put them up against it. It just wasn't enough. The retake was perfect. Some fantastic work, it has to be said, on that Odin there that we see coming out from the Sova of Koi. And, well, it was just a really, really nice read into the way that they set up. Like that, they're just going to have those guns available to them once again. Ottawa back on that lower buy. You know, when does it start? When do they start getting into this game right now? ITL still 0-5, just yet to have an impact when they're playing on that duelist role. It's really, really tough to try and contend with, whereas Sully on the opposite side, just living life.
Good thing is, though, Ottawa do have ultimates online, and I mean, I hate to kind of be the one that kind of talk about one team, but we need to see, I'm trying to think of some ways that Ottawa can somehow come back into this. I can only give compliments to Premier at this moment in time, because that's all, they're only doing good stuff right now.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones where I'm not going to believe it until I see it. I need to see something from you, Ottawa, to give a sign that they're still alive in this matchup. And, well, right now, they are just getting shut down in this mid position. There's the response, though. Lil Boz finds a quick double on the Spectre. Sully not quite able to connect that one either. The advantage sitting with them, so does the ult economy. But they've got to try and find a way out of this position. Eric Abelson just bearing on down. That spike has to try and find a way out. No command gets popped, but both of those players get dropped. Koi with the Odin shuts down Sicko as well. And just like that, it's a triple from Eric Abelson. They can do it as many times as they want. The game doesn't care about it. And just like that, another round for UH Premier. You Ottawa, now they have the bye. When do you call the timeout, Cairo? When do you pop that button?
You need to pop it soon, man. You need to pop it soon. That's 6 rounds in a row, and now you kind of cross the bridge. You now start to get to that point where UH Premier are taking advantage after advantage. It's that kind of margin now where it has to be soon. It has to be now because you're trying to stop the bleeding. Because let's be honest, it might not actually the kind of advice might not come in straight away. It might not come into effect until 1 or 2 rounds after, and at that point, that's when you start to get scared.
Sully just going on the charge right now. They have so many credits to burn. Even if the operator were to get dropped here, 100k or Renegade Wader, they got both right now. And Sully is just going on a raid. Lil Boz does good damage though, towards mid, able to take out Adam Soliman, who'd been keeping that under lock and key for a while. Takes them out of the game. Koi with this Owl Drone though, will try and shut down Nezima, and well, does exactly that. Forces them to back off. Good space towards A main right now, though, and it looks like where that execute is coming in. Player isolated, Eric Appleson towards short, has to win this gunfight out. Perfectly places himself in the corner and puts a stop to that push. The frags just rain in once more, Cairo.
Yeah, the frags do rain in again. Sully just once more continuing the Astra utility, trying to work in unison, and finally Psycho will get picked up there. Hazard will stabilise the core just for good measure to make sure he can come back. 7 and oh, the scoreline. Again, we keep asking the question and waiting for the answer. When does it happen? When do we see the timeout? When will we see a response? Well, no answer came. The loud reply. It seems to be 7-0 has a 4 ultimates online, not a single one procced just yet. And look at this, the buys seem here, there, and everywhere for the side of you, Ottawa. I just don't know where they come back.
I mean, it is really tough. You don't want to, as a caster, be dishing out criticism all of the time, but right now it's kind of hard not to. The way that UH Premier are playing, is it a sort of a credit to them, or is you Ottawa just not showing what they're capable of? It seems like every time they take the advantage, UH Premier just have some kind of way to bail themselves out. Adam Soliman, that rendezvous towards the site is perfect. Has a great position to just hold down Speedway. Drops the spike. And there's just a lack of coordination right now. Psycho towards the logs position might be unlucky to just get their head cleaned off. That little haircut there. Peeks out with the Odin. Able to find a couple, which will be all they're able to get. And just like that, UH Premier, another on the board, 8-0. I feel like we have to talk about something else at this point in time, Cairo. It's almost part and parcel. The rounds are just sort of progressing in the same fashion every single time. We're not expecting a timeout at this point.
Yeah.
You know, where'd you go?
I really don't know, but I mean, what I think is, right, no matter what, at the end of this kind of game, there is one thing that will be taken away, and it's you, Ottawa. Gray will probably need to go back to kind of watching the VOD. And I mean, at the end of the day, see after a game like this, you learn more from what you would kind of a really resounding win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
UH Premier, what do they win? What do they gain from this in terms of knowledge? They know that things work. That's probably the best kind of example. But right now, for you all were Gray, I mean, there's so much to learn from this game, the way at UH Premier.
And this has to be the round, surely. If you look at the possession that they have right now, this is the sort of situation where if you end up losing out on this one, then questions have to be asked. Koi, I think, is aware of the position of Lil Boz there, but can't really do too much. A nice triple from them. Keeps them in the game for the time being. Ideal goes straight in. A little bit of teabag to add insult to injury. And just like that, they're on the board. I mean, At this point in time, there's still an opportunity. They can get 3 more rounds on the board, 8-4, and from there, that's a place to try and build from. I feel like right now, as a caster, it can be so hard to try and give a fresh perspective on the way that the map is playing out when you don't have that taste. That is what we needed. We needed that little that sort of nibble as to what is going on with this Uottara Grey side, because they showed potential on a lot of rounds. They were just not able to convert any of them. Now they've converted that first round. It's a baseline, somewhere to work from. What can they do with it though? Well, not too much. Solly does get taken out of the game early on. It's the second round in a row that they've lost their life as the first blood going against them. Could that be the key? Eric Appleson will slow things down for the time being, but that utility is just great.
Everything about it is great right now. Psycho, though, he's on a rampage elsewhere on the map. Eric Appleman will finally shut down Nezima, and it's all up to the 1 versus 1. It's all up to Psycho versus Eric Appleson.
Eric Appleson goes into the astral form halfway through that fight with Psycho. They miss the shot, ducks back out, and then somehow manages to clean things up. If that isn't just a symptom of the greater narrative that we're seeing here, I don't know what is. Another round that really should have been picked up by Uottara from a fine margin, shifts the opposite direction. Eric Appleson putting in huge work on this Astra. I mean, it has to be said. The gravity well, as on the previous round, making Lil Boz vulnerable, an easy pickup for those teammates. Sully just trying to get aggressive here and find something early on, as they have done so many times. The way that they set up, it's just taking away a lot of map control right now, and you feel like Uottara Grey would benefit a bit more from just having some more control to try and contend with.
I think another point that we've not really spoke about here, Hazza, is maybe the fact that the mid control hasn't been best from Uottara. That's something that we've not talked about. I mean, we're seeing players being able to move out on towards catwalk, get picks. I mean, B main controls not being great either. They're not using like flashes, etc., to oppress the kind of opponents that are moving through. Nezima has used the Astro utility to move and execute on towards A, but you've not cleared it out with any information in terms of lineups from the Sova or the KO. This is where I'm starting to try and get critical of them so that they can try and learn. There's something to gain. Right now, though, Hazza, there's nothing to be gained, only kills, and we have moved into that dreaded point, that critical point, where any more rounds being won by UH Premier here, then it's kind of looking at all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think, you know, the way that Uottara Grey set up, it's kind of difficult. I think that change of pace that we saw on one of those rounds where they grouped up, they went together fast, that could have been the key to unlocking this UH Premier defense. The way that they set up, it's very, not sort of aggressive, but lots of ground is going to want to be taken by these players. You know, we see Sully try and contest towards B main on multiple occasions. Going to see that Blade Storm come through, maybe look for an updraft pick there, but Psycho picks them off. You know that aggression is going to come through, and you've got to be waiting to punish it. That's what we see from this time from Uottara Grey, and it's going to play into their hands brilliantly.
Planted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and Nezima finds that one onto Koi. That spike yet to be defused. Cosmic Divide will eventually drop. The Veil is felled, and just like that, Drivey easily picks that one up. 11-1 will be the score coming out of the half. We thought that 10-2 half was dominant in the previous matchup that we saw between ESU and NJCU, but no, that is just one better, I suppose. Now, Uottara, they got to start with a pistol. Got to start somewhere. If UH Premier are able to pick this one up, it's going to be really tough. The fact of the matter is, as well, because they're playing on the defender's side, it means that they won't get the same kind of bonus that they would from getting a spike plant down, right? So if you're forced to invest extra when you've already lost the pistol round, I don't think there's any way back into it whatsoever. Mathematically, yes, but realistically, I mean, this matchup was probably over before it started.
Pick them up.
Right, well, Hazza, next time I'll try and make sure I'm unmuted. You know what it's like, you know what I'm like.
Scanning ahead.
Fortunately, we'll need to see exactly how this one will work out. We've already got information on the player to the far left, but will they be able to clear them out? It seems as if Sully's going to try, but look at this. Finally, a resounding answer. 3 kills, make it 4, make it 5. Flawless, Hazza. But the thing is, though, this is a nice little round and a clap in the back for the side of you, Ottawa Grey. But they need to make it through the next 2 rounds. They need to make it through the anti-eco, and they also need to make it through the bonus. The bonus being the most important round to deny UH Premier that alluded map and series point. Because right now, they only have 1 round for that kind of, how would you put it, that margin of error. Well, that margin of error be quashed. That's what I'm asking.
It's a very tight margin that they've got to try and work with here. I mean, we see a Marshall, Sheriff across the board, and I love that boost for Sully there from the teammate. ITL will be taking down Adam Soliman there. So, I mean, I'm a believer. Any believers in chat? There's still an opportunity here for you, Ottawa Grey, to at least save some face. They could get to 6-7 rounds if they wanted to. UH Premier, they slip the focus. It's going to be tough. It looks like right now they're just sort of bouncing around, very happy to just, make the most out of this game. They really look to be enjoying themselves in the way that they're playing as well. That confidence, we love to see it. Those aggressive plays, making the most of what they can. And right now, they're just going to be playing really, really slow, seeing what they're able to do and seeing what they can find. If there's an overstep to maybe punish. The same could be said for the opposite side, though. If one of these players gets caught out, just like ITL nearly did there, it could be an opportunity for them to exploit. But it won't be coming for them just yet as they make their way towards market. Lil Boz lays in wait.
We're just waiting to see what was happening with that gunfight. Only Eric Appleson remains, Hazza.
Left.
And look at this, 4 hungry wolves looking to pick him up, and finally they will. A very nice round from you, Ottawa Grey, and well, they keep a lot of those guns that can contest the rifles that UH Premier will now have. And remember, Hazza, you were saying that kind of aggressive style of play, the fact that the way that they kind of want to play this Valorant game, those rifles support that kind of ideology that the kind of support staff and that team have got. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that works moving through into this next one, considering there is one team on lesser weaponry.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah. So
There they
right
are.
now we see the spam coming through here. Inertia does get pinged. Whoa, there's some spam of their own coming through actually. And that's low HP for this player to try and defend the site with. Sully gets the opener. Shock dart will be exactly enough. Poi manages to take down their mirror agent. And now 5 players left to only the 3 on the side of the Ottawa Grey. This is one of the rounds that you're always going to be giving up. And that's the problem when you're coming into a half, a scoreline of 11-1. Because it means that there's always that one round that you're most likely going to concede. It's going to be given up every single time when that happens. And just look at the gunfire. They're pouring on into the market position. Lil Boz is good for 1, but they're just bouncing around. And Sully's got a quad. Just like that. Match point for UH Premier. Once again, a Premier performance.
A Premier performance indeed, an absolute clinic that has been put on show here by UH Premier. There's no other way to describe it. Other than that, finally we will see both teams put onto that equal riflery almost. I mean, you could argue that Little Boy's the only one that can't really buy up, but that's the same for Koi here. So I imagine we'll see that kind of, oh, maybe not, maybe it's going to be a Stinger, actually. I'm going to say a Spectre, but no, that's not going to be. So with that being said, though, it will be interesting to see how this one will go. Looks as if it's going to be an 8 executing already. The UH Premier ideology of go fast, go hard has come through, but Psycho, he has answers of his own, and he's got the first entry frag.
Yeah, big recons here to try and slow that push a little bit from Inertia, but yet to find anything. And these players happy to just make their way into the site after the fact. Utility not really good for much. Blade Storm invested as well, and this is where Sully really gets into their element. Has 2 Updrafts available to go searching, but they're going to get taken off with a quick headshot. This Cosmic Divide will be huge to slow that push, though. Drivey good for 1 oversteps as well. Eric Appleson gets another. Now a 2 versus 1, so still looking very ropey, but it does not matter. A very swift clutch there. A quad from Eric Appleson, the star performer for UH Premier on that map of Ascent, and it's just as simple as a 2-0 for UH Premier. Once again, like I said, a Premier performance coming out from them, and a resounding victory on that second map. You said, we'd only casted 1 dominant performance of Ascent before. You can make it 2.
Oh, mate, that was just a resounding no. I'm just thinking of the Bugs Bunny meme where it's just no. That's what I'm just thinking of right now, man. That was absolutely crazy from UH Premier. I've never seen a map and a dominance like that on Ascent, and on top of that, to add up, I've never seen a fast-paced icebox attack like that in my entire life. I think I've been casting Valorant for around about 9 months now. That's just crazy.
Valorant baby, 9 months. Something had to happen eventually, but here we are. So, yeah, I mean, we kind of have to talk a little bit here about U Ottawa, of course. It would be unfair to just get... I mean, obviously, we're going to be singing the praises of UH Premier. It was a very, very good performance from them. But U Ottawa, there's plenty more weeks to go ahead in this tournament. We're only 2 weeks in. And to be honest, there were some good plays across the board from them there. It just didn't quite come out. I think there were a lot of rounds where it was very, very fine margins that were exploited by UH Premier. Sometimes when things aren't going your way, when it isn't your day, it can look a lot worse than it is. The fact of the matter is they have the fundamentals down. It'll just be these little sort of micro decisions in the game that can really shift the way that things go. The mid-round calls as well, or just a difference in individual skill in some situations. I feel like Eric Appleson, for example, would just have such good positioning on many different occasions, was able to find 1, it brings space for 2, and just like that, it's the guillotine coming through from those players. Just a wash, an absolute washing of frags in many, many occasions. So, I mean, credit to UH Premier, but U Ottawa, plenty more weeks to get things sorted, so don't you worry.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, the thing is, though, another thing to take has it's quite a simple one is, I mean, if this is the lowest you can get you Ottawa, the only way is up. I mean, it's kind of cliche, it's kind of cringe, but sometimes as a team, you've just got to take that. You take the good with the good, you take the bad with the bad, you learn from your mistakes, and we move forward. I mean, I'm going to do the opposite, Has. I'm not going to dwell too much on UH Premier. They know what they did tonight. They know exactly the performance that they put in. It was absolutely magnificent. Valorant, I have to, I mean, thank these 2 teams for coming up and showing, giving us a spectacle in some regards tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was a spectacle. We had 2 great best of 3 but 2 great best of 3 series. The first one going all 3 maps. This one maybe, leaning a little bit more in the opposite direction, but it's been an absolute pleasure to cast. I've enjoyed every single moment of it. Of course, with Cairo, we'll be here every single Tuesday. We got to do 2 best of 3s this week, so we were quite lucky. But yeah, I believe that is Monday.
It's Tuesday for us, right enough.
Oh no, okay, never mind. It's Tuesday for us because we're in the UK, but Monday for you guys. So sorry for the little bit of confusion there. That's just that's a British thing, I suppose. Actually, it was interesting to note the one player that wasn't playing, who's actually in the UA lineup, was Panzer, who does actually hail from the United Kingdom as well. So maybe that was the difference between the 2 teams. Who knows?
Maybe. But, well, with that being said, me and Hazard are done for tonight. As he's already said, we will be back every Monday with NECC casting for you guys, representing you and trying to give you the best plays as possible for maybe to add to one to your TikTok reels. I don't know. Right, with that being said, good night. God bless. Have a great Valentine's. Do not go far. Come back every week and make sure to hit that little purple heart down below. There's another game coming right up with, I believe it's Vincent and Orbital. Those guys are great. Make sure to stick around for that.
And welcome back. You get to see our lovely faces once again, or maybe you haven't if you were not watching the other stream, as there's so much NECC Valorant action going on. I am Orbital. With me is Vincent. We opened up the secondary broadcast, and now we are here with the third matchup of the evening on the main broadcast here. We are looking at Navigators White with King University versus, I believe that is College. Both teams sitting at 0-1, also looking for their first series victory.
Yes, they are. I mean, listen, King, yeah, they struggled in week number 1. It was 2 close games, but a 2-0 overall. On the other hand, College, all 3 maps against Blue Gold Esports. They picked up 1 map win, a very close 13-11 on the second map of that series, but ultimately failed to bring it over the line. Both teams are indeed looking for that maiden victory here. And once again, I think that King might have been involved here last season, but I think College is new, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I think that's the craziest part about it. We got so many amazing teams coming in here, joining in the NECC, and so many different divisions. I believe we have the Champions, the Challengers, and the Navigators, and then so many divisions within those divisions, which gets even crazier, which is why we're covering all this great action. So let's go ahead and run down the new squad here, College, and their players of choice. If we hopefully can get those up for you. I believe we have the list of names coming up here. Yes, we do. Tonight's lineup is going to be Chamber, Jimny, Pizzle, and Beans, and Obey.
Yes, indeed. And you know that College lineup, I'm interested to see kind of how they go from there. But let's take a look at this other side, King's University, who they've got on this roster is going to be King's carry Cal, MJ Billbrook, King Tat. Wait, is everybody King here? Hold on, that's sick. I love that. Not everybody went for it, but nonetheless, ICAP is the one to close out this roster. King's University trying to get fancy with it. I'm a fan.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful time, right? And again, these are both teams that have run the gauntlet a little bit, right? We have seen teams previously, they were losing maps, 3-13, 4-13. These are both teams that have gotten fairly close to victory. Like you said, King U, of course, having an 11-13 map in their loss versus Finlandia Lions. And then on the other side, College, of course, having a 9-13 and then a 13-11 against Blue Gold Esports. So these teams are no newcomers to the challenge here, and I'm very, very excited to bring forward this match here today. But let's also go ahead and take a look at the maps that these teams will be playing on. As you can see, very, very standard map bans. Ascent and Haven were taken out, and then of course Split and Icebox were locked in back to back. Fracture and Breeze, still no love, and then Bind as the decider.
Yeah, and you and we've already had the opportunity to cast on Split and Icebox as the first 2 maps of the first series we casted, so we're already prepped and ready for it. We'll see what these 2 teams can do. It's King who picked out Split and College on Icebox, and we'll have to see kind of how things adjust as we get into game. Yeah, lacking that Fracture. Breeze as well. Not a lot of love. I do totally understand why we haven't seen a lot of Fracture, but man, Breeze is a great map. I really am a bit surprised that we haven't seen a little bit more of it on stream. I don't know about you.
I love it. I personally love it, mostly because it affords me the most opportunities to hide and try and snipe someone without someone coming around a corner on me, right? Like, that's all I care about. It's lovely, but of course, we are on to Split first, and it's no breeze. It's no breeze at all. This map has been around for so long. One of the original maps that came out, of course, which means a lot of these players tend to have pretty good knowledge. If you don't have knowledge of this map, if you haven't played it enough, then you should. This is a standard map that should be in rotation. We'll see who comes out with that side victory. Like I said, hopefully it is going to be King U, as this is their map selection.
Yeah, that would be the ideal situation. But hey, I think that when things get down to the wire, anything goes. And well, we're seeing some pretty standard. I'd call this a meta comp from the College side of things, especially seeing the double up on the smokes. Right, you got the Astra coming in with the Viper, What's very interesting though is that Scary Cal is gone with no Astra.
Ooh.
It's back to basics. The Omen is what we're gonna see out of King University.
And it's crazy. We have not seen omens in quite some time.
Yeah,
Excuse
you're
me,
right.
if I'm not mistaken, because it's another agent that just seems to have fallen off the table, right? If you're taking a look at things, once again, the main function of Omen was always the utility, the versatility of moving from position to position, kind of just giving giving the opportunity to try and sneak around the map, and yet it's been so devoid of it, right? It's not necessary, it's not needed. It feels very, very niche. But if you can pull out a moment that brings with it its own set of difficulties for the opponents that maybe College aren't ready for.
I don't know about that. I actually think that the reality is that Omen just doesn't do as much as Astra, and so
Mm.
you're just losing out on possibilities by playing the Omen opposed to the Astra. But Astra's a hard agent to play. That's just the reality. And well, if that is a difference maker here, as the first of the push comes in here, King's University attacking in towards the same site. We use guiding light as Jimmy to push forward temporarily. The paranoia, that's certainly a strong part of the Omen kit. Doesn't connect anything. Jimmy caught out. Guiding light, good, but it's not the frag. As it's Ambat to push and find that opening frag before Obey comes on out for more. Salash up top, nearly going to have some trouble, and indeed does. As Beans pushes forward. One player left alive here, and that's Jay Pizzle.
King and Bats holding it down with the 3K. MJ knocking it down for the full house. Very nice pickup by King U. They are the ones that we want to watch here, really take it home. And again, a pistol is always nice, getting it on specific players. I do apologize. Cello and MJ took one apiece with King and Bat taking the 3K. And that means King and Bat is going to maintain the pistol, is going to wait for a large full purchase in that third round.
Yeah, it's sort of necessity considering how that first round went. You don't typically see the forest buy. Here comes the Trailblazer, as we saw exact same setup last round. But MJ going up top and looking for more and trying to close that distance. It's his chamber, but that shorty at that distance is simply not viable. The push comes through. ICAP has taken out Beans with ease. 3 left here for the defense. College quickly down to 2.
It's a hard one to come about, and again, the anti-eco coming out strong. Couple shots to the head, but the pistol only does so much. King and Bat gonna take the last one. 4 members left alive for King U. That's a great way to take that anti, right? This is going to maintain 4 across. Of course, the only one that we're really looking at and taking a chance with is gonna be King and Bat. What is gonna be purchased? It looks like it's a toss of the Spectre. Now, this is interesting. I know... I do believe King and Bat should have more, so maybe there's a weapon toss in exchange, but College, of course, coming out with a large majority share of their own, still fading over towards that A side a little bit more. We'll see if it yields results this time around.
Well, third time's the charm maybe here for College, especially considering they have the weapons to contend, and, well, back to basics here. Trailblazer out. MJ up top. MJ with the frag, and it's Scary Cal in the follow-up. The chamber has dispatched with MJ in the meantime, but Beans ready and waiting. Going to catch a grenade to the face. And in fact, it's a follow-up grenade as well. So things are not exactly perfect for College, especially considering that Jimmy, the final defender on the side, has fallen as well. Scary Cal seeking his way into the back line.
What a solid way to play this. Beans, last one alive, is going to take King Scary Cow out. One more chase in is going to make it difficult, as that is going to be a couple picks off. Getting pinched here. Difficult one to have, as ICAP is going to take it home. That'll be 3 in a row for King U. Phenomenal job so far. I do believe they are keeping and maintaining this advantage. King U really strong here. 3 rounds in a row, and taking that bonus round is no easy task. That's going to put Co College into a weird buy scenario. Looks like they are actually going to half buy here. A couple odds and ends, just kind of bobbling it around in the bargain bin.
Well, that's what happens when you lose the first gun round. Unfortunately, Co College losing out on that one. That's a fantastic paint shell, though. Co College in position. It's Jay Pizzle who is looking to make the move. Empress popped. Not going to find that entry, but he does find something much better. Is pushing forward. The boom bot making some space, but MJ going to chill out for just a moment before pushing forward and dispatching with JP.
Solid pick to kick things off. Cello is going to fire right back. ICAP is going to take one as well. That's going to be 2 in the rounds. Co College with 1 left alive. Obey, unfortunately, is caught out. Is spotted out. Obey gets 1, though. That spray is good. Large clip with the Eris is going to mow down a second. Of course, the difficulty is actually getting into the site. You're really just looking for a couple more frags. Is going to be the blind around. ICAP is going to listen to the pitter-patter of footsteps, as Obey is going to run away with 2 hard-fought kills. King U will sit with 4 rounds in the pocket, though. Co College are starting to have a little bit of a hill to climb. They want to try and match up. King and Bat unfortunately didn't get out in time, which is quite surprising. There was a lot of time left for them to run.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but no problem. I mean, the money's pretty darn solid. Look, I mean, you got ICAP and Selage both approaching the, or were before the buy, I should say, approaching the max money. I think that ICAP gave over a gun. But nonetheless, yeah, this is looking good for King University as we get down to another gun round. This one's pretty important. If you ask me, Co College really need to stabilize themselves, get something rolling.
That all starts with this purchase. They're going to try again. The aggression has been, I want to say, even pace so far. They haven't done anything outside of the norm. They haven't tried to chase a 5-man push. They haven't tried to really force anything out yet. This is going to be the first time. This is going to be a blind and then a rush into B. This is one of the more aggressive plays that we've seen out of King U. Co College are just kind of on the receiving end of it, and King's Scary Cow is going to take 1. Jay Pizzle, though, and Jimny finally finding some life. That's going to be 2 in a swing with that defuse, though. King and Bat takes Jimly's life. Up atop they go. Shot out of the sky. Cello takes a kill. It's down into a 2v2 in the poison. It is scary. Obey is going to get peppered down to 20. It's so hard to play in here. They know where the spike is. It's going to be a poison down on top. Chamber is going to take King and Bat. In goes the peak, and the swing is good. Obey is going to get 1. What are they going to get? Can you get it? The knife is out. That is going to be the defenders taking it home. Cello ran out of bullets there, I believe, and Co College get 1 after being wiped as a squad.
Yeah, you know what's really weird? I think that Selage would have had that actually, but was just a little bit too indecisive about whether or not to try to go for the knife or to go for the pistol. A little bit weird. Seems obvious the pistol would be the first choice, but he went back and forth a couple of times, and well, that was the difference. I mean, all it takes, talking to Fuse, right? I mean, when 5 seconds are on the line or whatever, waiting 1 or 2 is potentially deadly. So that's what happens, and Co College find a round off the back of it. Beans playing aggressively here. And a straight up push here. The Trailblazer was gone out on the backside. It's MJ. He's trying to find this opening pick and actually finding his way into the back line there. That could be pretty deadly. Sierra Cal, meanwhile, going down to Obey. It's just not working out all that well for King, despite getting into some really phenomenal positions. There's MJ finally.
With that lurk, it is possibly holding true. MJ gets 2, and that turns the odds. A great dismiss. Maybe unnecessary, but definitely needed. King and Bat gets a revive off, and MJ, the lurker of lurks. ICAP is going to finish off the last. We thought Co College was in control, but it was all in MJ's pockets.
Yeah, that round very much win versus loss off the back of where MJ falls in that lurked position. He gets into such a phenomenal place. He kind of entirely moves around the Co College defense. Gets a little lucky in doing so, but nonetheless picks up a fantastic triple kill to put King University back in winning ways and, well, deny Co anything but a singular round. Now it's going to have to be another solid A-hold, which honestly has been few and far between, if anything. Well, I say that paint shell is pretty solid. It pulls out a lot of healing from the overgrowth on the side of the sky. King University slow it down as the Nebula comes up to deny him.
This is going to be that chance, and for the first time, it does feel like Co College have not aggressed too hard. This is going to be a spray down, though. King Scary Cow was ready for them. As soon as I said Co College had an opportunity, King Scary Cow rips it away. Phenomenal hold back in the defender's spawn, I believe is where they were, and that's just a difficult one to kind of swallow. Beans gets Celoj. Jimny gets ICAP. The King and Bat takes Jimny's life, and it's down to a 3v2. MJ hiding around the corner, takes some shots, misses, and they don't turn Beans. Taking a while, and Beans still gets the kill. King Scary Cow finally gets Beans. The shots are going a bit wide here. Jay Pizzle now rushing up into that heaven location. This is going to be a little bit of a Nebula set up. A little bit of the paranoia sights. King Scary Cow hiding in his own shadows. Waiting for that chance. Oh, Jay Pizzle bopped him out, but no, you didn't look. King Scary Cow says, all right, that's nice. Fourth gifted to me.
Great movement there from Scary Cow to recognize that MJ was in trouble, needed help, play the trade. Even if that whiff was a little bit egregious, nonetheless, get into a situation where you can see the money is brutal for Co College. I mean, they just don't have anything to work with, and it's become a bit unwieldy, this deficit. It's 5 rounds now, 6-1. Up, out for MJ is there's nobody home in mid.
Nobody home, but nobody's really knocking as the intruders are coming in from the side door. A site is going to be pressured in with 2. One hiding in the back wings. King Scary Cow takes out Obey as quick as can be, and that is all access to A. The lane is open for the All-Stars to plant. Co College on a quick rotate, but keep in mind who is flanking on the outside. His chamber gets a long-range kill on King and Bat. Beautiful shots with that pistol. King Scary Cow hiding in the corner is going to get a kill there as well. His chamber definitely taking a little bit of pain. That's going to be a flawed ability usage, though, as Beans comes in for the top corner. MJ getting the perfect lineup on Jay Pizzle with the dismiss to help out. Is going to rush back to a teammate. Now this is going to be down into a 3v2. ICAP swings, gets the kill. Looking for one more as Beans is the last one alive. Can't do anything as ICAP finishes it off. King U dominating here. Already moving past that 6th round mark. 7th out of 8.
Yeah, and listen, this is King's map pick, and the worst news about that is that the Co College, on the defense, everybody kind of knows how to play the defense of this map. Unfortunately, the attack is a lot harder to come by without some significant practice, and so I'm starting to get a little bit worried because the Sicko really need to put some stuff up here on the defense. Already losing the half. It's 7-1. How much more will they lose as Trailblazers meeting, some doggy friends? And yes, I know it's not a dog, but I'll continue to call it that. As King University sort of spread themselves out after initializing towards B.
Well, B was the thought, but does look like they are kind of stuck in mid. Again, the wall going up does give them a little something to worry about. They are curious because it's not actually lined up across the entire way, so wondering if someone's kind of cheating around that edge. Beans now knows where the Omen is. You can hear those fields going down, and my gosh, that Winter Wonderland skin is definitely giving some interesting vibes. Gonna swing, go in. Gun is not spotted. They pass within mere inches of each other, and now 2 are running close. This is going to provide information. There's only 2 on mid, so that means there's 3 going to fight for it. Jimny fires away. Beans gets 1. ICAP takes off, and King Scary Cow takes 1 as well. This is going to be a 3-on-3. Firing straight through. Obey is going to have some problems. Boombot chasing the way through. This is going to be the rocket jump into Showstopper. Straight to the back. King and Bat is taken down, and Jay Pizzle makes a play of the round. However, ICAP wants it right back. This is going to be a swing of 1. Spike's still not planted, and it's going to be a difficult 1v2 retake.
I mean, 10 seconds. Co just need to run.
10 seconds.
There's no reason that they could give away this. Said Beans is holding Niang, gets the frag, picks up the shot, and, well, makes it look quite easy, all things considered. 2 rounds here for Co College out of a total of 9. I mean, that's just not ideal. Gonna need to continue to find some success. But hey, good news is they picked up that round. It gives them some space to maybe find something more. Now, granted, Jimny down to just the Guardian. We've seen some success with that weapon, but it's a USBS as well for an additional player of Co College. And back to basics here as King University run their way down here at the A side. Gonna go fast, loose, and quick. It's Millbrook, and it's going to be Selage on the entry kills. 3 left alive here as Obey needs to be the stop to this push, but can't quite find it.
Oh, that was rude. Unintended, but great to watch there. That was a brutal one to have. Again, the wall causing dyssynergy in the sights and causing you to miss your shots. You end up getting blinded and killed in the back. That one hurts, but a phenomenally well-played round. King, you are going to just clean up these last few kills, not allowing Beans to carry over that op into the next round. That's going to be 8-2 so far for King U.
That, I mean, another situation, right? Here's where they've been. Whenever they found successful rounds, they've just immediately been thrown into the fire once again by losing the next round, and that's what's happened here, right? They were struggling even to get a purchase in the prior round. They had to go down 2 rifles, not full guns, and now it's even worse. You got Ares, a couple of Marshalls, in order to be able to continue buying into that next round. It's been rough, and it's continuing to be just that as Jimny has been found out by that Trailblazer. The guiding light over on the other side, back and forth between the 2 skies. ICAP is going to win that one out, as now we can focus on the push here at A.
Immediately sprints back to the teammates. You can see how fast they're charging because, again, ICAP won, but won on a little bit of HP. MJ Billbrook, though, wins that fight very handedly. Huge pop to the dome. That'll finish off 2. Now looking for 3 more. King Scary Cow still finding open shots on his chamber. Gets a second onto Obey. Beans last one standing once again. Not much to say. Again, in a 5v1 with a single shot rifle, it's difficult. Selage is going to finish that one off. Flawless round to put them into the final round of the half.
We're looking at a 9-3 more than likely, but this is the last chance saloon here at Co College. They've got Vandals, and they got 5 of them. As we get moving forward here, Obey is close to the Viper's Pit, just 1 orb away, and Beans has the res. The only ultimate on the other side for King University going to be from the Shadows. Again, haven't seen that for a long time, but man, it got big value last time out. They telly into the spawn of Co College, and they were not at all expecting it. But we're seeing a lean B here early. Got 3 players committed that direction, and again, sort of playing back and forth with the utility, but the entry is only going one way. MJ double kill for the Reyna, and gets the dismiss going away.
It's just that easy. King U making a speed run of this map. Again, they're showing they know it inside and out. And that is something to be feared. Teams should be willing to challenge them at this point. Co College, of course, trying their best. Selage holding on to that top side control. Now in garage, last chance here. J Pizzle picks up an easy frag. He's gonna have to rotate out. Might as well just try and go for the last 2 frags. Just look for 1 or 2, pad the KDA a bit before the round's over. King U, an amazing first half here. And I honestly am so excited to watch their defending side as well. They will need almost just majority share. Oh, running out of bullets here. Oh, J Pizzle. All right, that 3K was pretty solid too. I like it. I like it.
I mean, he was giving it his best shot. I'll tell you that much for free. And, well, I guess King University feeling similarly. That felt like a free half for them. 10-2 is sort of the sort of domination sort of scoreline you don't see very often, but here it is. What can Kill College do on their attack? I was setting it up. The attack side on this map can be particularly hard if you are not well prepared. So don't know what the preparation level for Split is for Code College, but regardless, it's never ideal to be walking in with only a 3-round buffer for this map one.
It's better than 1, I would say. It's
Fair.
definitely better than 1, but it's a painful one. So I mean, you're working your best right here.
Also better than 2.
Yeah. It's better than all of those scenarios. Again, King U, though, they have to feel confident here. This is their map pick. They're feeling good. They want to close this one out quick, carry that momentum over. And Code College are looking to play upset and spoilers here, taking sewers to try and get a cheeky push to mid. I guess King and Bat willing to take that shorty in the early stages with the wall up. It should break here shortly. Or if it's cleared out, one or the other. Oh, you hear some noises. Quiet shots held. A huge spray of bullets as the pistols go ahead and cry. Double shot in. King and Bat gets 1. Still lives to tell the tale. Beans and Jimny, though, gonna fire away. Final shots go through. King and Bat gets another one. And it's still a 3-on-2. King U losing a few. MJ evening the score right up.
Should never be able to get away with a double kill on the shorty like that when you have to reload. That's a 1, maybe 2 and done position. You never should have the time to reload. But here you go. That 2-on-2. Scary Cow coming from the back line. Jay Pizzle lining up MJ with ease. It's half HP for the Omen as the dark cover goes out. Scary Cow tapping on the spike, and it's not the right direction that he's looking. Jay Pizzle to close it out.
Closes out 1 round, and you won the pistol. You got to be happy about that one and continue your slow trek forward. Sorry. Of course, the momentum is there. You won the pistol. Now you get the buy round, and you just can't let King U pull the upset. If we can. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. See what weapons everyone is running hot. If we could take a look at that and kind of take stock here. Thank you very much, Observer. It doesn't look like King U are willing to take that chance, right? You can see the shorty once again. King and Bat has used that very, very well, but no reason to go all out here, right? You have plenty safety net to work with.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play and get too far forward, right? Beyond your means, as I like to say. But Ambat, that's a bit of a hopeful shot with the shorty. You need to be a little bit closer to connect those shots. And with that, opening for mid, Zilaj caught between a rock and a hard place, and Jimny playing the role of the rock in that example, has pushed and found that frag. ICAP falling. King U out of this round. Beans to fall as well before it's Scary Cow, the final alive.
Jay Pizzle's like, hey, I knew where that was coming. No worries about that one. Flawless round again. That is the anti-eco taken by Code College. Put themselves at 4. But here comes the testament, right? If you can rip away this 3rd round from King U, it bodes fairly well. You can try and move your way closer to that 6-round scoreline. And it looks like they are going to buy into it here a little bit. I think, yeah, Code College actually upgrade a majority share of their weapons.
Interesting that they've gone for the upgrades, but I mean, hey, honestly, I don't hate that. The reason I say that is because they don't have a lot of rope to work with, right? They are on a short leash. So just trying to make sure that you have the best chance to get any winning rounds isn't the worst call in the world, though a very aggressive one nonetheless. Here's Jimny's Trailblazer, and he ain't gonna find nothing. That means that ICAP could be in a good position, but that toxic screen pulls up and over. Put themselves in a good spot and can't quite hit the shot. ICAP should have had that one unlocked, but JP has the frag. Selage playing around the map, looking for more. Already found Chamber. And the best gun in the game here for Ambat. Blind as a bat, but can't quite get taken out just yet. King in position to try and continue denying this,
Oh,
especially
no.
if MJ finds a couple kills here. Oh, Sugar Discipline should not have taken the shot, but has hit the follow-up. Doesn't quite need to find the dismiss or the overheal just yet.
no!
There we go. I called it. It's the best gun in the game. And Bat picking it up
30 seconds
and
left.
knocking him down.
There.
The worst part about that is that's a spike carrier. Your spike carrier was so far away. You had 2 on site. Oh, that is an unfortunate mistake for Co College. They're now sprinting into heaven or slowly pacing. With only 10 seconds left, they can't check corners. They're going to have to rush it in. That's going to be 3 judge shots to the body. King and Bat is going to take it. That's going to be 6 seconds. There's no time. You're looking for the wipe. And King, you are not going to give it. What a play! An unfortunate mistake, turned opportunity for King U to take the bonus.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because I wasn't even looking for the spike because, I mean, there's just no world where Coach should be bringing it up there. They basically had, they didn't basically have, they had site control, orbital. What a huge error. That could be the game right then and there. That is the possibility. Now, granted, King don't have the greatest of weapons still. Onto a pistol here for ICAP, and Solange the same, but I mean, they were able to do it last round. Surely they could make it happen again.
They had the pieces of the puzzle. They had every opportunity there, and it was just one mistake. It's a very easily fixable mistake, right? Just don't send your carrier to the opposite side. That's all it is. And they know it. You can see it. They're still moving as a squad. They're still willing to risk pushing that quickly. It looks like they're even going to break open that wall. And Anbat is continuing to buy this judge and gets shot in the back for it. That is the most unfortunate scenario. Selage, though, looking to jump on top of the wall. Can't find it. That's the 3rd time trying. And at this point, the wall's going to break. You got to be ready for the people to start flooding in. It's going to be 5. 2 left in mid. The 3 are going to chase out. This is going to be a very, very dangerous situation to be held. ICAP with a sheriff in hand takes the head off of his chamber. That is not a fun way to enter into that A site. It's going to call everyone else over. Bean's going to get the resurrection. Now they're going to look for more. Oh, no. The spray is there, but a beautiful blind is going to open up a chance. His chamber, though, gets some much-needed revenge.
Yeah, you hate to see that dying to the player you already killed that round, but Beans on the entry leaves 2, make it a singular player in Solage. Left alive, and wow, great placement on the put of the slow orb there. Beans putting it in a great spot, but yeah, 1v5. I just can't imagine a world in which this is a KU round. It's going to be very, very difficult. But a couple of frags, keep the economy reasonable. Certainly wouldn't be a problem for Selage. So we'll see what they can do.
It's a quiet finishing round here. Selage actually finds Jimny. Oh, that little connector is always funny to play with. It provides so many blind spots. I love it. Now it's the hunt for the last member. Hunt for Selage, who is now making their speedy way to be, but the bounce is there. Takes a couple shots, and it's unfortunately going to fall at the end. That one hurts a little bit as Beans pads the stats even more. It's going to be a good round, though. Go College, keep 4 alive and carry over a majority share of weapons. This should be a huge buy, or at least a decent one for King U. I am still kind of baffled, though. We do see a swap of weapons around, and it's kind of tossing the econ to the wind here. There hasn't been a hard eco. Maybe after this next round they will, but they're constantly buying kind of makeshift equipment here.
Yeah, I will agree with you. I entirely understood in the last round because they won the previous, right? That made sense, but I mean, I don't know. It's just a bit of an odd one, and I mean, this is even odder, right? Like, there's just no way if that swing comes through that Ambat was holding just a moment ago that he was going to kill that player with a Bucky. Like, it's just not the space to do such a thing. This is better. Good option. Indeed, all 5 players were in mid there for just a moment. Oh, and Ambat hears, he knows. He's aware that something is going down. And ICAP can't quite connect that Marshall.
are divided.
Oh, those are very interesting swings here. Nice cosmic divide to divide the information. ICAP up top is going to try and push in. This is double Marshall, keep in mind. And they're going to swing low. J Pizzle is going to get Anbat. And now it's single shot only. This is a difficult position to be in. His chamber is going to take out Selage, and that's going to be the plant. With the Viper's Pit down, Code College have complete and utter control of this side. A swing up top means MJ is getting locked down, and that'll be the finisher of 2 back-to-back. ICAP, though, just pops up a couple of rounds and is able to take one to the grave. 6-11 is the score, though. King Yu starting to lose a little bit of footing.
Not quite sure how that really wasn't a collab, but, you know, unfortunate as it is. See, that's what I was going to say. I didn't think King had really fully invested into that round, and they had, a couple rounds loss bonus. So even though it looked like they were investing a bit more than they could afford, realistically, the only one who doesn't have money is Ambat here, who's gone back to the Bucky. So, well, we'll see how things go. It's down to just a 5-round deficit, though. So this is definitely doable, and that is absolutely terrifying. Ambat playing with fire on that one.
They've easily read that Ambat's always there, that someone's only there, and Code College are actually capitalizing on that. They know that Ambat has ran a pretty rush-shot economy set for a while, and they push it. They just say, well, we're gonna keep you in check. We're gonna kind of blaze past you. King Scary Cow, though, gonna try and hold down a single player over here on B. Loses their life by only taking 1. This is still a 3-on-4. Code College have the player advantage with the lurker all the way in the back. This is going to be a 3-on-3 retake with the lurk behind. The Sky going to look for that race. Selage has got to be wary of what's to occur.
Oh, this could be bad. Jimny could really, really be a problem. Toxic screen up, Empress being popped out, Beans on the frag there, the flanking, ICAP down and out, his chamber, good for the double, 3 on the round, it's all towards Selage, who's already picked up the first one there, Beans falling down, Spike, it's been ticking for a long while at this point though, and timing just not working out there for King University. Code College continue to mount a comeback, down to just that 4-round deficit and 5 rounds in the half out of 6 total.
Yeah, this is... I'm a little bit... They're draining rounds here, right? King Yu are slowly being siphoned out. They can still buy. Don't get me wrong. They are still buying. We still see it. That's obvious. The question that I have is the mental, right? There's a very slight scenario chance where they mess around a little bit too much. It's hard to get back into that play to win mentality instead of the play for fun. This might be the necessary push that they need. A great showstopper to spread everyone out. Selage is able to take out his chamber and the flank MJ. This has been MJ's bread and butter. That's going to be a spray down. Gets 1 for a little bit of healing. Is going to pop back up to 100. That might be the 2 that they need. I was wondering if they were going to pull it through, and it looks like they just might. MJ on point. King Scary Cow on point as well. ICAP ready to swing the corner. Can't find the shots, but J Pizzle is lit. 30 HP and a dream against 4. King Yu put all of my doubt to rest.
I will say I don't really think that the King are really playing this kind of lightly. I think they're definitely focusing up, and this round tells me exactly that. I mean, yes, they got aggressive and they got ultra aggressive, but that's something they really haven't done. They haven't really done at all this half. So they swapped it up on a round that was a bit of a half purchase, not a full investment, and they've made it work beautifully. And in fact, Selage putting that down is the final frag. J Pizzle falling. It's 12-7. It is map point. Now, granted, King picked this map, as we saw back on our map select screen. That said, I will give credit to Code College. They've mounted a fantastic little comeback.
100%. 100%. I fully agree, because it's now 7-12, and it could have easily been 3-12 a couple minutes ago. Could have been that chance, but King Yu looking to put the final stamp in the coffin. Gonna spin, get a good fraction of damage out of Anvat, who has continuously prepped that wall in the same direction, and this time his chamber actually gets a sneak on King Scary Cow. That's going to be enough. Go College sprint into B, are looking to sprint into B. Long range hold with the Cosmic Divide. And they're going to look for that opening in mid. They try and peek, but no one's there. His chamber gets the plant. It's down to a retake. Selage sprints through the wall and immediately gets popped.
So this does allow for King to close the distance. And oh, MJ, you got to check your corners, my friend. That's an obvious one, but either way, now Ambat, ICAP, 2 left alive, and I think Ambat got sleeping at the wheel there, as it's a flawless victory for Co College. And Co, they've done so many things so well, you know, in this half, but they gave up so much in the last half, and that was the big problem. All King need to do is find one of the next 4, and they'll be into the next map. But this is another one of those sort of rough economy moments for King. They lose this round, they're on an eco for sure, and they are lacking full rifles, but 4 out of 5 players ain't bad.
Ambat still playing with fire over and over again. This is getting a little bit out of control, I feel, but it's held true. Co College still spread pretty thin. And Beans this time, MJ going for the lurk, is spotted out. You can only take that route so many times before someone checks you for it. King Yu sitting on 4 does have that Omen ultimate, but I mean, really, what's that going to do for you? Selage with a phenomenal shot is going to even things up. However, the resurrection is available, so if the Sage can make their way into heaven, that should be a revival to put it at a 5v for Selage with a weird little boost there, trying to get a little sneaky swing on someone. Wasn't going to find anyone, but ICAP holding it down. Only gets 1, but does a fair bit of damage. 3v3 here into the final 40 seconds.
This could be curtains, or it could be the way back in for Co.
30 seconds left.
Scary Cal going to be a key part, and he is a key frag found out here. So
Long range
the swing. It's not going to connect anything, but the paint shells might do the damage. No, able to get out there. Selage was in position, kind of felt that coming. Ambat now making so much noise, and now it's definitely going to be the 1 versus 3. Nice move from Selage. Needs the ace to win the round. Missed shot from the top ropes. It's a quad now. Tapping once again. Slow orb comes out. A slow orb unnecessary as Beans hits the shot. Bags the frag and keeps Co College alive.
Keeping them alive and well with 4 members down. They're going to have to purchase into those deep walls that they've racked up on the edge of their seat. Again, that is going to put 2 in a row for them. They finessed their way through a few, and now they're looking a little bit stronger again with that up in hand still, with that with those 4 Vandals crying out in anger. King Yu on a rough purchase here. For the first time, I think Ambat is running without a shotty and is working with just the pistol. And I have to say that because that's true. That's all Ambat's been running. A much earlier wall being put up. I like this much better here in the mid.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, but I'd be remiss not to mention the fact that I actually don't think he's been able to get a singular kill with that Bucky. So it hasn't been effective all that well. Last time it was a Spectre that he had that high impact moment, but well, back to basics here. King, they get aggressive once more. This is where they were able to find that round, and they played it patiently. This is a phenomenal crossfire. Ambat, MJ. That's good for the 1, picking up the 2nd. It's going to be the operator picked up. It's going to be traded out for the Vandal. Is the push down middle is good for the frag as well. That Frenzy looking good. Blinded as coming around the corner. Missed shots. MJ gets away as it is looking strong. ICAP also on the flank. And you can see Selage pulling out the showstopper, hoping to find something. But you're going to have to wait because Spikes and Spawn.
30 seconds left.
That was what the crossfire was for, right? It held it down, got the spike carrier, and everyone has to flood there. Coe College, this is almost like deja vu. They've run into this scenario before. A little bit more open space as the Seekers do swarm. Jimny knows. Jimny is going to swing. Gets one. Almost gets a second. Remember, it's just a couple seconds left. Nice little pop back. Has to swing and misses. That's going to be Coe College in a round they should not have won. They pinch and maneuver and corral King U and take a 10th round.
Yeah, and you know, the frustrating thing right there, number one, phenomenal usage of the Seekers, but frustrating from King is that they obviously are aware of those crossfire setups, but then they use it to such great use early in the round, only to forget all about it when they got the spike down with 3 players in the vicinity. Was such a big giveaway, but that's all in the last round. And we head into the next. Trailblazer gonna blaze a trail straight in through ramp up towards heaven. MJ there for help as the paint shells go down. Viper's pit engaged on the site.
Poison spreading everywhere, and MJ getting a little bit tired of having to play these rounds out. Selage the same. We're going to take 2 right off the table. Coe College going to have to work their way in. But again, the Viper spit is down, but the spike is up top again.
No!
It's the second time in a row. First time led to a strong round lead. His chamber almost done with it, but ICAP ready to go. This is the crossfire that no one can stray from. Selage getting the 4th. One last kill. The poison pit spells obeys doom. And this feels like the choke point. Anbat with the judge, the favorite of the Sage, will finally get the round victory that they so hard and fought for. 13-10 goes to King U on split.
I will say, though, I mean, Coe College made that a freaking game, right? I mean, when you think about the fact that we played a 10-2 half for King University, only to go near the distance for the entirety of the map, that does raise some questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to close, and, well, if you can't close maps, you can't win games. King eventually do, but they struggled significantly. So, you know, thinking Icebox, that's Coe College's pick. Well, we'll see if that comes to fruition. MJ, though, let's talk MJ for just a second. That's my player to kind of talk about at the end here. The flanks, the timings, so very good. I was really, really impressed with what we were seeing from him.
The lurk. That's the lurk. That's all it is. Knowing the avenues to go for. Now, did take the same route 3 times and finally got checked by Coe College. I believe it was closer to the second or third end round of the game. But again, really, really, really solid in terms of seeking a round. I just want to see them be able to do it again. Of course, we will go to a very short break. Get ready for game number 2 on Icebox, which will potentially see King University take it to 0 or Coe College be able to stampede back and push for a map number 3. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We're ready to go for map number 2 in this series between King U and Co College. King U ran the attacker side of split so convincingly, yet Co College mounted the comeback in that latter half and was able to bring it back to at least 10 rounds on their side. However, King were able to finish it off. We'll see if King can do it again here on Icebox, which is Co College's map pick.
Yeah, Co College really did a good job making the comeback. I will say part of that felt like King University kind of lost their mojo a bit. But hey, I mean the reality is that comeback was pretty darn close. 10-2 to a 13-10 is something that you don't see very often, and it was near complete before. I mean, King, they won like two force or half by rounds in order to pull that off as well. So fortunate to pick those up, if anything. Meaning, as we move into Icebox, Co College have a real chance here. Real potential though for this Co College team. They're gonna have to be right there. I look to Beans who had some good moves overall on the first map. Now looks like might go for the Reyna here on the second one, and we're seeing 2 Omens. What is up with the Omen play here?
I was about to ask you the same thing. I saw King Scary Cow carry it over. I was like, okay, that's his personal pick. His chamber, though, going ahead and running that same Omen, and granted, I like it a little bit better here. The map movements is going to be kind of interesting to watch on Icebox. You get a lot more angles that you can kind of place it, but to see 2 come out is kind of
unheard of.
Yeah, and especially if King's University do not run a Viper here, this is I want to reserve my words right now, and I don't want to say too much more.
Yeah, no,
Choose your agent.
I agree. I agree with you. Now, if we see Viper, so what is going on? So we're seeing Vipers for both sides. Sova here for Ambat, but no Sova for the opposition, and there's no Sages either. No Sage on Icebox? What?
Breaking the meta, I guess.
I mean, we're going back. I mean, realistically, not even going back on times in time. Sage has been like 100% pick rate here for ages.
Yeah, I mean that and Viper, those are the two, right? Yeah, Viper may be falling down a little bit, of course, but it's Sage. You can't do without a Sage. The walls are so good. It gives you such clarity and mounting up a 3rd-story attack on a 2-story map, and it's out of control. And they're saying we want to opt out of it. We're going to contain ourselves here on the ground and pretty much work our way up from there. This is either brand new tech coming out here or just maybe some uncomfortableness on Sage on this map particularly. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, King Yu and Co-College ready to break out here in game number 2. King Yu on the attack first. An immediate Trailblazer is taken away as Jimny is not going to fall back. Again, the information gathered and intel says that there's 5 from King Yu pushing straight into B.
Sure is. Line goes out. Jimny shots fired, but it's actually his chamber who picks up the frag. King Scary Cow on the other end, but it's going to be 2 back the other way. Let's go College now. The ones to be pushed back. J Pizzle meanwhile good for it before getting traded. This is Selage. The Sheriff is ready and waiting, and Obey. That was a little bit of a forward thought process there. Just the spike going down. Beans all on his lonesome, and he gets absolutely wrecked as 3 players run straight at him.
King Yu go ahead with the rush, with the kills. Are going to put 2 apiece on Selage and ICAP. These are, I would say, the 2 best to have it on. Again, the Raze and the Viper both need to get started rolling early. You want that showstopper available, but most importantly, you want that Viper's Pit. That Viper's Pit on attack will pretty much single-handedly win you a round if you need it. The Viper's Pit plus the poison and the wall, all 3 combined, can completely zone off a planted site. So you really want those rounds to go in as quickly as possible. That's why they gave the orb over, and now they're chasing into B once again. That player that you are wanting to watch, Vincent, that MJ, is going to go ahead and try and play it fast and loose, but Jimny was ready with the right click.
That is the all classic for you. King Scary Cow. Good for 1, maybe another. Yes, sirree. Might be walking into a... Oh, man, ducking up the shots. It was a good read by Obey, but Beans all alone. Once again, giving his position away as well. And it's now simply a matter of time. As King University win the pistol, win the follow-up, but, yeah, looking good. Scary Cow with quad, actually. Didn't realize he had already had 3. And a pretty phenomenal anti-eco round from him.
This is the King Scary Cow saying, all right, we know MJ's usually the lurker, but on this map, I'm the supreme lurker.
Well, that and entry.
Yeah. Entry, lurker, every position. Whatever King Scary has to do, the Cow will get it done. Now with Weapons Hot, Co-College are going to try their hand at taking a round back and maybe playing a little bit into King Yu's aggressive style. You can see him pushing up very, very far here. They are predicting that hopefully there won't be a B rush. This is going to be a straight-up lineup over on A, and you can hear the calls being made, the flanks being used to rotate over, saying, hey, they're aggressing here on A. Please, I need some help here. Boombot going out. Wall is completely zoning them off, and Obey gets King Scary Cow. Great one to start off with. Can they get a little bit more? Shots go wide. MJ gets a great dismiss, runs away. ICAP following up behind. His chamber is dead. J Pizzle stuck in a corner, and that will be enough of the fight. Now they have to regroup. Co-College going to try this 3v4. Spike is down.
That's some great information there by the Rays. Getting the info, hey, there's 2 players coming from this direction. Now they know that this is just the sole player left in this one, Jimny. Somehow finding that headshot. Obey as well, pushing forward. Now it's only a 2 versus 3. This is brutal. Jimny, good for it. Jay Pizzle the same. What a retake. Everyone finding success. And it's College making moves and picking up rounds as that retake works wonders.
One way to do it. That's all you gotta do. Yes, the weapons were in their hand, but College play it so smart. Now into the gun round. King U gonna try and buy up. I believe MJ is stuck with a little lower econ with that buy, so they're gonna toss it out. ICAP looks like was willing to kind of help out a little bit there. Nope, MJ was able to buy up. Money is down. And back
We survive.
back to the shorty. It's back again.
There was
Round 4.
mixed success with that in the last map. There's some big rounds with the judge. A couple kills with the shorty. Lucky on the other end, not so much. Here's Scary Cow. Just a little bit late on that one. And no, Beans, but he's got the knife.
Jeez, no.
Candy cane to the face. That is brutal. Give a man a concussion. That's what just happened. College getting a little bit fortunate, but hey, I'll take lucky any day of the week.
I hate that we got that kill cam, but it was so good nonetheless. Oh, King, you are not going to be happy about that. They're going to try and fire back. Jiminy is going to fall. MJ running hot here with the weapons in hand. Both arenas kind of swinging wide, missing each other by just a bit. With the rest of King U in, they might get caught in a sticky situation. His chamber takes out MJ. The plant's going down, but it's stopped so quickly. Beans, after the knife, is going to get a second frag, and Selage is immediately going to get blinded now, contained through that box. His chamber picks up 2, and that puts it at College 2-2.
You know, that was such a weird round. Weird timings, weird, knife over the top. I mean, that was just what crazy timing that was from the push, right? Like, cannot believe that he gets away with that one. But either way, got to move on if you're King. 3 marshals. Is that what I saw? 3 marshals? Oh my goodness. Hopefully be able to find something with those. And I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of long distance angles on this map to work with.
Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty. But does it necessitate 3? J Pizzle says no. You only need 2. Immediately snaps that one up. King Scary Cow says, well, I'm not running a marshal, but I still got a handy gun in phase. Beans, of course, hiding in this mid layer. Shots go, and his chamber just says, yeah, you don't even need 2. Sorry. It's going to be 2 marshals down. King Scary Cow still running around. Here's the running footsteps. Is going to shoot 1. Gets away with daylight murder. His chamber is going to get a spray down. Same as Beans. Final shots going through. Can't get the flick. King and Bat is finally going to hit 1, but down to 20 HP. Oh, this is going to be scary. Beans finishes it off. College moved to 3-2.
Yeah, first lead of the series, I think, by the way, for this College team. That seems crazy to think about, seeing as we're map 2, but yeah, it was all King University all the time. But back over on Split Icebox, it's a bit of a different story as we get into the next gun round. 3 ultimates are ready and waiting for King University. Everyone 1 or 2 orbs away for College as well, in addition to the Empress and the From the Shadows already that are good to go. We see the Empress popped immediately. Same From the Shadows as well. And that's going to be straight to Spawn. If I'm not mistaken. ICAP with 1 frag. Trades happening. Empress now in position. And got to check them angles, don't you?
Angles will get you killed anywhere you go. King and Bat says, yeah, I know. Trust me. Beans goes down 3v3. Viper a little bit low on King U's side. But they have the pit up. No reason not to. That's going to be a great bait with the kill, with the boom bot. Selage gets Obey.
Spike planted.
Jay Pizzle and Jimny have to walk long. Jay Pizzle picks up an easy kill on Inbat. That's going to lower it in. Jay Pizzle going to send a boombot out. Going to try and dance with the devil in the Poison's pit. Sprays through the poison. J Pizzle hoping to hit something. Cap is ready to go.
Last player standing.
Cap gets J Pizzle. Swing is good, and Selage. This is off. No College will get nothing more than a 1-round lead, and it's now tied right back up.
Quick and easy, quick and simple. I do like what I was seeing right there. You know, but what I think was maybe missing for Co College is using some of them ults. I mean, look at them. Like I said, they were real close, and from the shadows that they threw out at the beginning of the round didn't really come to fruition in the way that they had hoped. So, coming into this one, we got a whole bunch, all those 4 ultimates for Co College.
Co College, plenty to work with. And again, they're going to throw down their own Viper's Pit, but again, ICAP and MJ just saying, nah, screw it. We're not even dealing with that today. We're taking your lives instead. Swing hard, get 2. Now going to split the mid. Is going to try and pace back to take out the defending Reyna. Being stuck in the top side here, potentially in the kitchen area, immediately flanking back out. King Scary Cow takes out J Pizzle. It looks like the aggression from King Yu is starting to catch up with Co College. Swing of 2 left. ICAP going to get the plant down in B. No Bay. It's a cheeky kill outside on MJ. He's going to fade right back into the smoke. However, with the Viper's Pit set in a narrow alley, or in a little choke point here, you have to come outside, and unfortunately that means ICAP gets free reign on your life. 4-3. King Yu carry 4 over with 3 ultimates of their own.
Yeah, King Yu doing amazing work to not only find that last round, but this one as well. You know, what's so good about that is they found 2 consistently, and honestly impressive that Co College, just winning 3 rounds in a row, have been able to pick up another bye. This will be the 3rd consecutive bye despite 2 losses. So I'm pretty impressed with that. Nonetheless, King University need to do their best to break the money of Co College if they want to really start to string these rounds together. King Scary Cow definitely likes this position, but has not been very successful up there.
Nope. Not at all. Gets sprayed down, misses a couple shots of their own, so the Omen down. You still have the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. You want to say the Hunter's Fury for the retake, so you're going to try your best. Wall goes up, does zone everyone out. It's going to be a defensive member hiding around the side, but a great boombot is going to slow everyone down. Selage, MJ, and Selage again, back and forth. They ping-pong these kills all the way across the table like they're at the Olympics here, as Selage was a paint shell kill. J Pizzle goes, what the heck just happened? As the entire team is dead, is able to get that raised counterpart, but MJ finishes it off. 5-3 is the score as King Yu pull off to a 2-round lead.
Once again, I'm so blown away by the pace that this King Yu side can pull out of nowhere, even after losing that initial frag, right? Like Scary Cow going down early is usually going to be a problem, and it's sort of despite the utility or the Viper's Pit usage, the Seeker's usage the last few rounds. All of those things were potential difficulties for this King Yu side, but no, not to be. But here's that stinger, close range. We know it can be deadly, but nice spot there. King Yu finding a couple of kills or a couple of shots on the toes of Jimny, and eventually Jimny gonna fall to MJ on the injury.
Entries are good. The kills are better. J Pizzle takes out King Scary Cow. MJ fires right back. Good healing up as MJ is going to get ready for this final shot. Just a quick couple taps. The burst fire is just enough. 3K for MJ. J Pizzle trying to look to avenge their fallen comrades. They might get one on Selage. A little bit of twitching. Might see the weapon, does not see the barrel of the gun. So no information there. MJ Billbrook, though. 4K all the way back from Crate. Phenomenal job to push to a 6-3.
Doubling up. the score line here. King U 6-3 for Co College, and it is it's an interesting situation, right? Co College last round they backed up, they ecoed, was that sort of half buy scenario. Now they got the full rifles, full weapons, and King University, they've been just running it down B round after round, and we sort of saw a similar type of thing at the A site over on Split, and I'm really interested at why they haven't sort of swapped things up a little bit more, other than the fact that, well, I mean, I do get the logic if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Solage, well, he certainly ain't broke, and it is a nice opening frag there, and MJ nearly finding another one. Given the opportunity there, does eventually hit the shot, not on towards Beans, but on towards his chamber. It's sort of irrelevant who gets who gets fragged. It's just a matter of getting that 2-for-1.
King Scary Cow, you can see also trying to hold it down, gets a couple sprays down, and the enemy raise is very, very low. Co College having to sprint back to the A site. King U making him run like crazy. Selage just shooting Obey in the foot. Says thank you. And Bean shoots Selage back in the feet as well. The Toesies will get people killed. That will happen very often. 3v2, all ultimates hot. No one wants to use theirs. Beans is going to peek out, swing a little bit through this doorway. It's a little bit scary through screens. It is going to be ICAP falling just as Beans gets the third kill of this round. Can you get a bit more? Just play the time is all you're hoping for. Angle is good. It looks like the call is to teleport away, and Co College fortunately can't get the defuse. Leave 2 alive and stay alive with 2. 7 rounds. Can you hold on to? It's looking just like game number 1 thus far with the current scoreline.
I'm going to be honest, not really sure the necessity of the from the shadows, but hey, you know, winning is winning. 7-3. So we approach halftime. It's not looking good for Co College at the minute. Granted, there's a lot of map left to play, and I mean, ending at 7-5 would not at all be bad for the defensive side of Split. It's map relatively even, but there's a nice find, double headshot, 1 and 2. Give him another. King Scary Cow is fragging out, and what is happening, Jimmy?
Oh my gosh!
This man's just killed 2 of your teammates, and you're not even looking at him. Why?
The call-outs just told Jimmy to spin in a circle and pray to see a body. I think that's what happened there. Co College lose 3 in the blink of an eye, and Jay Pizzle hiding in a corner to block off a couple other angles is praying at least to pad the KDA. Good spray down by Obey with that machine gun, immediately fired back with King Scary Cow. MJ is gonna be so livid that King Scary... Nope, okay, good. MJ was like, no, you don't get this last kill. You do not get the ace. Is going to take the ace themselves, King Scary Cow. Not happy that his ace got taken away. Still, though, phenomenal round for King U. 8-3 is the score. And we'll put everyone close to double-digit kills. King U want to put at least one more up. A 9-3 score would be very nice to carry over into the second half.
Certainly would. I mean, 8-4, I think, as well. Pretty darn solid. And you can see last round, well, let me just get an op for good measure. Why not? I'll have one of those. Insta-pop here defensively, the Empress. No luck for MJ as the shot of the idea, I guess, of the showstopper is deadly enough to create some space, and shots fired. Jay Pizzle, he had a showstopper of his own, but he's not going to have an opportunity to use it. Beans, on the other hand, pushing forward, fighting his counterpart on the raise. Obey, how is he allowed to turn that corner, find that frag? 3v2 now as Beans attempts to push in the back line.
Beans has done a good job. Got King's Anbat down to a wire, and granted, King Anbat has been the one that is the jokester of the crew, right? And yet still pulls off phenomenal rounds, is able to bait it out so well, is going to fire a shock bolt back and almost chunk a little bit of HP. With the spike down, though, Selage is going to bait Jimny in for the kill. Beans is now going to run away, try and maybe pick up a frag on the outside. This is just a Hunter Series being used. I love it. Just take the shot. Selage taking a 3K. King U take 9. And Co College will once again
Switching
have
sides.
to work their way up the mountain of rounds.
Well, listen, they almost made the comeback against the 10-2 half last time
Yeah.
out. This time it's one better, 9-3. So I don't doubt it's possible, but difficult, absolutely. As I do love that Silage is showing off this Karambit. It's very nice.
Looks so pretty. That's all it is. Looks so pretty. But you know what it is? You know what it is, Vincent? You
Tell me.
know what time it is. It is
Mhm.
shorty time. But
Shoddy time?
shorty time. But it's not on Anbat. No.
Oh?
MJ picked up that mantle and is now running a shorty in their steeds. So it is going to be very, very entertaining to watch these shots go out. Who is going to get what? Again, the Trailblazer to open things up and the chase afterwards from Co College. They want to go on the aggressive this time around. Paint Shell ready to go. Selage is going to lay it out, try and get some damage, but around the corner to go. King Scary Cow is very scary. Goes Moo and takes a bait out. Jay Pizzle is going to get a headshot. His chamber takes one. King Anbat gets a shock bubble kill on Jay Pizzle. And that puts it into a 3v3. Great job by Co College, though, to at least get on the side. Can they take it out? And screens, no, it's going to be a swap of people.
Ooh.
MJ with the shorty tells Jimny to get out of town.
Out of town he will get. Beans now knows there's one on the flank. He's going for the frag. He can't pick it up. Cap and MJ are good for it. And that pistol, it just is one more factor. Potentially solidify King here in the 2-0 record books. But week 2, it ain't over yet. Still a little bit left to play here. Potentially Co College always for the comeback. So what are they going to do? Are they going to leave this? Yes. We're going to see the save. So 11 will be carried over if nothing crazy goes on with the classics. And King, well, they'll get their opportunity to play for match point.
And this time, no funny business, right? No letting it slip by. No trying to play too crazy. Like, this is something that they do want to learn if they want to face off against the better teams in the league or keep moving forward, right? Always take a team at their full strength. Selage says, aye, sir. They're going to take one off the table with that spray of the Eris. Again, Eris, with some of those changes, has always been very entertaining to watch. And with that roar of the gun, Co College have to walk away. ICAP getting a great side-eye view of Jimny in the crossover. That's going to put it into a 3v5 and a split of 2. King Scary Cow finds Beans on the edge. Shotgun to the back. The judge is MJ. His chamber trying their best to finish one off, and around the corner to go. ICAP finishes it off. It is a flawless round to be held. 11-3, like you called it, Vincent the Psychic, as we move into the bonus.
Yeah, that's what they called me in college. Not for that reason, though. Either way, my college days aside, 11-3 is a darn hard comeback to mount. But this is going to be the pivotal round to determine whether or not that's going to be a possibility. A loss here, I think we could say a loss in the series, but a win here opens all the possibilities.
Helps so much, and with Co College having that phenomenal setup, but unfortunately MJ ate a very large Trailblazer to the face. Jimny just throwing every single piece of utility around that corner. MJ's just like, listen, all I got's a shoddy. I will hear you coming around the corner. Just do it. Just do it. Oh, Selage saw a foot, gets a bit more information, is going to complete the flank. The lurk of Jimny might not be enough, as this is going to be called. Scary Cow does take one before falling. Jimny is able to find Selage. That's exactly what they want with the spike down. They have territorial control of A. It's going to be a defender's side entry into screens and back. And that might be the chance. King Yu have come back from worse. With the spray from Beans keeping them laid down again. It's a race against time for King Yu.
Oh, MJ throwing a spanner in the works to this.
Oh!
Van Zambat on the retake is good for it as well.
Enemy remaining.
Looking for more, but the
No.
spike, it's been a ticking over the top.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness, the defuse. No!
Oh!
It's denied. Obey the double kill with the snake bite. MJ might have had a triple, but he's felled by the spike explosion. Oh my goodness. I said it was going to be a pivotal round, and it sure as heck was. But King Yu is not able to find it.
I would love to point out that before Obey shot that Viper's Bite, they looked at the person with the judge, looked over, said, "You can't stop me," fired the ability, and got a double. I think that's what it was. That is a phenomenal clip to be had if anyone wants to do that. It was hilarious. It was great. It gave College a little bit of a boost up. But remember, they did get washed. This is a full buy. They have no econ to really force with, and that is a difficult scenario to work with.
You called it a full buy, but actually, I just noticed they didn't fully invest for some reason, even though they won the round. I'm not sure why, but that's a huge mistake.
That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. But Bean says, maybe not too much. It'll hurt the other side. King Scary Cow meets the very difficult edge of a shoddy. Jimny also coming in with the stinger. And you're right. They didn't purchase as full as they could have. Maybe they did. I'm not sure. They'll have to take a look. ICAP is going to get Beans. Shot and immediately sees a few more. ICAP getting 2. Sees a walker Jimny taking a slow walk around. I'm not sure if that's what you want to do. Now to spin around. Sell-off comes out spraying. And Jimny's going to lose their life. College with 2 left after they won the round with the plant. Immediately going to watch as Chamber takes one, but King and Bat was ready with that Vandal. Jay Pizzle, last one alive. Vandal in hand and a dream, hoping to rob away another round from King Yu.
The problem is there's not much time, 15 seconds only. And just one of these 3 players just needs to run for their life and make sure to survive in order to win this. Not even needed.
Yeah. Unnecessary. Just Crossfire was good. Very, very nice play. And now College decide to invest. I can't agree with this now that I see it. It's match point. You got to go for it either way. You had 3 ultimates available. You got that Viper Spit. You have that From the Shadows. You have that Empress. These are all the components you need to make the Powerpuff. No, not the Powerpuff Girls. You have all the components to potentially get a 5th round in there and try and steal a march back.
Well, you're right, but having and doing are 2 very different things in reality.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes. ICAP. More like no cap as he finds a frag. It's going to be a huge play. Jay Pizzle down and out, and even dismissing the Seekers. It's Scary Cow over the top. The Smoke Integrity leaning back towards the defense as King University. All they are is 3 kills away from their first maiden victory in the season.
They had the opportunity to even make it a flawless round to clean things up. Selage, one of the members that has done great on the flanks. ICAP going to rotate out and try and look for these last 2 members. Again, the spike is down outside of A, and that's a difficult spot to be in. This is the last 2 members of College stuck, getting waylaid by utility. That's a shock bolt. That's a paint shell. And now the Insomnia is out. Obey is able to take 1 spray down from MJ, takes Obey's life, and this is going to be the pinch. Beans will fall to Selage. Much more convincing now. King University are going to take Icebox 13-4 to take the 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, it seems like they learned the lesson from the scariness that happened over on Split. Nearly threw that one away, but they made it stick, and they do a much more convincing job on the Co's own pick of Icebox as well. Wow. What a play. What a game, and some pretty darn solid plays all the way around from King University. You know, I will say, if you wanted to talk a couple of individuals, I think Beans played a good game over on the College side. And I think that his Chamber had some really good individual moments, but those just weren't enough to overcome.
It just wasn't. It wasn't able to overcome in Bat's shotties as well as MJ's. The lurks, the shotties, the scary running into the barrel just got a little bit to be too much. But it worked, right?
Oh.
And you know what? If you want to make a little bit of a change up, King U have got that energy. They have that ability to do so. Maybe clean up the end games here, but they are well on their way to being a force to be reckoned with here in Navigator's White Division. Now, of course, that'll be it for this third series, but we have one more series here on the main broadcast, ready and waiting for your viewing pleasure. It will be UBCO Serpents Yellow versus CSUDH Gold in the Challenger Cyan division, and that will, of course, be cast by Fellow and Neon Black. That'll be it for us here with Orbital, myself, of course, Orbital, and Vincent. We have been your casters, at least for this series, but please stick around for some more NECC Valorant action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final matchup here tonight for the NECC for their Valorant games. My name is Fel, also joined here today by Neon. So this will be a pretty good reunion between himself and also me, because it's been a very long time since we casted together, but I mean, I'm just as excited as ever. Tyler, how you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling great. Happy to be casting some great colleges going up against each other and just getting excited for the match. That's all.
I mean, I really don't blame you, to be honest. Hopefully this will not be as big of a sleazer, because it is nearing the end of the day. Although the West Coast teams probably won't be feeling this, I most definitely will be, as I am a East Coast boy myself. See, my words already stammering out here. Might as well get all the mistakes out of the way at the very beginning of the broadcast, then we'll be fine. We're actually talking about the maps and getting into the game itself. But let's take a quick look at the rosters. We'll start off with CSUDH, of course, here, the Californian team from Dominguez Hill. See who they have for their main roster here. It's going to be Lucas, Z-Frame, I believe it's T Hookah, Max, and then also I'll go remember to pronounce this man's name because I always mess it up. It is Kuma, I believe it is. Kuma. That's how I remember it, Puma. So just to remember that moving forward. I always had trouble with his name last semester, so hopefully that will not be a recurring issue moving into the spring season.
Looking good so far. I like these majors. These are interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's always like the one thing you can bring from time to time, like the fun little facts. It's always something interesting, is the interesting facts that we get for the master sheet of all teams here. So maybe we get to go bring those out when we've got some extra time to kill during the matchup itself. But hey, moving in over towards UBCO's, the Serpents lineup here, it'll be biased. I believe it is Volge, Teist, Pickles, Coco Mint, and also Kurt here today for their main roster. And since we still have plenty of time left, let's go take a look at the map bans as well to see where we're going today in this best of three. Tyler, why don't you take us in to see, like I said, where we're going today?
Yeah, sure. First map is going to be Icebox. That one's picked by the UBCO Serpent. So we'll get to start out on the freezer itself, and then we'll be going right on over to Ascent for our second map. And then if we so need it, the decider will be Bind. And I have to say, that's a great couple of map choices. I think that's a good bit of variety. You've got Icebox, a little bit more close quarters, a lot of verticality. I really do feel like Icebox is one of those maps where your positioning just has to be on point. And then we get to go to Ascent, which is a little bit more open, a little bit more of an aim duel map. And then finally, one of my personal favorites, I know not everybody loves it, but Bind. I think it's just a super fun map. I love all the wallbang possibilities there. I love how great Sova can be on that map. The explosive potential of Raze. Just a ton of different agents that have a lot of really cool, ins and outs on Bind that I find really enjoyable. Post-plant setups are fun. But anyway, hopefully we'll get to need Bind, as I hope that this will be a close back-and-forth map. But for now, let's get back to Icebox.
Take a look at the agent selection here. I'm expecting some pretty straightforward stuff. We already have a double duelist locked in for the side of CSUDH, so I'm expecting them to be very confident on the defensive side, maybe get overly aggressive, which sometimes is not a problem, especially like you said, on a very small map such as Icebox, and they still have that default pick. They've got the Viper in lock. They've got Sage as well. Overall, pretty strong stuff here for this composition for Icebox. I'm not too concerned about their line they've got today.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see if this Sky does indeed get locked. The difference there in terms of single duelist with an initiator, especially one with so much entry potential. The dog and the flashes can just be so strong, but also having double healer on your side. It's something that gets a little underestimated in comp, especially because people look at the absolute best players out there. I heard, now this was a while ago, and we do see the pros still pick up Sage here and there, but that it's not really as big of a deal to have someone with heals, since a lot of gunfights are decided one way or the other, and a lot of times you don't really need to escape with low HP. But in these, areas of competitive play, there are a lot of times where we're going to have skirmishes, we're going to have nades flying, we're going to have all this stuff going on, mollies and here and there, and being able to get constantly back up to 100 HP, and not only once a round, but possibly 2 to 3 times a round, can be really huge for closing out those close deciding rounds. It can be very interesting. HP advantages versus being down.
Having out the Sky, though, always a big fan of that bias too. We'll be bringing that out for tonight for map number 1. I feel like in coalition with any kind of smoke, whether that be the Viper, Chad, you name it, or just a main smoking agent, she's very good. It's always just knowing how to deal with having your vision impaired in both aspects, and also being able to gather that pocket information. Now, it's not just going to be the Sova doing all the heavy lifting in that department. They will have some backup, whether it be Seekers popped or potentially that Trailblazer early on as well. Just always a nice way to know what you're getting yourself into, whether you have those abilities on cooldown or not.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of teams will open up the round with a Sova drone to use, that utility very early on to try and get information early and clear out certain angles, and that's super strong. But when you have a Sky on your team, especially if you're going B main and you just need to clear out those close quarter angles, you could use a Sky Dog, which then leaves the drone available for late round, maybe post plant, something like that. So there's a lot of util that Sky brings to the board that, you're right, clears up Sova to use his utility in more creative and interesting ways. But opening up on the round, an early A hit, but Z-Frame will be right there to rip Sky's head right off, so it looks like we won't be seeing a dog too soon.
Yeah, no Trailblazer, no Guiding Light, no nothing here, and not even any more life, as you mentioned. It's going to be CS, UDH Gold to take that first initial pick, and they're going to be a bit more passive. They'll still initiate, though, with the second opening pick. Lucas gets to the first. A fantastic start so far for their defensive side. I mean, I talked about how aggressive and confrontational they can be having that double duelist composition, and it may not be all they're doing, but at least they're still able to net those picks. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade between Kuma and Pickles. But hey, that's really all they need. Just simply play that trade game. They've got the man advantage, and they'll sooner rather than later have time on their side as well, because there's only 40 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit hectic here, especially with the spikes so far deep into the map. There really isn't a good way for Pickles to get out of this and plant the spike. Is going to find the one pick on Athuka, though, but now he's going to be cut off. Volt will get the kill on the other side of B site, and now it's a 2v2. Things have gotten a lot closer very fast. Shock Dart goes out to try and clear things out, but Z-Frame on that mid lurk finds Pickles, and it's just Volt, low HP, has to try and reclaim that spike with only 15 seconds left on the board, and that 15 seconds is going mighty fast, and Z-Frame will find his third of the round to close out the pistol.
Yeah, great crossfire as well by CSUDH, not just looking down the same angle. They were watching for the lone player on UBCO from two different directions, so there was really no chance they were going to win in that 1 versus 2 situation. A clean way to end out the first pistol round of potentially many more in this best of 3, and that will have everyone in opt to bring out the Spectres here. Interested to see Z-Frame not like fully opt to get full armor on top of the Spectre, but maybe they just want to save that cash later in the round to buy some better weaponry, because maybe when the bonus round for UBCO finally happens on the next round, they can have a rifle to actually respond against that to maybe net more picks in the later ends of this matchup. But hey, only in time will tell, I suppose, Tyler.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, especially going into that next round, I've seen a lot of teams actually in the second round after winning, just buying like Sheriffs and Light Armor, which doesn't always net them a win, but almost guarantees that they get Vandals on the third round, basically trying to get the momentum in their favor early. And especially because if you do force up this round and then lose your bonus, you might be on 1 or 2 rounds of awkward buys. Early pick will come from Z-Frame again, though, on the A bomb site. Bias there was the one to find. Max will find 2 as they try an entry under the tube. Not the greatest start to the round for UBCO, but it is just a bonus. Maybe just trying to find some money on the board, get some picks, but Max will find his third, and Lucas will swing to clean up the round.
Not much you can really do there. The CSUDH are kind of playing the range game majority of those times and just in the better positions to win out those gunfights. Now things will probably take a turn for the better now for UBCO. They can now opt to bring out those rifles I was, prefacizing a little while ago, and now full R will be across the board as well for CSUDH, not opting to bring out any rifles of their own, but they have plenty of cash round number 4. So, hey, maybe if they're able to get a couple of rifles off the board here for their opposing side, maybe weaken that economy, things could still not be completely bad for them just yet. And I mean, until we really see that first initiating pick go down for either team, there has been no clear victor. Obviously, still that 5-on-5 for the time being.
And here we see a much heavier bit of aggression towards A. Maybe this time they don't want to give the 1-for-1 over on A. They actually want to really force the issue there. They have the better weapons. They can take some longer range engagements here and hopefully go for trades. Especially with these Spectres, you find them sitting in corners a bit on the defending side, but trying to push in the attack here, you just don't want to get traded out here. You don't want to give the defenders any weapons to work with. Walls will go up early. The Spike, though, meanwhile, is rotating. Notice where the Viper of Pickles is. He's all the way in kitchen. He'll find a rotator Max and take him out clean as ever. And now the rotation has to go a lot slower because they have to clear their angles much closer. And speaking of clearing angles, AUS is right there to pick up Kuma. Just like that, 3v5 with the attackers having a major advantage. They haven't given up any rifles, haven't given up a lot of map control, and the plan's going to go down pretty much carefree. They've got Pickles and CT holding that off. There will be some aggression here, maybe a double peek from the Rain and the Viper. One peek comes out. Does Pickles win the gunfight? Yes, he does, and doesn't take too much damage for it. He'll find his third on the round as Thuka just trying to find some economy damage here. Looking for a pick maybe. Spread it around, but AUS will find his second of the round, and that'll be a flawless and a good bonus from UBCO.
Yeah, that was beautiful communication and also just play in general by Pickle. She did a lot of heavy lifting for her team that round, being able to completely wrap around in kitchen right next to B, getting that first pick, and then communicating with their team, hey, you guys may have a pretty good amount of map control so far just outside of A, but they have such a heavy emphasis on A, they kind of forgot about B. Just go for a rotate. There's still plenty of time to do that, and we can set up for a comfortable post plant, and that is exactly what happened there. Like you mentioned, a flawlessly done full rifle round there for UBCO. So I'm hoping to have more of that adaptation and quick round rotations to happen midway through the map. And unfortunately, they're not going to be starting off on the right foot unlike last round, as they're going to be the ones to lose that first initial gunfight, as their Sage will fall very early in round number 4.
Yeah, and that's a lot of utility that you don't get access to now late in the round. Those slows and especially the wall can help, slow down that attack so much, help you in that attack. Some early aggression here from Z-Frame, but he can't land the shots, and Volt will eventually find a refrag, making it a 4v4. That'll make things a little bit easier for the attack here, as they're starting to take a lot of space on B site. If Kirk finds this kill onto Lucas, things could get really ugly here really fast. He will find that kill, but meanwhile, Thuka in kitchen will be able to find Pickles. Plant will go down, but the man advantage is just not there anymore. This would be a little bit tougher of a post-plant situation. Don't have the best utility to work with, but they do have that Sova ult, and that could be massive.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's Fury and post-plant situation, they go together like peanut butter and jelly, no matter how you look at it here. Shock Bolt, or pardon, we have the Owl drones coming out by both teams. My mistake, the shock from that Owl drone will try to ping out some information in this post-plant situation. Still technically on even footing for both teams with that slight advantage only favoring UBCO. The man advantage now reclaimed, though, as T-Hookah gets rid of Kurt, and they pick up another one, though. That is the big question. They might have to start trying to bait on that diffuser. Here comes Hunter's Fury, one shot to do the trick, and there it goes. And now there might not be any time left, despite the fact that CSUDH has cleaned house in terms of winning all those gunfights at the very end. Everyone now ends up falling to the ground here as the spike will blow up the last two. Still a round win, though, for UBCO, as, like you mentioned, they had that Hunter's Fury to fall back on, and they played into that single ultimate quite well.
Yeah, that was actually a really, really close round, but that Hunter's Fury was massive from Volt. It really ended up working in UBCO's favor. Really, if he hadn't popped that round probably wouldn't have gone their way. He was sticking that defuse, and they really didn't have the map control to challenge it. And yeah, I mean, just a clutch Hunter's Fury, and that also sends CSU back into a really rough eco here. They're going to be on just pistols, and not even the good pistol, the Sheriff. It's mostly Frenzies and Classics.
And we still have Viper's Pit available, so when we have the rifles go back on the board here for CSUDH, it's still going to be a very big uphill battle for them. Looks like there's conga lining down in towards A. It's going to be us to just watch with such great patience and aim now to net almost 3 in a row. Max will barely survive and land a clean one tap onto the Sage. It's not going to be enough damage, though, overall. They finally get traded by Pickles as she's waiting for that eventual wraparound towards the attacker side of A. Post-plant situation here, and it's just T-Hookah, who is just kind of vibing for the time being. They might end up walking over the dead bodies of their comrades. Pickles is still watching and waiting, though, for that inevitable play from the backside, and she'll net a second one on that round. Pretty clean stuff overall by UBCO, but it was pistols at the end of the day for CSUDH, so I really do not blame them for losing that round so single-handedly.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a bonus through and through, or I should just say an eco through and through. There really is nothing you can do in those rounds except for, remove some rifles from the attacking side. Try and hurt that eco as much as you can. And they did that. They got their one pick. They found some, damage to be done that does, still weigh a little bit, and it gets them full rifles here. If they tried to force Spectres and this and that, you're just talking about another round where you're going to be at a disadvantage. So I like the idea early. Control the eco, make things simple. Early Sage Wall on Tube. Kuma trying to find the first in mid right over that Viper's Wall, but they're actually transfer into the Tube, into a little bit of safety. Kuma does get a recon bolt that gives some information, but I don't think the repeat will be as aggressive. Z-Frame still doing a really good job holding down A site. That's basically been his job this entire game, but things could get awkward here. Pickles has gone under the tube right behind her. Things are getting a little ugly in mid as Kuma is pushed all the way up. Plant will start to go down. T-Hookah trying to find some space, but Pickles just barely doesn't get the kill, but it will be refrag. Max and T-Hookah find 2 as well. It's now a 2v3 on site. The defense has the advantage. Volt in an awkward situation will get picked up. AUS will res Pickles to try and get a little bit of that advantage back. The kill on the planter is there. Molly will go out. This Molly might be clutch. This might be all she wrote, but the stick is coming through. It didn't land close enough, and that'll be the round. Unfortunate. I really thought that Molly landed, fella.
Yeah, me too. I was a bit shocked that we had someone just sticking the spike, unfortunately. But, hey, a good try nonetheless, and having an extra rifle to carry over the next round too, still making that resurrection relatively valuable in some manner, even though they couldn't get the round win out, unfortunately. So a valiant effort nonetheless. Also just the unfortunate positioning as well, in particular by Voltegeist. Couldn't really do much. They were just in an open position. They were trying to find natural cover and just weren't granted the time to do that once the spike had gone down. So things now evened up here 3-3. It looks like at the very beginning of this round, we're having a relatively decent sized emphasis on B, and maybe if this Owl drone can spot that there is only the Viper watching B for the time being, this could be a very fast push in towards B to go for a very early spike plant.
Yeah, this could be early aggression. They haven't shown too much, but that flash might be enough to just entry them in. Oh, early owl drone, though. That'll hurt Kurt's ability to entry here. Lucas waiting on that molly. Doesn't want to pop it too early. And they're just kind of waiting out B main here. They could easily fall back and regroup mid, but there's plenty of pressure there as well. I mean, really good job here by CSU to not over-rotate too much. There's still Z-Frame here on A. If he's able to find some value here, and he'll find some value on AUS, that's a huge pick to find, and an ulted Reyna on A site might be all they need to keep this round in their favor.
Z-Frame could be a very dominating presence here in round number 7. The plant will be going down with the Viper's Pit being the main point of coverage here. Kuma gets one off screen, though. Kurt will now fall. Man advantage is here. That Viper's Pit is going to be pretty much the saving grace here for UBCO. They will just try to engulf themselves in their own toxic fumes and just pray that Pickles does not fall at some point. Lucas will claim one for their name. Now Bias T will fall, and eventually the Viper's Pit will now dissipate as well. The only one left to stand is Voltigeist. They've got out that Hunter's Fury, gets rid of one player, but it's not going to be enough to secure the victory overall. Lucas will get their third on the round, and it will now be 4-3 with CSUDH now coming back pretty effectively in this first half.
Yeah, it's been a great turnaround. They went from that uncomfortable eco where they really just didn't have anything going for them at the time. It seemed like things were slipping up as they let 3 go in a row. But since then, it's been really good. And I mentioned it during the round. The lack of early rotation was actually really good on their part, despite the fact that they had the ping onto Jet on B site, despite the fact that, they had good information that the hit could come B. They had faith in their anchors there on B site, and they stuck that, mid control to A control, and it ended up working out great. They had that retake with man advantage, with good utility. They were in a good spot, and now we see a bit of a default here from UBCO as they try and just feel things out. I think that they understand that early rotation is definitely not the play, but AUS once again finds himself in an awkward situation between Z-Frame's gun and the wall, and that'll be the first pick for the defenders. CSUDH will take man advantage, but meanwhile on B site, Kurt has found a lot of space with those knives. Lucas trying to play around the Viper's wall, put up against him. Kurt will go up to the sky and find one for himself. Now man advantage. It's all up in the air. 4v4. The attackers could try and get the plant down here. It's slowly rotating towards B side, but meanwhile the defenders have rightfully rotated towards B. So once again, it really does seem like there's good map control here from CSUDH. They're really confident in how they plan on holding these sites. I've liked it so far, but the plant will go down. Shock Dart nearly connects for damage, but it's not quite there. Duka will get the res off as things start to go back to normal as we get the post plant 5v4 retake here. So they have a good advantage. We might see a little bit of an interesting play here with the wall down. Spray comes through. They're trying to stick here. The body block's there. Volt will get one with the shock dart, though, and that might be enough. That might just be enough for Bias to save it. Because here at the end of this round, they don't know their location. Did he spot him out? No, Bias stays alive, gets the kill on Tatunka. And just like that, it's a 1v1, but the spike is halved. He could get this, the flash. They're both flashed. And 1 HP, Kuma will not be able to do it. Bias will find the kill, and UBCO stops the bleeding, brings it back to 4-0, and saves the rifle. That was a hectic retake there at the end of that.
I think one thing I would have loved to have seen implemented by CSUDH was just some sort of flank or reposition at all that entire round during the retake. We had the flank kind of being teased by CSUDH. They had somebody going mid. They could have maybe went all the way down to the attacker spawn and went towards garage because everyone was so tunnel visioned on the site itself that it would have definitely worked. Almost could guarantee that without a doubt in my mind. Yet we just saw everyone dogpile. They were watching the same 2 to 3 angles near yellow and the back of that garage area too. And that was quite literally it, where we had UBCO try to get a bit more adaptive, and they didn't really have to go and watch several different angles because they had the post plant at the end of the day. They could become lazy, and that's what netted off that success at the end of the day, which is the element of surprise and being in that post plant, having that time advantage. So far early off in round number 9, they will also get the man advantage quite early on as the Sage. Out of all your players to try to make space early on, they'll do just that and allow Bias T to find a refrag. They could try to claim the A site, but the spike is still near their spawn, so it looks like they'll rotate around and maybe go B instead with that slight man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for them is that they've claimed this man advantage. The trades were excellent there. AUS finally finds the better half of Z-Frame and gets that kill. And now that they have that, massive man advantage, well, not massive, but enough that it is definitely of note. The big thing that could be of question here is if Hunter's Furious pop, but the Molly might be enough. Not quite there. Doesn't connect for enough. Viper, for the time being, will stay alive, but there's the Hunter's Fury to try and make space. It won't find much, though. I think it was just a little too late to be popped at that point. They really don't know where the post plants are going out from, so popping it so late just becomes kind of a guesswork there for the Sova of Kuma, but the spot comes out. That's a good dart, does a little bit of damage through the Viper wall. Good shots from Kurt. Not enough to finish it off, though, but here we go. Trying to get the retake. Lucas will take the gunfight. Kurt will win it. Pickles swings, gets... And there you go. Kurt will finish it up. I was going to say things were getting interesting, but they didn't get interesting. Things just went all one side, and UBCO, I mean, they cleaned up that round very nicely.
And understanding, again, just what's easier to do in that situation. They have almost all their manpower inside of B, and they only had one guy A, so just get that singular player to go rotate A and get the job done, get that plant down. That's all they really need at the end of the day. The communication by CSUDH could have been 10 times better because we had Kuma with the Hunter's Fury. They could have easily denied that plan. If someone had called out, hey, they're planting, we could try to ult them just to buy ourselves more time to get ourselves in those power positions and actually find some sort of refrag, work for those picks, and actually be able to deny the plant in a much more effective manner. But it was just, like you and I both mentioned, a simple trade game, having site control. That was more than enough to get the job done for UBCO, so great round win by them. And it looks like for CSUDH, they're going on a bit of an awkward flank around the whole, like I said earlier, conga line is back in implementation for the defensive side as they'll now have to retake in a 4 versus 4 position all the way from mid Neon.
Well, I mean, that's definitely one way to play an eco round. Just get incredibly aggressive, stick together in a pack. It's hard for someone to shoot all of you down. Well, okay, Kurt proved me wrong, and he'll get his 4th. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the spray control, it's that easy. But when you're on an eco, you got to do what you got to do, right? You group up, you play together. It's harder for them to take a 1v5 than it is to take a 1v1, especially when you've got, that gun disadvantage. And, I mean, to their point, they got one. I really don't think it was that bad of an idea. It just didn't work out because UBCU went straight on the site, got the plant down, and Kurt has been playing aim labs. Or I assume playing very well. Either way, the aim was there. 4K for him. Just like that, 6-4. Moving a little bit closer in UBCO's favor as we near the halfway point of this map.
Only a couple more rounds and we'll get to see a new pistol setup possibly in towards that second half. It looks like we've got the same old shenanigans here. Only one person actually heading up in towards A, and we actually have the Reyna kind of close to the defender nest. She's actually not directly on top of it. She can maybe catch the Sky off guard for a quick refrag, and that's exactly what happens. So you lose out on your main set of flashes, and at least you've reclaimed the man advantage of 4v3 once again for UBCO, and they'll now double down on that. Kurt is going to win a very important fight, no longer having that Viper to rely on. It's just going to be up to Tunka, and also the Reyna here kind of proxying around mid to most likely have to reclaim the site as they're not in a good position to deny that spike from actually going down and, actually stopping the post plan. And now as Tuka will fall as well, it is only up to this lone Reyna of Z-Frame to kind of wrap around near mid and just hope they can isolate, and maybe if they get into 1v2, they could pop their ult to potentially win out this round for their team, but it's not very likely. That's a very unwinnable situation. He will get one pick, though. Not too bad so far for the Reyna, but it's going to be another set of 1-for-1s they'll have to take and hopefully get lucky that they'll end up winning it as well.
Yeah, trying to retake here, but I think they've done a pretty good job of separating up, playing different angles, but he'll find his 3rd on the round as Kurt falls, but oh, that was an ugly dismiss. I think he assumed that the rest of the team was going to be all grouped up near Snowman and thought, okay, I'm going to get to the safety of Yellow to take my next gunfight, but it just didn't end up working out too well. I really do think if you're ever going to pop your ult, though, that might have been the time in 1v4 if there's ever a good time to, go crazy, pop the ult, try and get some kills. Z-Frame, that was the time to do it, my guy. But hey, 7-4, still a good shot here if they can get this last round. The big problem I'm seeing, though, is that eco. I mean, you've got light armor, you've got a Guardian, you've got a Bulldog. I mean, that's not the best way to go into this round, and Z-Frame gets very aggressive. They're trying to take man advantage early and possibly get a kill to get some guns on the board for those two players who don't have the best weaponry. Z-Frame will find Kurt. That's the op down and an excellent opening frag for the defense.
Now already forcing the rest to go down. Pickles, though, gets a very important fight and ends up winning it out. So she will now grant her team the man advantage as that resurrection was popped very early in the round. Opera cheap as well. Could be a point of contention, but they'll end up dropping it on the ground for the time being. I was going to mention that we're probably going to have Frame insta-pop their ult to try to get some sort of nasty angle and win a gunfight. That's exactly what happened. So I guess he must have locked in with my mind, and we were thinking the exact same thing, perhaps, or he just simply is better. So might be able to try to make some magic happen. I can almost guarantee that their ultimate is now fully diminished, but still, you've got plenty of great aim to work with. Just have to be a bit more provocative when trying to go for these gunfights. They'll win out one near Nest. There is another trade, and it's the same talking point we've brought up several times. When you've got that man advantage, you can just simply get refrags. That's all you're going to need throughout this entire round, and it is really only a matter of time before they get some sort of plant down. But look at this, Neon. They're opting to go for a rotate, and CSUDH has no clue this is about to happen.
Not to mention, they have a great sleeper agent here. AUS in a great spot, finds one, able to find the second, and that's a beautiful lurk, and now it's just Max alone with 8 HP. Oh man, the round started so good for CSUDH, but it'll end with a 3K from AUS, and just like that, 8-4 going into the half. That's a bit of an awkward spot to be in, especially going on to attack on Icebox. I tend to think that Icebox can be kind of either way. It doesn't necessarily flow attacker defender sided unless you get to the very highest ranks and the very absolute tippy top. And so I'm not ready to write off CSUDH. I'm sure they could have a good half here, but that's definitely a tough one to come back from 8-4.
Say not the worst, but yeah, also not the greatest either here for CSUDH. Still having a bit of bite back though. I think the biggest thing that allowed UBCO to net a lot of rounds in their attack was how willing they were just to make space openly. Especially people like AUS. You do not expect your Sage player just to run at the opponent and simply win gunfights. It's such a crazy thing to look at and have it actually work. But even then, the Jet as well. We saw plenty of aggression coming out by that duelist as well, which is their job, so I was glad to see that as well. Kurt, Man Myth, and now Legend, they'll land a pretty clean shot on the Max. It is a 1-for-1, though. Post-plant situation as well. But having that Sheriff and not having to deal with a lot of, soft armor buys, a lot of ghosts are on the board, this might be a peak opportunity here for Kurt to simply land some clean shots. Speaking of shots being landed quite cleanly, though, Pickles netted 2 off-screen. Kuma will finally respond for their team. But is this going to be enough? Potentially, you've got lineups in the hand of Lucas just throwing out some snake bites, but Pickles still a force to be reckoned with. Finally gets right-clicked out here by the opposing Viper, but Kurt is barely going to survive that altercation and give the second pistol round out of the hands of UBCO as they have plenty of time left to get that spike fully diffused.
Yeah, I mean, that was all down to Kurt and Pickles. They had the aim, they played the game, and I mean, that went as well as you could expect. Just an excellent retake from Pickles, taking all the angles incredibly well and picking them off one by one by one. I mean, I haven't seen a retake during a pistol round that well in a long time, and Kurt was right there with the deagle for the refrag, but admittedly, Lucas nearly had that one. Those right clicks were just, oh my gosh, that's how my right clicks work in Ranked, is they just perfectly make a circle around my opposing player's head. It's never a good day. I don't buy ghosts, or excuse me, I don't buy classics for that exact reason. I'm a ghost player because I just can't deal with those right clicks.
Say, well, you don't actually buy classics. You were always given one every round, but maybe you didn't know that because, you buy ghosts all the time. Just a joke, though, of course, only biting your chain here. Looks to be like we've got UBCO, once again, just in the driver's seat. I mean, I talked about this countless times. They love making space. They love going for gunfights, and they love winning them, too. It's a 3v1. Bias team will try to start to stick this defuse. I don't know where Lucas is playing at, though, but having the frenzy in the mildly mid-range, it's kind of hard to control that recoil, so a bit of an unfortunate situation to have yourself in that 1vx. It's double digits now for UBCO for the round count, and 3 more, they will end out map number 1 with relative ease, but the only issue being they're now going to have to go up against the brick wall of rifles with really not having the best weaponry to try to counteract it, so this one might go in the books for CSUDH just based off of stats.
I genuinely thought that he was going to get that frenzy kill and have a real shot at clutching that round, and then just the stick and that's so unfortunate. But yeah, going into this round, you're totally right. Those rifles are going to be a huge part of whether CHUDH can get back in this game, get back in it with speed. But you know a gun that can one-shot people? It's the Marshall, and Kurt will abuse that. Z-frame drops. That's the top frag. That's the entry, and that's a whole lot of good utility off the board instantly. And Kuma here watching the flank might be able to catch a free one onto Bice. He will. That's a great shot, continuing to watch the flank, but he gets swung from range. Max is right there to assist, and Thuka on the other side of the map will get Volt. Just like that, CSUDH, excuse me, chat, is right back in this as they find 3 really quick kills.
Good attempt there by UBCO to try to get that multiplay. Oh, look at this, though, by Kuma. He's coming around from the backside. I try to get something to happen here towards this mid-take. They're going to not get detected by that recon Volt, but I mean, Kuma literally looked at them. He's aware there's going to be at least one more player over in that area of the map, and will finally net the kill they were desperately yearning for. First round for the second half by CSUDH Gold. They will do so relatively well on that rifle round. I mean, they were expecting aggression finally, and they simply just had the better positioning and weaponry. I mean, we saw some brilliant shots landed by Kuma in particular all the way down range, so gotta give credit where credit is due. So they are not going down without a fight just yet, and now even have some ults to play with as well. We've got that Empress in the hands of Frame. We've seen them try to pop off beforehand to really no avail that ultimate, but maybe this could be their perfect moment to strike, perhaps, especially since they might get aggressive and try to go for an early plant too.
Yeah, Kurt here with this op could go very very massive with it, but gets spotted out real early, and that's going to signal the retreat, and not really a good chance to take a shot there. AUS is in a really advanced position, and Thuka will punish that early aggression. So already a man advantage here for CSUDH, and with that man advantage, they're just going to flow right to B site. They want to take that 1vx fight against this one player over here. They've spotted out so many on A that they're ready to just go for it. Pickles, though, is the one that could stop it. All that molly could be clutch, but it's not finding enough damage. Bolt will be able to get a refrag, though. That's Thuka going down, but the aggression from Lucas will trade that one out, and Max finds another onto Bias. The dash in from Kurt's not there. Lucas finds that kill as well, and now it's a 1vx for Pickle. She has a lot on her plate to try and deal with. She was the first one they had to deal with, and she'll be the last one they have to deal with. Really awkward spot here to try and retake this bomb site. You got the Viper's Pit down. You've got good angles being held. Not a whole lot of HP. Not a whole lot of utility. Really just nothing going their way right now.
As where we just do a little bit of baiting, a little bit of exit frags, perhaps. There goes the exit by Peko, so she'll be able to transition over that rifle for the next round, and their own Viper's Pit will most likely be popped out as well once the round is now confirmed over. And oh no, looks like Kuma couldn't escape the bomb explosion, unfortunately enough. But it's whatever. He can always get bought back, or if they have enough credits, he can just simply buy himself. That's exactly what happens. So hey, you know, not the end of the world there for really either side. Great round win nonetheless, though, by CSUDH, really catching UBCO off guard, kind of beating them at their own game of aggression. I think we just, by UBCO, they just weren't fully expecting the gravity of how effective that Viper's Pit would be, and maybe they were a bit confident that the Snake Bite would have been much more effective on their side in comparison to what it actually was. We've seen a lot of mollies being tossed out by that Viper, just simply not working, and apparently Pickles will not be able to do much on this round, as she's already been put down 6 feet under, but at least we've got that refrag game in full effect to equalize now 4-4.
I do actually really like that play there, taking the aggressive angle. You only have one rifle, so go for the pick early, but then you keep a player right next to you so that if you go down on that peak, the rifle can be picked right back up, and you keep that slight weapon advantage. And there you go. Bias T will be able to find another onto Lucas. Max taking some damage around the corner. And like I said, this one rifle could be all they need to get this round done. They have man advantage now, but again, they only have the one rifle to work with. Thuka, he just wants to get rid of that man advantage entirely. Picks up one, picks one for himself. Kuma will get one, Max with the third, and just like that, it's a 1v4 for Kurt to try and clutch out. Has the Deagle in hand. Can he find some value out of it? 800 credits. Can you pop 4 heads with it?
I'm not too sure. On pretty low HP as well. 1 to 2 shots will probably put him down, so this is not a very winnable position with just a Sheriff in your hand to work with. A Snake Bite popped out for good measure. Clean shot Nakuma, but I think that's all that's going to happen here in the books. Tries to find yet another. Will actually get it. funnily enough, but they're not going to be able to escape with that rifle in hand just to pick it up, go for some flashy dashes there. Still a round win in the books for CSUDH. They are slowly and most definitely surely making that comeback train. They're only at a 3-round deficit, but again, they had a very good advantage in terms of weapon economy, and now the tables have finally turned to bring us more on even footing here for round number 18.
Yeah, not to mention Kurt getting those Deagle one-taps. Hey, that's not just clip feed right there. I mean, you found some pretty good eco damage there. You look at the buys here. Right now, they're really comfortable. Let's say they lose this round and everybody dies for CSUDH. They only really get one more round of comfortable buying, and then it's back to an awkward situation. So I will say, Kurt getting those 2 frags, pretty important. And he'll find another one here. As Z-Frame goes down, the heal will already be coming in to try and get him back up to at least 100 HP. And the refrag here from CSUDH, tried to skip ahead there. They wanted it. They got aggressive for it, but everybody's just falling right back to the A-bomb site. They don't want to give up that refrag. They'll take that man advantage and make it a whole lot more awkward for CSUDH to try and take this round.
So it looks like CSUDH were trying to cut some corners there as well, not checking every single angle where UBCO could have potentially been playing at. That's going to cost them some early life. Looks like they're still just kind of chillaxing inside of A. I don't like the indecisiveness. They're expecting someone to overswing, get a bit too aggressive here. And UBCO, yeah, they like to go for confident angles. Don't get me wrong, but when they've got that man advantage, it very rarely happens. We saw a bit of an overextension there by Kurt, so that could have been an effective refrag for Kuma, but unfortunately just not fully at the right to win that fight. There goes Kurt with the swing, but he had information by that Hound, so great play in terms of team coordination. There's finally a bite back here in the hands of Max, but it's still that man advantage. And look at the time, Neon. There's barely any seconds left. There's one confident pick coming out by the Sova. Toonka will also get the plant down. Now the time is actually favoring the attack, but nowhere is the man advantage favoring the side of CSUDH. But there comes Toonka. 2 beautiful picks back to back. A 1 versus 1 here, but Bias T, they've got the util to play into the situation quite well. They also have the health advantage, as it appears the Sage does not have their heal in pocket just yet, fully blinded out by the guiding light, but they are playing a bit farther back here, so it does not look like the Sky can actually overextend themselves just yet. They'll bait for the defuse, but Toonka does not have the proper information. They have no idea where the Sky is playing at, and that will play into the cards of Bias T so darn well. I believe they still have just enough time to defuse. Oh yeah, more than enough here in this predicament. And finally, there's the clapback by UBCO, as they did a fantastic job of not overplaying the cards they were dealt with and remaining calm and confident in that post plant too.
Yeah, I don't want to be overcritical there, but Toonka, hey, I get it. You're in a clutch. You've got 2 of the 3 kills you need to save this round, and then all of a sudden you hear the tap. And I think he just got a little shaky, got a little too aggressive in that moment, pushed up too early, shooting around the corner, pulling out the classic. Meanwhile, calm as ever on the other side. Great clutch there from Bias T. Finds that, needed kill and keeps UBCO in a solid advantage. 4 rounds for them in the advantage at least. But, AUS, spraying through the wall, could find some value. But it's Pickles who will find value onto Z-Frame. That's the top frag dead. Pickles will find a second. Toonka right back with the refrag, though. 4v2 now as Kurt finds one. He'll find a second with the right click, but meanwhile, Kuma and Max found good value, and it's all going to be on Kuma in the 1v2 as he gets scanned out. There's a lot of wall bangs going on. Voltgeist finds a great one there, yeah. Kitchen is not the place to be when you're scanned out. There are so many wall bangable positions there. Great ping, great spray, and a great round from UBCO to bring it to match point, where things get a little awkward here for CSUDH as they try and move forward with this round.
One minute topic I want to go back on as well, could be a really good point of contention, is the intel game. It's been slightly better by UBCO. That's because they have double initiator. They've got the Sky and Sova, whereas on CSUDH's side, they've got double duelist. Their only real intel gatherer is the Sova. Sure, the Boombot can do a bit of intel gathering from time to time, but that's a very big gamble you're willing to take there with the Ray selection. You're more or less having her so she can blast pack into sight and just kind of have that high mobility, where So because of that, CSUDH, if they don't get that first pick, they kind of just start getting sluggish and they can't do a lot in that position. That's why sometimes the overconfidence by UBCO has actually been paying dividends, because they've been so keen on landing those first couple of shots. So especially in that 1v1 of the round before last round, it was very important there, the Sage just not having the information against the Sky, not knowing they had a second guiding light or not. It really just shows how well UBCO can play into their own cards here. I mean, getting back to the round itself, though, got a bit carried away in the color segment there, unfortunately. UBCO, once again, they got that opening pick, and we're just seeing the stall game by CSUDH. I mean, but they really cannot do much. They haven't been able to make the space in order to reclaim that spike or reclaim some sort of pick. The showstopper was a complete dud for the side of CSUDH, and now they're just kind of twiddling their thumbs, hoping that, again, someone overextends, someone allows them to put themselves in an equal position, and that finally happens. So in these last 20 seconds, there is a 3 versus 3 situation here. The Boombot trying to gather some information. It won't do just that, but Lucas will still win that gunfight here. Now on completely even footing yet again. There comes a guiding light. 18 seconds left on the clock. You've got to pick up the pace here. UBCO, they know this. They're just playing so far back, waiting for that perfect moment. Kuma's got brilliant coverage, so onto Max. They'll try to stick the plant, but no! Pickles! Right plays it at just the right time. The spike may have gotten down, but there's no one left to deny the plant. Pickles, they know they've won out this round. They have surely earned it as well in that 1 versus 2, playing around the rotate quite well. That's going to be end of Icebox there. 13-7 for UBCO, and they really put on a fantastic performance in map number 1, Tyler.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and to be honest, I may be a little biased by that excellent play from Pickles, but if I had to assign an MVP, it'd have to be Pickles. That was, trying to count it up, I think the 4th, arguably clutch, because there were a few where closing out the round doesn't mean clutch, but you know what I'm saying? There was good impact there from Pickles constantly. But of course, shout out to Kirk, who was making those entries, getting the picks when needed, really just playing the role of duelist incredibly well on that Jet. So those two, an incredible duo, made short work and made that map very, very solid there. So moving on to Ascent, will we see a little bit of a switch up on the roster side? Maybe, bring that double initiator, bring something else to the table, because you're right, that double duelist did not do them any favors, especially on the defending side.
I feel like it could have worked if we had maybe possibly UBCO not be so aggressive on their own composition. I mean, but still being aggressive because you have better flashes, you have more intel to work off of. That's still completely fine too. It's just how you need to be aggressive, especially not having a Jet and only the Raze. She's going to be the one making a lot of that space, and you have your Raze player just sitting back way too many times. It's something you cannot get away with. UBCO were just simply punishing their opponent way too much. And, when we had CSUDH get that opening pick, they played really good into their double duelist role. So I'm not going to want to count them out just yet. I've known them for a very long time here at NECC, so I know they have that potential to bring this one back. But before we get a decisive answer here on Ascent, we'll have to go into a short little break. Be back in a couple of minutes to get map number 2 underway to see if it will be a quick 2-0 or if we will see a third and final map here for NECC's last matchup of the night. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC Valorant. My name is Fel, also joined here tonight by Neon Black, in case you needed that minor refresher there. And moving into map number 2 of Ascent, I know we had a little bit of time to talk about it here, but I think the one thing we actually missed out on was agent selection. Now, I know that we didn't get to see a lot of, Astra last map because she isn't really like quote unquote meta on that map, but she is considered by most one of the best agents in the game currently, is based off of how much util she can bring out here in the match, or in the game, pardon. Do you think we'll be seeing her today in Ascent? I feel like we could almost guarantee that on both teams because they kind of like to play like the meta comps. So I feel like it's a bit of a loaded question, but do you think we'll have more of that meta-based comp here today for Ascent, or do you think we'll see some more comfort picks instead?
Well, I mean, Astra is just so strong on so many of these maps. Really, the only reason why Icebox isn't a great map for her is because of all the verticality, and down to the fact that you can get most of your utilities solved with Viper. And so when you get the post-plant almost guarantee of a Viper molly, it's really hard to justify bringing an Astra over a Viper. There are very few things that Astra brings on Icebox that are kind of better, but here we already see one Astra locked in and one being hovered on the other team, so I think it's definitely likely that we see at least one Astra, but Astra's just really strong right now, and it's not even that she's all of a sudden strong. It's not like she got buffed. It's just the fact that teams really do struggle to deal with an Astra, and teams have gotten a lot better at utilizing Astra utility. I mean, I feel like when Astra first came out, we got a lot of people using Astra to solo sight hold and put down some smokes and kind of throw things around. But now we have teams that have really good communication, and they'll just place 2 stars on each entryway. And anytime a team wants to push, boom, smoke, boom, pull. It's so quick, it's so effective, and Astra can be anywhere on the map, and so it can really make it difficult. I mean, think about it this way. Let's say KO ults to go on to A. Well, Astra can do all of what Astra normally does from the other side of the map, completely immune to that KO ultimate. And KO's ult does not last that long when you talk about how long Astra utility lasts. So, I mean, it can definitely be super strong, and Ascent especially can feel stifling when playing against an Astra, especially when you're attacking, just because I mean, you have to funnel through B main and A main. There's not a whole lot of variance. You really have 2 options. You go straight through main, or you have to take mid control to then get into either tree or market. And neither of those are very safe positions. It's usually best to have a lurker go that way, or to commit your entire team to a mid take. So there really is so much that Astra can do on this site by just limiting what teams can do. And I haven't even gotten to start to talk about our ultimate, and I feel like if I go on that rant, we'll be talking until round 5. So getting straight into it, we have a lot of interesting agent selects. We've got the Chamber, we've got the KO, we've got Killjoy, a whole lot more variance than we did last map. And
yeah, we'll have to pick back up on the we'll have to pick back up on the TED Talk much later into the game, but still always enjoyable to pick at the co-commentator's brain. So we'll have to see how these 2 very different team compositions align against one another. Looks like we're going to have the Astra v Astra violence here for today. Looks like Bias T will win out that first gunfight here for UBCO. Not a bad start at all. And for CS2DH, I'm a bit concerned for them so far, especially having the Killjoy attack could be a bit more challenging to utilize most of her kit there in the early bits. She's very strong for post plant, that's about it. But hey, having that brilliant resurgence actually will pay off pretty well for them, as now they can play for the post plant part, and they might not have the Killjoy on the board, but there's still plenty of information to be gathered here. But Coco spots out one, headhunters him out. Oof, and a third now for Coco, man. Absolutely going crazy, and spots out the Sova as well. Both him and Skay are completely aware of this person's position. They are going to feed him a bit of a 1-for-1, but it won't really matter, as it's still going to be a round win for UBCO. A bit of a hectic one right along tree and leading into A, but it's still a defender win at the end of the day, Neon.
Yeah, I mean, that was an excellent entry there at the beginning of the round. Z-Frame just walked straight into sight, but at the end of the day, it won't matter. And again, I really don't like to nitpick too much and point blame. That's really not what I try and do as a caster, but I definitely feel like Z-Frame is getting these entries really well. then the rest of his team is really struggling to maintain the control that he finds entering straight into sight, and that's something they really got to work on in the future for for CSUDH, because that's something that can really hurt a team is when you've got an entry frag doing everything that an entry frag should, and yet the rest of the team isn't able to rally around that and close out rounds because of it. So I'm hoping we see a little bit better team play and a little bit better coordination here moving into these future rounds. But hey, if the entries are that good for Z-Frame every round, I'm sure CSUDH will get some rounds on the board.
Well, here comes the line of smokes. I hate to repeat myself from last time, but the conga line, great example. They're all just lined up together. Bias T, net 2, pretty impactful frags here. That smoke line just not working at all. It could maybe get the plan down, but the retake is the name of the game for UBCO, and they are still in a pretty comfortable spot to do exactly that. The turret will actually manage to do a bit of damage through the Astra Nebula. Not enough really to go and start crying home to, so not that big of a deal. Here comes just complete collapse into A, and that is going to be all that UBCO wrote on the round. Flawlessly done with the SMGs in pockets, so a pretty strong 2-0 lead, but I mean, we've said this a billion times, these are just the default rounds at the end of the day, so CSUDH will finally be able to respond with rifles, and maybe that will allow them to finally set themselves up in a pretty comfortable post-plant position, because in my opinion here, Neon, I mean, their lineup just screams we need to get the spike down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There is a lot of post-plant util there. But I would like to mention, just for our viewers that didn't catch it, there were some some substitutions going on. Pickles from last map is no longer with us. She was subbed out for Scotty. Chocomint, is in for USA, and Sleeper is in for Volta, guys. So just so you guys know, those are our new players. Bias T gets aggro early in the round and finds Z-Frame. That's your entry frag off the board, and especially when you're only running single duelist, it's going to be a little difficult from here on out to get those entries. Jet's dash is so strong to make space.
Choco Mint, my apologies for brutalizing your name. Must have been a long night for myself, but hey, you were brutalizing the opponent here, so I guess you don't really mind at the end of the day. Don't have to listen to me until the VOD review at the end of the day, perhaps maybe leading into tomorrow is a bit of a later evening affair so far for the West Coast. Looks like they'll still get that first initial pick despite the weaponry deficit, and they still are taking a majority of the map in their own grasp, not really leaving anything too weak except for really mid, I suppose, but they still have the Jet kind of prowling around close towards the market entrance and also Pizza, so it's not that big of a concern. 40 seconds left on the board, and CSUDH, they really have to pick up the pace, and it looks like they'll finally decide as to where they want to enter, and that looks like it's going to be Tree. Yet again, a fatal funnel perhaps here for CSUDH, as Kurt is just in the most intricate position, and I think this could completely catch CSUDH off guard.
Yeah, they're rushing straight through Tree. The trades will go back 1-for-1 and 1-for-1 again, but Scotty will be the one to bring the man advantage back to the defender's side, and Sleeper with the beautiful dash in will find Tunka, and just like that, 3-0 for UBCO. And I mean, they took that first map, and that was a pretty close map, if I do say so myself. It was very back and forth, especially early on in the game. But man, UBCO is looking strong on Ascent. They've done excellent so far. I really like that early aggression from Bias T, just running straight up, and I believe he had someone else with him. I don't remember exactly who it was, but Bias T was the one that got the kill. Early aggression, get a kill, get a gun, fall back. That was huge, gave the man advantage, and now not only do they have the weapons and CSUDH is on pistols, but they've got a pretty commanding lead very early on. The pistols, though, finding a lot of damage on Bias T as he's not quite able to find those kills, but Lucas is also very low, so I'd call things about even.
Yeah, still, though, a lot of potential here for the defensive side. Just really get a firm grip on round number 4. Looks like that'll happen here. Both Scotty and also Kurt now doing a bunch of damage and netting up some pretty nice picks here. Just a 2 versus 4. CSUDH kind of at their wits' end here. Our number 4 just trying to pick up a couple of ultimate orbs, maybe just racking up that inevitable eco game, which I really don't blame them for, to be honest. So it looks like this one will be pretty much confirmed as a defeat unless they land some really clean one-taps there with the Sheriff, but that is still asking for a lot. The range game is being played pretty well by UBCO, and they are They have some nice double sight lines being established near Fountain. I believe Kurt looked away at just the wrong time, unfortunately, but they've got a guiding light, which is going to also burn the retinas of CSUDH, and also burn plenty of time. They only have 30 seconds, and they're still just kind of just chilling out near Fountain, maybe working their way up and towards Pizza. Finally, that's the only close quarter gunfight they can put themselves into. That is their best option to try to win this gunfight here, and they'll do just that. But there is Bias T along with the Sova of Skyday to finish out the round. A clean cleanup crew, I'd have to admit there, by UBCO to now get 4 in a row for their side.
Yeah, I mean, they played that refrag excellently. They had 2 people on the swing, great crossfire, things were done well, and it may have been done against an eco, but I, as a caster, will always recognize good team play, good swing preparation, and all of that jazz. But meanwhile, moving into things, as we start to talk about the rhythm of this game, I mean, things have been really rough for CSUDH. There's been a lot of aggression on the opposite side from the UBCO Serpents, and I mean, that's just so hard to deal with because they get so much information off of that. They get aggro A main, they know where the push is going. They get aggro B main, they know where the push is going. And just like right here, they know the push is coming A, the Astra Stars are down quick, smokes are there, and now they have to basically entry blind. But Z-Frame, he's used to that, goes straight in, grabs the door, but it's sprayed through the smoke. The Choco Mint on the balcony will be able to find Max, and I mean, things have already gotten really uncomfortable for CSUDH. Lucas will be able to find 1 refrag, but the ultimate from the Sova didn't really find much. There's 1 hiding hell. Sleeper will find Tunka on site, and just like that, it's a 4v2. The retake on site is going to be with massive main advantage, but Sleeper misses, but it won't matter as Bias T's right there with the trade. Kirk gets Kuma, and I mean, wow, UBCO, they're backing each other up so well.
I mean, you talked about team play. It's very apparent that UBCO, they have got that on lockdown. A majority of these rounds, or just any situation they put themselves into. Another great example, round number 4, when we had Skyday and also, I believe it was Bias T, one up near the defender spawn and the other one inside of market, both looking at Pizza. They had their teammate die, the call out was given, and they immediately responded with a nice tag team up and towards that Pizza area. I mean, just great stuff overall. I feel like one thing that CSUDH are just kind of slacking on is a bit of their util usage. I feel like it's more or less been just the Astra using their smokes, and that's mostly been it. Not a lot of suppressions coming out by the KO, not a lot of flashes either, just a bit of underutilization, and I feel like that could go a long way here to you know, it's the initiating role, initiate with that early intel and then try to be explosive and towards the site to get that plant down. Then things would start looking much better for you in comparison to these last 5 rounds. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if that will eventually come into fruition, as we haven't seen a lot of util go down just yet by the attacking side yet again. But hey, look across the board at Skyday to get the shock bolt early on for that first blood for UBCO.
Yeah, and that's the KJ down as well. And I could be wrong as it's not perfect on my screen, but yeah, KJ definitely had her ult, and I could be wrong, but it looks like they really wanted to use that ultimate, and Scotty being able to just sit here on site and mow them down. Giacomet downs the KO as well, and now it's all on Kuma alone in a 1v5. Can he go nuclear and clutch this for his team? I have my doubts, but let's see how he does. He'll find 1, won't find the second, as Giacomet finds the second of the round. And just like that, I mean, we're not even fully through a quarter of this game, and we have a team with 6 points on the board. And just like that, Kuma will call a timeout for CSUDH, and I think that's well-deserved. I think they need that right now.
Not a bad time to time out either. I mean, would I have preferred it a bit earlier? Possibly, but you don't expect yourself to get 6-0'd, especially when you had a very fair back and forth on Icebox. The biggest issue for CSUDH, a couple of things, that they're funneling very heavy into either one of the 2 sites. We've seen a lot of 4-man push in a tree or A main and now B main as well. It's just, it's very predictable as to what they want to do. And UBCO, they're holding multiple sightlines to better counteract that. And also, again, I'll reinstate what I mentioned a little while ago. The lack of util usage. I mean, it took like 2 deaths for CSUDH to finally pop their null. That's something you should like instantly activate when you're ready to go for a site push. And if you have 5 people just vibing in B main, I feel like you're just about ready to go for a site push. So that would be a good time to pop that ultimate and then just start just start rushing into sight, going for that plant. And once again, CSUDH, their composition, it heavily favors a post-plant position. So I feel like gathering that intel to get ready to approach the site and then going for the plant, that would be the best option. But that also does not mean have a 5-man funnel into either A or B and just hope you win your gunfights. That's not how you play the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really thought that they were trying to combo that KO and KJ, and once KJ went down from those shock darts, I thought they were just going to have to abandon that and go back to a default Choco Man early one onto Lucas, taking an aggressive gunfight mid. But like I was saying, as soon as that KO goes down, or excuse me, KJ goes down, I'm thinking, all right, let's reset, let's default. Meanwhile, I wasn't even going to mention anything, but Thuka gets one with the pistol on the rifle of Sleeper, and that could actually be huge here. I mean, that could be a rifle picked up. I don't actually think she went to pick it up or he went to pick it up, but either way, getting a kill with the pistol, that's good eco damage right there.
And not the worst. This has been probably one of the better positions for CSUDH overall. Could maybe actually get a round win on the board. There isn't a lot of pressure towards A. I mean, the retake is always a big thing to worry about. Oof, unfortunate timing there between both Scotty and also Z-Frame here. Maybe they could get a second opportunity, though, at winning that gunfight out. The lever will now be hit, so they'll have to break open up that door. Plant almost being guaranteed at this point. Finally, some good util being popped out here, but there's the Hunter's Fury. A bit too late, though. It could still net at least one pick, potentially, but it's going to actually be Kurt to win that first confrontation once the spike has gone down. The man advantage back in the favor of UBCO. Let's just see how well they can perform in this post-plant.
Oh, that's a huge KJ post-plant ultimate, but Chaco gets one onto Kuma, and this is a pretty aggressive angle that Thuka's trying to take, and they're just going to try and push her aggressively. They'll get it, but can they get the KJ off? They can, but it won't matter as Bias has avoided it. I thought for a second, if that had detained all four of them, that might have been a little awkward, but I don't think it would have mattered too much. Either way, get all of the kills, get your 7th round on the board. But I just want to reiterate what you said about CSUDH being really centered to the post plant. I mean, let's count them up. You've got Sova, huge post plant utility, KO, post plant mollies. You've got KJ, all of her utility can be used for post plant, and Astra with her pulls. I mean, you're right, that's so plant focused, yet they've had 4 plants that have just gone completely unanswered, completely underutilized. And a huge part of that has been that they just haven't been able to maintain man advantage in the post-plant situation.
I feel like they just want to control the site itself just directly instead of like properly utilizing a lot of their utility here. Again, I talked about the util game even before we try to get a plant going down. That has still been very, very lackluster by CSUDH. It only makes sense that it doesn't really improve that much even when the spike has gone down. They still try to hold the site directly, and again, they don't really fall back, play with those mollies on either the KJ or the KO. They don't play with shock bolts or Hunter's Fury. They had a post-round lockdown, don't get me wrong, but it was far little too late. Too much damage had already been done, favoring the side of UBCO. So just that timing as well has not been too bountiful so far, but hey, look at this Z-Frame. He's tired of my smack talk against his team. He will actually open things up pretty well, and this actually might be a really good post-plant position for them. I'm really praying here on a whim that they go for a proper fallback and really don't have too much of an emphasis on the site itself, because we have been seeing these retakes been phenomenal by UBCO, and look at this. Bias T opens things up so magnificently well, and at this point, UBCO, they completely expect the rest of this presence to be locked down and towards the back of A main. There is a flank being attempted here by the Killjoy, but they get cut down by Choco Mint. And there we have it. It's just another round in a row for UBCO. 8 at this point, and I mean, I really don't know what's stopping them from just adding more to the kill count and the tally board at this point, Tyler.
Yeah, and I mean, that I didn't mean to just throw something in, but the Astra star was placed incorrectly. You can't place the star directly on the spike. You have to place it off the spike. And so they were able to just stick right through that. That's a huge misplay there. Unless I missed some body blocking going on, I'm pretty sure that Astra star was directly on the spike, which is not really the play. And I mean, that just is another thing. CSUDH here, they have this roster, they have this lineup that's so good in the post plant, And yet that's the 5th time they've gotten the plant down and then just completely fumbled the bag. But here we go. Astra ult being used. If they can use this to get a clean plant down, that could be massive. And there really aren't a whole lot of ults on the board that can stop this. Really, the only one of mention here is that one Sky ult. Lucas, though, will find Kurt and take that right off the board. Bias T was not there for the trade. The spike's gone down. Now what can they do on the post plan? Kuma, though, pushes straight through the ultimate and finds one on a sleeper. Max finds one. Max finds two. That's Choco and Scatty down. It's all on Bias T. Is this going to be a flawless for CSUDH's first round of the half? Big flash there from Max. Won't swing off of it. But Bias T, where do you go from here? I mean, there really isn't good space for you to take. Finds one on a Max. That's a good start, but you're only on 70 HP, man. You're not going to take a lot of these gunfights well. Places a smoke on main. Takes the gunfight against Kuma, but Kuma's on point. Finds one, grabs the op, and that's the first one on the board for CSUDH. And let me just say, if that round had happened 5 rounds ago, this could be a really close game, because that was an excellent round there from CSUDH, but it's taken them a long time to get here, fellow.
I think just kind of keeping your mental relaxed and just trying to end out the rest of this first half, going to the second half on a much higher note rather than the somber one that we're seeing now. It's still a very big deficit, don't get me wrong, but they picked up the operator. They did, deny a couple of ults from being popped there. It's not completely over just yet for CSUDH. They can now get a bit more aggressive. I mean, if they win this gunfight against Choco Mint, then maybe something big could have happened early on, but unfortunately, looking away at just the wrong time by Z-Frame that will allow this to remain in that 5 versus 5, and some information to be gathered between both teams so far. I mean, with that operator in play, I feel like we could almost guarantee someone trying to go for A control, and at the current moment, that does look to be what CSUDH have their eyes gazed upon, but there is still definitely a point of contention leading in towards B, because you still have Tunka kind of poking and prodding for intel to see if maybe this site is free for grabs, but for the moment, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, the good news about that op fight mid is they didn't lose someone to it. I'm not really sure what Tunka's plan is here, playing solo in B main. The only thing I can think is, oh, look, the KJ's here. That means they must be pushing. You don't bring your util op that far. But Chaco getting that kill mid really hurts that whole idea of maybe causing an over-rotation, and Bias T will find Kuma mid. We saw such a good rush plant from CSUDH, and then the very next round, they default and completely go away from that. The ultimate pop by Kurt, but Lucas is right there. Chaco with a trade on the Max. One is stuck in hell, trying to find one more. Lucas will, but Sleeper will trade it right back. And now in a 1v3 for Tuka, they knew where he was originally. So what can he find off of this? Probably not much, as there's only 12 seconds left in the round. Shots will come out from Sleeper, but Bias T will be the one to finish it up. And that's the 9th round on the board for UBCU, who's playing out of their minds.
Well, not able to have that up for a second round in a row, unfortunately. Good things must eventually come to an end. So there was the single good thing for CSUDH. Yeah, unfortunately not having the best aggression there in that last round. I think the one nice thing that we had was how effective the suppressions were when we had that site control by CSUDH when they won their first round, because Sky Flashes are just the worst thing to deal with in this game. One of the most annoying pieces of utility in the game. Just fully blinded, cannot do a darn thing. So are her Seekers. So being able to, deny her popping any of those abilities is a fantastic thing. That's one of the great things about KOs. You can only rely on your gun skill at that point, but just not seeing him be that effective with his util other than the round prior is just a bit of an upset. There's a quick trade though, and now we've got the advantage back in the favor of UBCO. It was a great start by the attack, but not a great mid game. Finally though, they will reclaim the spike and now get rid of the player that was overextending into dog. They can maybe now work their way in towards A, but not having that direct information will be their eventual demise, because Bias T gets away with robbery, and there goes Sleeper as well, extending into tree, gets the final pick of the round, and now one more left, and that'll be the end of the first half with double digits already secured for UBCO.
Yeah, I mean, UBCO is really ready to make this an easy 2-0, move on with the rest of their day, because, I mean, that was about as clean as it could get. I was going to say, that's a huge pick that Lucas opened that up with, but then to immediately swing back into tree, well, already, I mean, he had just been flashed, doesn't have info. I mean, again, I really don't mean to nitpick here, but there are just a lot of really basic mistakes being made by CSUDH that I really do hope they go back and learn from, because these are small mistakes. When they get into these 1v1 situations, they get into a place where their prep is working out. They're winning rounds. Sleeper swings to find two. Z-Frame and Lucas right back with trades. Can they pick back up KO? It does not look like they can. That's going to be Max going down, which will secure it as a 2v3. The defense trying to make it 11 on the board. Chaco takes an aggressive gunfight, doesn't land the shots, able to get out in time, but Scotty's right there. Lucas will find one mid. That's Kurt dropping. Now he's got to take B-site all by himself. Doesn't have the best HP. Being spotted out. Doesn't have the spike. Not a whole lot is in Lucas's favor here as we start to close out the half.
You know, it could be very funny if we had Chaco Mint actually pop their ult and then give the original operator to the Sova. We could have double ops here, essentially. That would be very annoying to deal with here as the lone Astra player. I mean, position known because of that trademark. I mean, they're just kind of crawling into their own death, their own grave at this point. There goes the recon bolt for good measure. Almost free fire through the wall. And there we have it. One shot, one kill there for Chaco Mint. A nice trade there and good team play yet again by UBCO. I mean, 2 more rounds. They win the pistol round. They force a full buy by CSUDH, and they could win that in theory too. And that's the game. That's the game and the series because they've already won map number 1. I said this earlier in the day as well when I was casting my other match in the secondary stream, but I'll say it again. What a night and day comparison from map 1 on Icebox all the way here to Ascent. I mean, just wow. I'm very shocked at the 2 score lines we saw from each map today, Tyler.
Yeah, well, I mean, UBCO, I believe this was their map pick if I'm remembering correctly, but my memory is terrible, so don't at me, chat. But if I'm remembering correctly, UBCO picked this map, and this is one of those times where you go, yeah, there's a reason they picked this map. They know this map well, they have good coordination on it, they have good strats, they've got their, roster on lock. Everything's down. So this wasn't their map pick? I am wrong?
No, this is not. We could probably elaborate further though, because you do make some good points actually, and I'll probably be able to give you the layup assist on that too. I've been in NECC for a while, so we'll have to digress on that later on. There's Kuma with one quick pick. Lucas responds as well. Only good enough for one though, unfortunately. Bias T now gets the plant down. So once again in a post situation here. The retake game though by CSUH could be quite strong, especially when Kuma's out here getting pretty aggressive there with the frenzy. Spray and pray is the name of the game here for the Sova, and now Kurt falling as well, leaving just Skadi here, the last one to stand near Arches, is not going to be able to win a single gunfight there in that situation. And yeah, funny enough, this was actually CSUDH's map pick. So
wow.
I feel like with them being a very veteran team, they've been in NECC for quite some time. You know, the roster not being completely the same. There's been some small variations here and there, but their team has still been here for a while. I feel like they should be confident enough to play on almost every single map except maybe Fracture. So I feel like they're just not playing with the cards that they were dealt with or that they dealt themselves properly. And I feel like UBCO, once again, they're just punishing that pretty heavily. I mean, I said that map 1, but now it's just incredibly obvious here at map number 2. I mean, I hate that I had to cut you off there from the last round, but
you're right, though.
I mean, I guess that's just how it be. It is what it is. And unfortunately, that headhunter is just going to simply find a quick pop shot on one of the CSUDH's members to give UBCO that first opening pick.
Well, I will say this. CSUDH may think twice about picking Ascent next time because they're finding out that this comp that they've worked probably pretty hard on is not working the best that they see. There will be a frag going back the way of CSUDH, and that's a good way to bring things back. They do have the gun advantage here going into this round, and Tuka will get another one mid, so definitely not all is lost yet. 4v3 advantage for the defending side, but meanwhile, the Astra of Bias T has worked his way all the way onto A site and is in a pretty good spot. The question is, can they get the spike to that location past Lucas? Bias T will find one onto Kuma, and despite the fact that this is a save for UBCO, they've found a ton of utility and a ton of uses. I mean, this has just been great mapping, excuse me, manipulation, and they found guns off of it. So now they're going to be able to play that post plant with a ton of better weapons. They've gotten those upgrades. Oh, that could be some spam coming in. It will land some shots. Astra's going to be low. The knife comes out, cancels out 2 abilities. Lucas and Tuka, though, they do not want to be losing what should be an easy bonus round. Kurt, though, finds 2 with a classic, but it's not quite there. Tuka's nades were enough, and wow, I was stumbling over myself there, but honestly, I feel like CSUDH is just glad they won that round.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have to agree with you on that one too. They're just happy that that play, the double stack up in hell, did not get them at the very end there. I mean, you had your KO dagger out, and it gave you intel that, hey, I suppressed 2 players. That should ergo be like, okay, there's 2 in hell. They didn't double check though. They didn't expect a second person to be down there for some odd reason. So that almost bit them in the back. Luckily though, they had man advantage, and Tunka threw out a very quick nano swarm, which did the job finally enough to get that defuse down. There is a small response here. And for CSUDH, I talked about how effective their composition can be. Oh, hold on, I need to hold my mouth for a second there, because here's Z-Frame. Got aggressive and netted 1. Lucas is there to back him up too? All right, then the play next to Dog and Tree actually was very effective against the side of UBCO. Back to what I was trying to say there, their composition not only was good on the attack for post-plant, but for their defense, it's very good for plant denial, because how much passive util they have to work off of. Their Z-frame with a 3rd. Finally, Skadi will get something for their troubles, but it is a 1vx situation, and you do not have a lot to play off of. There's Max getting incredibly aggressive, a lot of damage being traded out, though, between the 2 agents. So one more shot will probably put Skadi down to his death. So this is not a very good position to put yourself into. You've got 1 in heaven, 1 next to the door. Your best option here is probably just to fully rotate or somehow go for some very cheeky line. That shock bolt was popped out, possibly for heaven. There goes the second one, but it's a double bouncer. Did not ricochet off the way that Skadi actually probably intended it for, but luckily they've got a recon bolt to boot as well, so they can spot out the person up near heaven. Now try to get aggressive on the player next to the door. That's the first good pick there, but not enough to get the second one. A very close call. And some more shots were landed there by the Sova. We actually could have seen match in series point there, Tyler, funny enough.
That was nearly there. The crosshair off by an inch, and that'll force UBCO onto a save. And I don't mean to be the overly copium caster here, but hey, 4 rounds on the board. Now an eco from the opposite side, CSUDH, they might be right back in this game. It'll be real close, but I never say never. That's for sure.
It is not over until it's over, but I will also interject Coparter, lol. As clearly every caster has a bias. I think we found him, guys. I think we found the CSUDH fan in the
I'm huffing mad copium here, boys.
Yeah. But I guess that would mean I am now the UBCO fan here, so that would also mean I am I also ratted myself out here as a commentator, so oh well, I guess I have shot myself in the foot tonight here, gentlemen, and also gentle ladies. But here comes the push in towards the site. UBCO with the frenzy. Wait, this pistol round is actually working out phenomenally well for UBCO. They're actually going to get the plant down here, and just maybe, if they get 1 more pick, they might have a very strong stronghold in towards B. Hate to repeat myself there a bit twice, but a Cosmic Divide being popped as well. Yeah, this will be a very challenging retake here for the defense, despite the fact they have that Blade Storm popped, as actually denied their own sightline with a Cloudburst. Sailor might have been defended one, though. Might have gotten the UI wrong. There's Lucas with 1. Not enough, though, to get any more, unfortunately, there on the Astra. It's just Kuma left alive. I mean, I am quite shocked we have this to be a potential win here in the books. Kuma, though, still trying to give it his all. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Just the complete lockdown into B, no pun intended there, with an ult usage there, will now guarantee things to go to a 12-round limit for UBCO. Only needing 1 more to lock this thing out. I'm quite flabbergasted they won that round with just merely pistol and a couple ultimates, Tyler.
Well, I will say, I definitely caster cursed CSUDH there. I say, okay, they might be back in this, and they instantly get killed by pistols. So I'm sorry, CSUDH fans, that is my bad.
The double cross.
Oh man, that was just, I mean, seriously, all pistols there, man. That was a tough round to lose, but I mean, we got to call it how it is. UBCO with a beautiful entry with the pistols, and that's just playing a good game right there. And now match point, series point, Kuma will find the first one on the bias T. A little bit of a man advantage brought onto the defending side, but Kuma, I think he was a little overconfident that the rest of the team was there on A. Meanwhile, though, there are 2 attackers lurking A, 2 attackers lurking B. They're pretty split up here. They're looking to bring man advantage back, just find picks, find kills, because they know that they most likely have the weapon advantage. And Chaco, man, he'll find the first. Lucas drops. Now it's a 4v4, and like I said, not every player here has a rifle. Sleeper will find Kuma, and that's one of those rifles down. And now that they have the A bomb site, look how fast the spike has rotated once they get those picks. It's already on site. Plant's already going down. The defense is scrambling to get back to the site for the retake, and they still aren't in the best situations in terms of their buy. They don't have the best weapons. They're not in the best positions. Their ult economy isn't even there, but they are going to use what ult they do have. That KJ ult will come out. It's immediately dealt with by Sova. Chaco will find one, instantly traded out by Max. He'll jump straight down. Z-Frame saves his life there, but they don't check hell again. Kurt finds Max. It's now all on one. Z-Frame tries to get, he'll find his one. That's Kurt down. It's all on Scotty now. 1v1. The arrow could be what decides it, but the time, it's not there. Z-Frame, you have to get it to half. You have to get it to half, Z-Frame.
no.
He's not gonna get it. Scotty will clutch it for his team, and UBCO will win the game 2-0. And an excellent game for them all the way through. Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's a pretty anticlimactic way to end out the best of 3 series. You get a very, very aggressive pistol round, and then you follow it up with just the funniest way to bait the anti-defuse. Completely hilariously done by UBCO, but a very well-deserved victory indeed. CSUDH, I know you guys are better. Maybe just getting off the first couple weeks slumps. I could totally understand that. I think just slightly better positioning, and then understanding what you need to do, and not cutting corners as well for your overall stylization. That's going to go such a long way, because I feel like you just only focused on the plan A and weren't expecting a plan B to ever happen, or really dug that deep into plan A to begin with. I mean, we look again at their composition on Icebox, double duelist, you have that raise, get aggressive, go for the blast pack, try to maybe overextend yourself a bit and work for those picks, because if you're going to allow people like the Sky to stay alive basically throughout the entire round, I mean, that value of her utility, it's gonna skyrocket. It's gonna go to the moon at that point. And I mean, that can be said with a lot of the agents that were brought out on the side of UBCO. And then we basically saw the exact same thing kind of happen, just executed a bit differently, because we had to see that plant go down a lot of times for CSUDH based on their lineup for the attack. And again, people like the Sky on the board, getting those flashes and just wasting a lot of time, allowing their team to rotate back to go for a pretty clean retake. Just the little stuff like that. It goes a long way. And you still have plenty of time to go VOD review with your teammates and find that improvement you desperately need moving into week number 3, week number 4, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, all that being said, I think that is the end for us here, and the end of NECC for their second week of Valorant. It's been an absolute blast casting with you yet again, Neon. Plenty of stuff we can definitely go over in the background. If you want to follow us on both our Twitters, you can follow Neon Black at NeonBlack789 and myself at Fellow the Caster, and also show some love as well to our producers as well, and also our observer here tonight. We had PDB on the observation. Thought I did a pretty good job, to say the least, especially since I think he's been here like almost the whole night. I would go up to the schedule, but it's so far up, I can't quite recall. And also Tofu as well up here in prod. Big ups to him. I think it's at like Tofu now on your Twitter, right? Tofu underscore R6. That's it. In case you want to see his high amounts of memery on his Twitter, I mean, you can give him a follow. I think it's like close to 1K follow, something like that. I mean, I can go pull it up. We've got time to kill. There's no other game happening tonight. I mean, I've got some time just to kind of vibe for a minute here, so I'll go pull it up. I think he told me, but I might as well look it up myself. Might be lying, might be a little inaccurate. 743 followers, and hey, I got to shout out PD's Twitter as well. GGPDB, spelt as it is pronunciated. So you can go show him some love as well, because he did very good in the observation. But I think that concludes it for us tonight now, Neon. Hope you all have a great rest of your night, everyone watching in the chat, and to see you all again very, very soon for some more NECC action. Take care, guys.